see Middlesex Cricket every morning. One ball from 2 balls for the cricket in the final day. The Zoe had a championship match between Middlesex and Sussex. Play set to start at 11 o'clock this morning, 40 minutes for the lunch interval at 1 o'clock, and team play at 3:40 regardless of overs remaining. Scorecards are available free of charge from around the ground. Pick one up for the Great State shot, the Leather shot, Middlesex reception, or the North Shore of the Pavilion. They could have driven out its open 40 throughout the morning and indeed the day. The main food village at the nursery end of the ground, Bournemouth Cafe underneath the main warm stand, and the Cricketers Bar on the grandstand roadway. That's why spring available from the Coronation Garden throughout the day. As a reminder, from 11 o'clock through to 11 o'clock this evening, the Lord's Tavern Harbour is open. Lunch serves midday at 4 o'clock, dinner from 6 o'clock through to 9 p.m. Go to the Tavern website to book, as you see there, which receive a 10% discount on dining. There are food and drink options for you around the ground here at Middlesex. My free Wi-Fi available for all today. Right, music simply go to Cloud, create an account for yourself and then connect. Once on the Cloud, take a look at the Lord's website featuring all the very latest news from MCC and yours. Sites will be optimised for mobile devices so you can browse on Cricket today. And for more behind-the-scenes access, like follow Lords on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or Newsheet, TikTok by searching for @Home of Cricket. And reminding you to go online with Middlesex as well, middlesexccc.com for all information on match day lunches and events taking place with Middlesex throughout the summer. red cricket. That will be open until 5 o'clock this evening. In our retail shop, you can find a range of awards, MCC and merchandise, including red cricket, gift souvenirs and leisurewear. And the Great State shop is open until 6 o'clock today. Popular items include the Playfair Cricket Annual, the Middlesex Cricket training shirts, and the Lord's branded merchandise. You can also view the full online range by going to the Lord's site, store.lords.org, and MCC by mccstore.lords.org to view at your convenience. International shipping is available.
Well, a very good morning everybody and welcome back to Lords, the final day here in Division 2 in the County Championship, and it could be a very good final day as well. It was a fabulous third day. Middlesex fighting back after a bit of trouble with the, well I suppose with the ball in the first innings, but trouble with the bat yesterday morning. Lost 4 wickets before lunch, having resumed on 103 without loss overnight. They lost 4 wickets in 10 overs yesterday morning, which really blew this game open for Sussex at that point, but fight back from John Simpson and Toby Rowland-Jones, and by the end of the day Middlesex 38 runs behind. News of the weather first thing this morning, there's a little bit of cloud cover. I think Middlesex would have liked the very overcast conditions that there were first thing this morning. There was even a spot of rain around in London at around 7 or 8 this morning, but it's gone now. Expecting a fair bit of sunshine, but there might be a bit more rain after tea. If the game's nicely poised, we'll hope not. That's all a long way away. We'll pick through that later on. But let's start by picking up with the match highlights from yesterday, where Middlesex did have a tremendous fight back with the bat.
Draw looms despite 6 for debutants Curry. Cheteshwar Pujara scored his 3rd double ton of the season on day 2 at Lords. Sussex racking up 523 in their first innings in a dominant display of batting led by their stand-in captain. But Middlesex had got off to a good start with the bats too. Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman's partnership unbeaten on 103 heading into the penultimate day. Robson was the first of the pair to move to 50, up to the mark within 4 balls of the 3rd day. Encouragement early in the morning, but Middlesex would need a few more to be competitive. Stoneman couldn't join him. A first wicket at this level for Brad Curry, the experienced opener, trapped in front for 47. And he soon had a second. Eskenazi caught behind after 2 bites of the cherry by Ollie Carter. And he didn't have to wait long for a third. Robson bowled for 62. What a start to life in the LV County Championship for the trialist. Holden made it 4. The number 5 bowled for 2. Any more wickets, and Sussex would surely be extending Curry's one-month contract. Malone and Simpson will stick together. The score moving past 150, but they will send in Sussex record soon. Making no one force to and then into motion unscathed. The score still behind. Malone and Simpson continue their solid partnership. Check away the deficits. This time, Malone up to 50. Coleman fell after the break, taken by Clark in the gully off the bowling of Daniel Ibrahim. The hosts then brought up the 300 with a gorgeous straight drive by Roland Jones. He and Simpson found some success. Roland Jones keeping up his decent form with the bat as the pair marched their way to a 50 partnership off 73 balls with a Simpson 4 bludgeoned through the leg side. They kept steaming on, the score worth 350 with another Simpson 4. Rawlins on the end of the punishment this time. Simpson was trying to go to his 100 in style. The shot was miscued, but it dropped safe. 2 all he needed for a century, scored off 219 deliveries. Rawlins got his own back on Simpson though, an ugly hack across the line. It missed the ball, off stump clipped, and Simpson went for 109. Roland Jones chipped Lenham over the leg side. 4 runs added by the bowler, another milestone score from the Middlesex man. He was up to 50. And Helm made an unbelievable start. 400 on the ball with 4 off Rawlins before he pumped Lenham for 2 sixes in an over. It was another effective partnership. Roland Jones sent sixes raining down across St John's Wood. The pair shared 50 off just 33 balls with a Helm 4 off Curry. Helm pushed them to 450 with a single, but after taking a ton of tap, Curry responded. Roland Jones, his 5th wicket on debut, LBW for 85 off 78. Yadav in turn responded. Curry pumped for 2 sixes by the India international before the over was finished. But with the penultimate ball, Curry bowled the number 10, Middlesex down to their final wicket. Murtagh was that man, caught behind Sky and Carvelas to Carter, and the day brought to a close with the fall of the wicket. In terms of innings, we've reached the halfway stage, but tomorrow is the final day at Lord's. That means a draw is an almost certainty, but Brad Curry won't care. The trialist has proved his worth with his 6-wicket haul and will relish every moment when they return for day 4.
Well, what a day that was. Really stunning cricket performance by Middlesex. With the bat yesterday, Toby Roland-Jones, some of that hitting was quite extraordinary. Tom Helm as well. But it was John Simpson with that century, a 2nd century of the summer for Simpson that really steadied things after those 4 wickets before lunch. At the close of play yesterday, the Director of Communications, Stephen Fletcher, caught up with both Toby Roland-Jones and John Simpson.
Toby Roland-Jones, John Simpson, what an incredible third day's play here at Lord's against Sussex. 2 contrasting innings from the pair of you. I'm going to start with you, Simo. Lovely composed century today, your 9th of your first class career. Batted time, batted well, did the job required.
Yeah, it's obviously nice to get 3 figures, but yeah, it's a little bit tricky going in that. So they bowled pretty well in that first hour, so put us on the back foot a little bit. But as I said, yeah, nice to sort of spend some time out in the middle and bear fruits of that. But yeah, obviously the frivolities that finished were far more entertaining than my innings days for sure.
That would segue me nicely into Toby. That was just a brutal knockout there. 85 in no time at all. Clearly you went out with a game plan, and that was to crack on with it. Seeing the ball like a balloon out there, what about you?
Yeah, I don't know about that. It's actually just more trying to keep good intent. I probably found myself, a little bit in between in terms of how I've been looking to play over the last couple of weeks or so. So just
Lord's round 1 was short deadline as the more Cricket's game every individual should be fair with respect and enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere.
Work that Pete and John had done in that partnership obviously ended up really sort of, paying its dividends later on there with them needing to bowl the spin and myself, Helmy, and obviously John as he went towards his century there, just looking to take advantage of that.
Absolutely, you mentioned Peter there. Quick word on him, making his debut here, coming eventually as an overseas player after a long delay with visa issues. What's he like as a fella? He looks to have settled in really well. Obviously, he can do the business out there in the middle. What's he like as a bloke? How well has he settled in?
Yeah, it's been great to get him over. Obviously, a lot of guys, really respect the career that he's forging and the amount of abilities that he's got. But obviously, more than anything, seems like a really good fella. Really keen to get involved with the guys, macking, throwing himself around the field, ripping trousers already. Yeah, no, he's settled right in, and obviously, it's always nice, I think, for anyone coming over, whether they're experienced or not, to get that sort of first innings under the belt, and he looked right at home from ball 1. So yeah, it was great to watch, and I think the boys are pretty excited about watching more of that for the rest of the year.
John, you'll have seen a lot of balls whilst you're out there with the bat. You've seen also all the balls, obviously, when we were fielding in that horrendous heat on day 1. What's the track like? It looks like a road. There's nearly 1,000 runs scored on it, but it does look to be the kind of wicket where if you put it in the right areas, it'll offer something.
Yeah, it's look, it's obviously a pretty good wicket, and I think as you've seen with the new ball, there's a little bit there if you put the ball in the right areas. So I think that's exciting for tomorrow. Obviously bowlers have had a long sort of 5 sessions there, on the first and second day. So, nice to get their feet up and ready to go tomorrow. But these boys are going to come hard and do everything that they can to, trying to force, what could be a potential win towards the back end of tomorrow, and that's pretty exciting. But look, there's a little bit in the wickets, obviously a little bit of spin and a little bit of up and down bounce now. So, if we can, start well in that first hour in the morning, that's going to put us in with a bit of a sniff tomorrow. But wickets is still a pretty good wicket. So there's going to be balls in there that are potentially going to get some treatment. But if you put enough balls in the right area, then we're going to be having a chance.
Toby, you've taken many a fiver out here yourself with the ball. You watched a young seamer on debut today take 6 for. If anything, that proves what can be done on this wicket. The game is so well poised with 38 in arrears going into the final day. I guess it states the obvious, but the mission tomorrow is to get out there, get in amongst them hard with the ball, try and get through them, try and super Jara off, and then it's game on.
Yeah. I don't think the pitch requires anything too complicated on it. I think, Curry there's bowled excellently, and I think he's got his rewards for being consistent and offering a little bit of movement on both sides. So, I think as much as obviously there's a need to get sort of wickets at a decent pace, and we want to feel aggressive, I think it'll be important that as an attack we recognise that still comes with a little bit of a patient mindset and knowing that it's about hanging a good number of balls in the right area. So, expectations don't need to be too high, but we also know that once you get 1, 2, make a couple of important inroads into that order, like you mentioned, a few important wickets to take there, and anything could happen.
Well, lads, look, thanks ever so much for joining us. It's been a fantastically entertaining day. All the very best of luck tomorrow. I hope it goes well.
Cheers, mate.
So, Toby Rowland-Jones and John Simpson there talking to the Director of Communication at Middlesex, Stephen Fletcher at stumps on day 3, and again, what a day 3 it was. Good morning, Alan Coleman. That was an extraordinary third day, and there were shades of 2015, 2016, so some really good years for Middlesex. There have been a few shades of it all season long, really.
Yeah, thanks. There have been. It's a fantastic day of positive cricket from Middlesex, really. Disappointed to lose that many wickets earlier on in the day and probably set the plan back a little bit later than was anticipated. But really nice to be able to take a positive option later on in the day and really shift the momentum in the game. It's going to be a tough game to win for either side from this position. There's no doubt about that. But Middlesex have just shifted the momentum in their favour, and with a couple of early wickets this morning, very early on with the new ball, could really put some pressure on the Sussex middle order throughout this day.
James Kirtley was sat where you were, or where you are now. He was sat there yesterday and said the time to take wickets on this pitch probably day 1 and day 4. That was why Middlesex bowled first. They didn't get the wickets on day 1 that they hoped for. That's cricket. The pitch didn't offer as much as they were hoping, and actually it offered a little bit more yesterday morning to Sussex when the overheads were a bit more favourable, as it did on the first evening. When it was a little bit more conducive for the swing bowling in particular on that first evening and yesterday. This morning, the clouds gone. There was some rain around first thing this morning. It's mostly going to be a sunny day, but this afternoon apparently, or this evening indeed, perhaps a little bit of rain returns. So let's hope that doesn't continue. It could be a very good day. But again, the point that Kirtley was making first thing this morning, if there are wickets around today and Middlesex get a couple, it really could be an interesting day.
It could be, and as we saw in the first innings, one of the keys for a bit of success here for Middlesex will be getting the Indian overseas player for Sussex, Pujara, in early against the new ball. So if Middlesex are able in the first 2 or 3 overs here to break through and get into the middle order, that really could set us up for a fascinating day of county championship cricket.
And again, going back to the toss, 10:30 first morning, that was clearly the thought. Little bit of grass on the surface, 2 early wickets. They felt they had Allsop. And they nearly had the 2 early wickets and had Pujara out there early, which clearly was the thought at the toss. And well, I guess however many hundreds of runs through we are in the game now, it kind of goes to show, 1,000 runs in the game as we enter the 4th day. It's just been a Baston surface. Middlesex took a punt on that first morning.
Yeah, exactly right. That was certainly the thought. It didn't come off quite as Middlesex would have hoped on the first morning and into the first afternoon of the day, but we've seen what a good batting pitch this is. 20 wickets lost now, and we're just about to start day 4, so a fantastic cricket pitch, especially for the batters. There has been enough in it for the bowlers through varying parts of the game, as you said, and Umesh Yadav here for Middlesex going to open the bowling from the nursery end in a change from Tim Merton normally opening the bowling. We'll be looking to exploit the new ball conditions here and hopefully make an early breakthrough.
Yeah, it's a big call, isn't it? Well, the skipper throwing the ball to Yadav. Why not? He's the Indian overseas player for this one.
He is, yeah. He's Middlesex's X-factor bowler here, brought in specifically to add a bit of pace to the attack, get some skiddy bounce, and I think just trying to expose Orr and Clark to this new ball is part of the plan.
Onto the money straight away, but off the mark straight away is all, with a single just in front of point. That's pretty much where he's going to be going for, top of off, leave it there and hope something happens. Curry did that very well yesterday for Sussex, extremely impressive. The overheads helped, a left arm seamer at Lords with overheads. It's pretty much the history of this ground.
It is, yeah. Curry was able to come around the wicket, especially to the right-handers there, and extract a little bit of movement off the seam from a good length. Yadav will bowl a very similar length here, trying to hit the top of the stumps, trying to drag both Orr and Clark forwards, try and threaten their forward defence and try and challenge both edges of the bat. So, as we keep saying, a really key sort of 10-12 overs here that could dictate the outcome of this game.
Yes, 39 the lead with that single. So those runs yesterday evening, 200 after tea really. I mean, it's taken Middlesex so close to parity. But again, 2 on the board now, 50 for 2. Then a new ball in hand, if they can get past Pujara, even if they can't get past Pujara, they'll still be thinking at the other end, build pressure. Of course, Sussex will be thinking no wickets at all this morning, thank you, and go quite nicely through the day. It's actually difficult to see a Sussex win from here. It's possible to see a Middlesex one, but the irony is that very, very tough to see a win for the visitors.
It is, yeah, and that is, you're right, that's the irony of it. There were some question marks actually raised about Sussex in the middle of day 2 and what their intent was. The scoreboard didn't really move forward, so it looked like Sussex were just intent on keeping Middlesex out in the field as long as possible, but that has sort of backfired because it's given Middlesex an opportunity to play really positively last night.
On his toes and punches away in front of points. Good chase given by Holden. Wilson's 2, 3 without loss. Yeah, I mean, at 4 down yesterday morning, it backed up that decision. Just go slow, keep them out there, run them down into the dirt. But at this stage now, actually, the time that was taken out of the game, we see Middlesex accelerated at the end of their innings and put time into the game, really, by upping that scoring rate. 6 overs is a long time. That's a nice shot down the ground. Traps the bat down on it, Clark. Full face. Not sure he'll quite get full reward. Long chase for Roland Jones, which he will catch it up. And they have taken 3. Clark's on to 5. 6 without loss. Aggressive line as you'd expect from that this morning. Just to see what's out there. This was the way Middlesex went on that first morning. Put the ball right up there. See what movement there is.
Yeah, he's definitely given it an opportunity to swing here, Yadav, trying to drag the batter forward. A very nice punch down the ground there from Clark, who's set up very solidly here in the first 4 balls that he's faced. But plan doesn't change for Middlesex. I think keep trying to drag the batter forward and swing the ball past them.
Oh, lovely. There you go. Didn't get forward to that one. He was actually nearly in no man's land at the end, or as he dabbled on the off stump at a ball that just holds its line up the slope. End of the opening over, just fractionally went away from him up the slope. 6 without loss after the opening over.
Yeah, a bit of a lack of bounce there as well from Yadav. Ball bouncing before it reaches the wicketkeeper Simpson, so that may dictate that Middlesex bowl a little bit straighter, try and bring the LBW into play a little bit more as well. As we often see at Lords, the bowled and LBW dismissal does come into the game as you move through. And on a slower surface, that could be a big mode of dismissal for Middlesex if they can get the ball swinging.
So Toby Roland Jones, how many times over the years has he run down the hill from the pavilion end and produced some moments of magic to blow a dead game to life? Well, Kind of did that with the bat yesterday. Middlesex needed runs quickly and they got them. They got far more than I think they could ever really have dreamed of in that partnership. 85 with the ball, with the bat. What can he do with the ball? Something pretty special. Bounce straight away. Talked about one keeping a fraction low. Last ball of the over from Yadav. First ball down the slope to the left-hander, rises from Roland Jones.
It does. A short ball, you know, short of back of a length there, but the ball definitely has bounced a bit more there than the left-handed opening batter Clark for Sussex was expecting. Looks like he's been wrapped on the gloves a little bit. No injury issues there, but perhaps an element of concern and showing what this new ball could do for Middlesex.
It's a little straighter. Turn through mid-wicket. Tumbling attempt from Tom Helm. Goes over the top of it. They'll pick up a couple. 6 without loss. Yeah, I think the time left in the game, 96 overs on the final day. Middlesex will be thinking 60 overs. Can they bowl them in 60 overs? That's roughly the equation, isn't it? And if they're bowling them in 60 overs, they're not doing it at a great rate, scoring rate, you'd imagine. So add that 38 from the first innings on top of it. What have Middlesex got left from 34 overs with the loss of the change of innings? 34 overs to chase at tea. Are they chasing something around 200 with that short boundary as well? So time-wise it's there, but it's building pressure, isn't it? And to build the pressure you need those early wickets.
Yes, you do. Early wickets are going to be key for Middlesex here. I would expect also to see if a batter does get in that sweepers on both sides are deployed quite early, just to save the boundaries and as you say, keep a lid on that run rate. It's a very delicate balance here of time, overs and run rate that Middlesex captain Tim Murtaugh's got to try and coordinate here to keep some pressure on Sussex and to keep the game alive moving into 4-5 o'clock this evening.
Swings back after passing the left-hander back up the slope to Simpson. A tumbling stop. It'll be a tricky day for him behind the stumps after a long day yesterday. Simpson, he was out there. What was the score? Middlesex lost their 4th wicket, 137 for 4. So he was out there very early on yesterday.
It was another great red ball innings from John Simpson. We've seen Middlesex members have seen a number of those this season. He's been in fantastic form with the bat for Middlesex.
That's the channel, isn't it, for Roland Jones?
It is challenging the off stump, threatening the batter's play and leave decision, but another delivery there, the second consecutive ball that's bounced before it's reached Simpson. So early indications that the wicket is going to get lower as we progress through the day. So it's going to be a challenging day, as you say, for him behind the stumps here, and for Carter for Sussex, if we do get to see Sussex in the field later on today.
Easy to forget the keepers, isn't it, when a pitch is doing a bit. Down the slope from Roland Jones to end the second over of the morning, second over of the Sussex second innings. 8 without loss. They lead by 46. The live stream from Middlesex here at Lords with Alan Coleman and myself, Kevin Handon. Yeah, hoping that this day might blow wide open. I certainly woke up yesterday morning on day 3 and I thought, come on mate, you know what, this isn't a bad life. Turn up at Lords and watch some cricket. Well, we saw a wonderful day's cricket. It just feels today there'll be pressure points, and whether Sussex succumb to them. Whether it is a couple of early wickets, but as Middlesex found yesterday, it had a reasonable little start, but then they lost 4 in 10 overs, and all of a sudden it was game on at that point for Sussex. And holds its line up the slope. But yeah, if Middlesex, obviously, if they found that kind of purple patch, if they took 4 in 10 overs at any stage today, actually, you would imagine things would look pretty good out there, and that would push the pressure to Sussex. They'd love that this morning, but you don't want to get too greedy. It's just the case of 2, and you go back to that first morning, the wicket of Orr, the LBW appeal, first ball against Allsop. It looked pretty good if he didn't get any batter. I should note on that ball actually the climb on that delivery after the one that died last ball of that was first over. That one really did climb up the slope to Simpson. But yeah, I mean, the replays are watched, and that's cricket, isn't it? You know, some you get, some you don't. Middlesex can perhaps feel a little unlucky they didn't get Allsop first ball in the first innings, and he goes on and hits a century. It's driven, bounces up, and Holton, he does well. to him quickly at point. But yeah, and then all of a sudden again the decision to field first is backed up if that finger goes up at that point.
It is a game of ifs and buts, isn't it, cricket? And that's the beauty of county championship cricket. We'll never know how Middlesex have won the toss and chosen to bat, how the game would have panned out. But yeah, a tricky first toss decision there. A couple of decisions could have gone either way, and it could have had a very different complexion this game.
Bouncer, first one in the morning. I don't particularly push it through that quickly, that one, but just wants to remind the batter that it's in his armoury. The reason I go back to it is, we talked about those 4 wickets yesterday morning for Sussex, which just opened things up. There were moments throughout for Middlesex in that first innings, the last ball of the first day, when Pujara edged Yadav over second slip, high over Robson, a few inches lower, or Ollie Rayner back in the slips, and you're looking at a very different second day, and again that in itself may have backed up the decision at 10:30 to. So I think if they go off 5 down at the end of that first day and Pujara's out, Middlesex would have liked a better first day, but they actually think, well, do you know what, something to work with there. And as the match has panned out since then, again, that was a point that perhaps sort of backed it up. And at 103 without loss at stumps on day 2, but for those 4 wickets, they might have scored that little bit quicker yesterday throughout Middlesex and Boston. But those are just the moments across the match. Oh, double from Moore.
Looks like that ball's just gone up the slope there. The beauty of the new ball at Lords here, and using the slope means that it can challenge both edges of the bat. You'd have just outside off stump here, and the ball, has just gone up the slope there, carried through low to Simpson, talking about that bounce again. But you're right, Kev, a game of fine margins and moments that could have swung either way, and still leaves us, though, as we said, 1,000 runs for 20. It's been a good batting pitch. It's definitely in the batter's favours across the first 3 days, but lots of moments that could have gone either way. And hopefully today, those watching the enhanced live stream here will see some more moments that could dictate the game in one way, in one direction or the other.
Dave Fulton was on a few weeks ago in the live enhanced stream, was ribbing me. What way is it enhanced, Fulton? If he's tuned in this morning, it's enhanced because Fulton isn't on. Alan Coleman alongside myself, Kevin Hands. Delighted to be here for this one. And yeah, I mean, this was the pitch that the draw was played out against Derbyshire, first game of the season. And again, both sides in that, they lost bowlers, didn't they? Middlesex lost Mercer in the first morning. Derbyshire lost Sidebottom. I've remembered his name this time. You had to message me during one of the commentaries earlier this season, didn't you? As I searched desperately, what was his name? Ping.
On loan from Warwickshire was Ryan Sidebottom, not the mean left-arm seamer with the big hair who used to play for Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire, actually. But yeah,
I got bowled here once famously.
But yeah, the pitches here have been good and good for batting. Difficult to get 4th day wickets. We've seen that on a few occasions through the Middlesex season, and when England played the Test match here as well.
Oh, edged down to the vacant third, 4 runs. A lot went down to third in the first innings, and you mentioned the boundary riders at square of the wicket, whether that's something protecting the good ball at third that Middlesex think about. There's a huge number that went down to third in the first innings. Yeah,
just a little push at the delivery there from Clark. A thick edge just flies past Luke Holman, out of reach at third slip, down to the third man boundary. I think there were 15 on day 1. 15 balls went down through third man for 4 during that first innings, I believe the analyst told me. So,
did he tell you ruefully, or did he whisper it? It's a pitch to bowl straight on this one, though, isn't it? And that's where you've got an extra fielder. It's been a 5-4 field the majority of the time for both sides, so that's where third has gone to. You haven't got a deep third, you've got an extra fielder on the onside. It could be argued they've saved a lot. There weren't many through the covers, indeed, in that Middlesex first innings, so covering, protecting plenty of runs. The runs have to come somewhere, don't they? There's always going to be a gap somewhere. That's what Bass's looking for.
It is, yeah, definitely hard to cover all areas here, and especially with a short boundary up towards the grandstand side as well.
Ball again. The lead has climbed to 50, as you can see in the bottom right corner there. But yeah, this pitch, and it was the same track that Derbyshire was played on, said at the time, that's a really good track against Derbyshire, because if you had it was a pretty good 4 days overhead, that match, and if you had 4 days of heavy cloud cover, you fancy that could have been a 3-day game in April. So the ground staff at that point have prepared the perfect opening week wicket. And likewise here, we have 40 degrees heat on the opening day. Had this been a week of cloud cover and Murtaugh's in the game more perhaps, then the game's further advanced. End of the 4th over, 12 without loss.
I think huge credit due to Carl McDermott and his ground staff team here. This is in essence day 8 on this pitch. As you rightly said, day 6 was played in 40, or day 5 of the game on this pitch this season was played in 40 degrees of heat. So for this pitch to stand up in the way that it has across 2 county championship games, and still be, as we've said, 1,000 for 20 in this game across both teams' batting lineup, really is credit to Carl and his team for the work that they've put in and the pitches that they've produced this season.
It's a thankless task, isn't it? Being a head groundsman, I'd suggest, especially here at Lords, where the overheads play such a big part. A little bit of grass that was left on that first morning. If all of a sudden at a minute to 11 the heavy cloud rolls in, and all of a sudden the ball's doing all sorts, then you're asking, well, why is it? It needs to be a little bit of a better balance for the batter. So bowled again.
I do agree, a very tricky task being a county cricket groundsman. The volume of days where games are played on the ground, the training demands of the professional county teams now, notwithstanding at Lords here the international cricket, the London Spirit men's and women's teams as well coming in August. So lots for them to contend with, but yeah, Middlesex have played on some very good surfaces this year.
Sun's out, and so's the drive, but it could be. Oh, he's gone! Roland Jones throws down the stumps. What a brilliant piece of fielding. All's gone for 1, 12 for 1. That is incredible from Toby Roland Jones. 1 stump to aim at. He had no time to set himself whatsoever, and Orr will not believe it that he's gone. But Roland Jones, yet again, produces something special.
We're talking about Roland Jones with his tail up running in down the hill. Wasn't expected that Middlesex would get a direct hit run out as the first dismissal. Ball just pushed to mid-off. Roland Jones and runs off Alan Shearer style towards the crowd and the adoring Middlesex public and Middlesex membership. But you mentioned earlier on about those key moments, and this really, really could be one in this game. A great bit of work from Roland Jones there at mid-off to hit 1 stump from probably 15 yards away, and there'll be some very happy coaches there who'll have hit a lot of balls out for players to have their direct hit practice. But a key moment there for Middlesex. 12 for 1 now and 4.3, and Allsop now going to be walking out for Sussex off the back of 100 in the first innings. He played very, very well, but as we mentioned, a couple of tight LBW shouts earlier on, and Middlesex definitely will be looking at this as a slightly open door that they'll be trying to push open slightly more.
The manner of it as well, you're right, it's slightly open at the moment. The manner of it, psychologically, that's it. If Middlesex do turn 1 into 2 quickly now, which was what they struggled to do in the first innings, Sussex really resisted very, very well. We paid a lot of credit to them for not allowing 1 to turn into 2. He was well gone as well. We could see it from here. Yeah, miles, absolutely miles out. And Roland Jones knew it straight away. Didn't need to appeal at all.
He didn't. Great piece of work there. Very good umpiring as well. Not an easy task there. A lot going on there for the umpire Rob White, but looks like one that he's got right there. Fantastic bit of work. And I think Ali Orr will be walking in quite disappointed there to give away his wicket in that fashion. Great intent to try and rotate the strike to keep the scoreboard ticking. As you said, the lead is up to 50. It's one of Sussex's key tasks here is to extend that lead through this morning session to relieve the pressure. So trying to do the right thing. Slight batter error there, and a great piece of work just to open the door for Middlesex early on day 4 at Lords.
So does history repeat itself for Allsop? He won't have strikes straight away. It's Clark as the batter's crossed. That's punched away. Holden holds that to 2. They're coming back for the second. Just had to be a little careful after the ball before. 14 for 1, and the lead 52 well, superb work all round. Superb work from the camera staff here as well. Picked up all the key moments of that run out. It was a pretty special moment that for Roland Jones after what happened yesterday. Does that get his tail up with the ball as well from the pavilion end now? Still 2 balls to go this Yadav over. Pretty nice one again. They're on the spot, aren't they? They just have to hope. Again, they were on the spot first day, Middlesex.
Yes, yeah, in the main. Yadav especially managed to keep a good amount of control throughout the vast number of overs he bowled in that first innings. And this is all about just pressure now for Middlesex. I think Clark has started extremely well here for Sussex. Looks very composed and could be a key wicket in this innings.
Oh, that's wonderful. Wonderful. Just full of a length. Halfway forward, Clark. Ball goes up the slope and through to the gloves.
Again, we saw this in the last over from Yadav. Just the ball just tailing and nipping up the slope makes it very, very tricky for the batter. From there, it looks like he went slightly wider on the crease there to increase the angle as well. So a skillful bit of bowling, skillful bit of new ball bowling from the Indian international for Middlesex. 14 for 1 off 5 overs, and Allsop on strike, fresh from his 100 in the first innings. Played fantastically well in that partnership with Clark first and then with Pujara. And another one of Sussex's key wickets here, following his move from Hampshire earlier in the summer.
What's it Gus was saying yesterday about good balls don't take wickets? Because they're just too good, aren't they? And that's
thanks, Matt.
That's the cruelty of it. They've changed behind the stumps there. Look, 3 slips in the gully now for Allsop. First ball. Spot. Roland Jones just bringing him forward. Big appeal against him. First ball in the first innings. Mercer right arm over from the nursery end. Survived that one. This was on mic at the time, so he must have got bad in it. He didn't apparently.
There's a bit of debate there was as to whether it was pad first or bat first, but a very close decision. It didn't go in Middlesex's favour. Middlesex have already had one moment in the game here go in their favour, key bit of fielding, and we'll be hoping for a second pretty soon.
Go back to day one again, something that I said throughout day one. And, still put it to someone this morning. They gave a nod and said, yeah, it's pretty much fair enough. If Middlesex had bowled at Merchant Taylors like they did on day one here, they'd have won the game. They just weren't quite at it, were they? At MTS against Worcestershire, who came back, and I mean, even still not being against it, it was something freak from Pollock that won the game for Worcestershire in that. So freak was how many times will he do it? And how many times will Ali batter go out and do that? Not many is the answer.
It's the way, seems to be the way now in multi-day cricket, doesn't it? If in doubt, take the game on, try and move the game forward. England have led the way with that, with Stokes as captain and Brendan McCullum in as coach, and Middlesex, Worcester obviously last week with Pollock followed that lead, and yesterday Middlesex looked like they followed the lead again. So very much the modern way now in 4-day cricket. Keep the game moving forward and see where you end up as a result of some positive decision making.
That's lovely. Now just clip something top of the pad on the way through, coming back up the slope. Roland Jones asked the question on his own.
Yeah, it just looks like this has flicked a little bit of pad on the way through. Depends which pad it hit. Obviously you can't see whether it's clipped the front pad or the back pad as we go through. Ball's carried through again, so a little bit of bounce there that Roland Jones has extracted. Just see it might have flicked the front pad on the way through, probably just above the knee roll.
Straighter, watchfully done by Allsop into the onside.
But it's all about the creating the drama out there for Middlesex. They're another little appeal. You saw up at Trent Bridge how effective Nottinghamshire were at appealing and putting umpires under pressure to make decisions and creating an air of being on top. Middlesex will be looking to do a similar thing here at Lords this morning. So Roland Jones moves round the wicket now. To Allsop, we saw Curry do the reverse very effectively as a left armer came around the wicket to the right-handers. Roland Jones here is a right armer coming around the wicket to the left-handed Allsop.
to tail it back in towards the off stump. But wide enough for Allsops to leave happily low and into the 6th, 14 for 1. Yeah, that LBW appeal, it wasn't bad. Probably at this stage of the match, you fancy if the reviews were there, Middlesex may well have gone upstairs on the off chance that it was just clipping the top, but then it would have been umpire's call, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure our DRS skills would have been very useful there, if I'm honest. But yeah, I think worth a shout. As I said, worth getting the umpires in the game early if Middlesex can, just to create that air of pressure out there, create the impression that the ball is moving sideways. As Yadav drops the ball as he runs into bowl there. Don't see that very often from an international bowler. Maybe all part of the psychology of bowling, who knows.
Look at the height as well. You asked the question because, of course, here at Lords, I don't know, only given ground or track, but here at Lords of the slope, but we've seen it as well this morning. There are one or two that have kept it a little lower. He's not getting forward here, is he, Clark, to Yadav?
No, a bit of up and down bounce. Yadav got one to carry through well to Simpson that he beats Clark on the outside edge in the previous over. He's had a couple that have kept low as well, so just creates a little bit of indecision for the batter. Sometimes you can just forget where your feet are if you're watching the bounce of the ball and trying to predict whether it's going to bounce or keep low. It can make it tricky, especially when Yadav's bowling, you know, mid-80s in terms of his pace.
Leave. A little bit more width on that one to tempt him. He's bowled well in the 3 innings so far, but only 2 wickets. Trying to keep him out the 3 innings that he's had so far. Worcestershire now, Sussex here, very nearly have had Pajara that first evening. The moment that was.
I think Yadav will be looking at this as an opportunity if he can pick up a wicket here and get his international teammate Pajara out there when he's into his maybe 4th or 5th over and have a couple of overs with his tail up from the nursery end here, running in hard at his international teammate. It could make for a great spectacle.
You don't want to be disrespectful to any of the other Sussex batters, but when you've got a player of the calibre of Pajara, it does influence the thought a little, doesn't it? And again, that first morning, 2 early wickets, get Pajara out there early. Best chance to take a wicket first morning on this track, perhaps. And again, we come into this final day. Get him out there early. If they could get past him early, then equally for the rest of their teammates, a psychological blow, isn't it, on a day like this where, hold on a minute, could we lose this one? So it isn't disrespectful to the rest of the team to talk about it in that way, because it would have a psychological effect on that away dressing room. End of the 7th, 14 for 1.
It would, as we know, cricket, it can be a funny game. You can sit in that changing room watching wickets fall, and it can create pressure in its own way, almost by sitting out there. And both Sussex and Middlesex will be aware of how key both players out there at the moment. Clark has looked very organised this morning and batted very well in the first innings. For his sort of mid-30s score. Allsop obviously fresh off 100, and then Pajara. Middlesex will be very, very aware of how key these 3 wickets are, and breaking this open again is a key moment in this match.
Right up, that's a good stop from Mercer. They'll get through for the single. From the skipper.
Fantastic diving stop, left-handed there. Brilliant effort from the 41-year-old.
41 next month, is it?
41 in August. Diving around, putting himself on the line again for Middlesex, as he has done for many years up until this point.
Come back over the wicket, Roland Jones for Clark. Was it just an all-stop ploy? Or no, he is. He's going to... Clark's been moved. It's the other side, so will remain around the wicket. Gully's come out. Reinforce the covers. Oh, it's a good shot. Helm threw out of hands. One attempt to block it off. Leads 57.
Yeah, a touch fuller from Roland Jones there. And Clark has lent into it, played a beautiful off drive up the ground towards the pavilion. Very classical off drive there. Helm perhaps disappointed, might have been able to do a little better there to get more of a hand on it, but fantastic batting and a well-deserved boundary for Clark, who moves on to 17.
Bit of length from Roland Jones on that one, respectfully played by Clark. You just have to, you can't go too full around the wicket, I guess, because you've got to give it that chance off the surface.
You do. I think the round the wicket move here is, if the ball does keep low, it's going to be threatening back into the stumps, so it can bring an LBW into play. We know from the pavilion end with two left-handers, often the ball is going to pitch outside the line of the stumps, which would mean that the left-hander can't be out LBW. So Roland Jones coming around the wicket here, looking to threaten the front pad and threaten the stumps as well, and bring that lower bounce into play on day 4.
He's turning back in again up the slope. Yeah, over the wicket, you're allowed slightly to go that little bit fuller to bring LBW into play, aren't you? You've got to pitch it on leg and to get it to hit the stumps. With the slope here at Lords, you've got to be that fraction fuller, haven't you? Around the wicket, just a fraction shorter. I mean, that I guess is more to do with the batter, isn't it? That they can happily plunge forward when Roland Jones is around the wickets. That when he's over the wicket, you don't want to plunge forward and that ball just nips back on a fuller length.
Yes, exactly. It's one of the kind of idiosyncrasies, I suppose, of batting at Lords is the slope, and the right armour from over the wicket from the pavilion end. If you're a left-handed batter, the ball's going to bounce outside the line of the stumps. You can shape up a little bit differently. It does take LBW out of the game unless the ball goes against the slope round the wicket. Much more in the game, the stumps.
Go, it's there or thereabouts again. Good stride in from Clark to defend into the offside. Into the 8th, 19 for 1.
As I said earlier, an impressive start from Clark here. 30 balls so far for his 17. Has looked very organised, hit the ball back down the ground where it's come from. A key skill on a pitch that has shown that it might stay a little bit low, but it looks a very, very organised start from Clark. 19 for 1 for Sussex.
Change of bowling at the nursery end. Tim Murtagh is back into the attack.
It is not a bad ploy, I would say here. Have a look at all of the bowlers early with the new ball. If 6 or 7 over spell means the ball for the first change bowler might be 13 or 14 overs old, and it may have just lost some of its hardness. So a good idea to get through your bowlers early, I would suggest. Have a look at all of them with the new ball, because it might just be somebody's day.
Nice start. That's where Murtagh will probe that a little bit fuller than Yadev did. Just pushing it right up there towards that off stump. Nip one back in. Hold the line up the slope as well.
Middlesex fans will know from Tim Murtagh he's going to make Allsop and Clark play a lot of forward defensives here. That will be his main role for the next few overs from the nursery end. Try to bring the batter forward, try to threaten both edges of the bat. We've seen plenty of LBW Murtaghs from the nursery end over the years, and be hoping for a few more of the Middlesex members this morning.
Again on the spot. Two left-handers as well for Murtagh to look at, and I guess if it's not swinging for him out there is actually a little bit of cloud brewing up behind the pavilion, which is where the weather's coming in from, and it can't come in quickly enough for Tim Murtagh. If it's not swinging, and just trying to use the slope as best he can. Against the left-handers, he'll have a chance.
That's right. The ball, if it doesn't swing back with Murtaugh's angle, he releases the ball from very high, almost past the perpendicular. So if the ball doesn't swing back into Allsop, it is going to go away from him and push up the slope. And we've seen so many times LBW Murtaugh, or the ball going the other way and catching the outside edge, caught Simpson behind the stumps or by one of the slips. So Murtaugh will be a threat with this new ball to both left-handed, both the left-handed Allsop and Clark.
Oh, Yorker. Well bowled, well played.
We saw Murtaugh get an LBW shout early on Allsop, we were talking about earlier on, from a full delivery in that first innings. It's never a bad idea to have a look up the pitch to see if you can catch the batter unaware, but Allsop's dealt with that pretty perfectly, if I'm honest.
Sun's gone for now, so it's not overcast yet. The distance suggests we might have a little bit of overcast stuff soon. So very much enjoy that if it does come in. Did see for Curry yesterday morning, it was just doing that a little bit more, as we said on that first evening as well. Just seeing that a little bit more for Hellman, who were in the attack at that point.
The floodlights obviously coming on as well did seem to play a part a little bit last night. The ball did seem to nip around during the afternoon and evening session, so nowhere near that position yet here. But we have seen at Lords the impact of the darker weather, the floodlights coming on and the ball moving around a little bit more.
Bowled. Last one had the shape about it to come back in. Also would have had an idea that one was going to hold its line across, try and challenge the outside edge. 19 for 1.
I think Middlesex here will be pretty pleased, although only 1 wicket down. The lead is now only 50, has only moved to 57 after 9 overs, so just over 2 runs and over. And as we were talking about earlier on, that calculation of run rate against time, against taking wickets is the one that Murtaugh is trying to balance here.
Yeah, keeping it tight as well. Look at that, there's that cloud cover we were talking about behind the pavilion. It's a fair way off yet, probably 20 minutes, half an hour maybe. That's where the weather's coming in from. Interesting actually if where they bowl Helm from, because he's bowled beautifully from the nursery end.
I think Helm was just doing a few arm swings there just before Roland Jones bowled that back of a length delivery that flew through to Simpson, whether trying to get into the captain's eye or whether being given the nod that this could be Roland Jones's last over. We could see a further bowling change from Middlesex.
That's clipped away for 4. Nicely done. Just a little straight around the wicket. Roland Jones, Clarkson's the 20s. 3 for 1 Sussex.
Roland Jones just drifting a little bit too straight there into the right hip of the left-handed batter Clark, and a very nicely controlled and timed shot into the vacant square leg area and down towards the shorter boundary at the grandstand for 4 runs, taking Sussex on to 23 for 1 off 9.2 overs.
Four more. Just gone the other way with that one, Roland Jones, and given width on the offside.
Yeah, a bit of an overcorrection there from Roland Jones. Missed down the leg side to start with. 4 runs up to the grandstand, and this time has offered Clark too much width outside off stump. Clark has pounced on a short wide delivery there and cut it away beautifully down towards the mound stand for 4 more for Sussex.
That's where he wants to be.
Definitely a better line there. That's where Roland Jones will want to be for the remainder of this over, just to try and start to build that pressure. on Sussex the lead now after those 2 boundaries up to 65. 87 overs left in the day, so 86 after these 2 balls. Still hoping for Middlesex to make this an interesting day with a couple more early wickets.
To find that Tom Helm 5 for he got the double wickets at the end of the first day from the nursery end, that's for sure. Full 5 for the front, so let's see if we can find them. Here they are. At 5 for 109 from 31.2 in the first innings.
We can see here he's definitely getting loose, so I suspect this might be Roland Jones's last over, and I think we'll see Helm into the action from the pavilion end after this next delivery. .27 for 1 after 10 Sussex. Clark on 25, a very good start from the young left-handed opening batsman. And been joined by Alsop after the run out of Orr, who is currently 1 not out after 13 deliveries off the back of his 100 in the first innings. The game's still poised, ready for action here. Sussex hoping to keep a lid on this Middlesex bowling attack for another 10 overs. Middlesex hoping to break this open and get the international batter Pujara into the action. See if they can put some pressure on the middle order.
At mid-off now, ready to go. He's gone through the full array to back up that first Lord's 5 for he claimed the first innings.
You think with Helm's tall bowling action, he could be one bowler who does extract a bit of variable bounce out of this day 4 pitch at Lord's. He'll bash the surface hard when he comes into the attack in a moment after this Murtagh over.
Again from Murtagh up there. It's the spot that he wants to be on. Murtagh obviously just rising a little bit from the overheads, which aren't there at the moment, but they are creeping ever closer. I said 20 minutes, maybe half an hour it'll take for those clouds to reach us. Impressed by my meteorological skills, aren't you?
I am. I'm astounded by your ability to judge distance, time and wind speed from opposition in the media centre.
I've sat up here for too long, haven't I? I need to go and get a real job if you know exactly how long it's going to take. You can actually see the lights of the pavilion have started to brighten up a little bit already. Danger of bad light, but it's that stuff that we looked at in the distance a few moments ago does arrive. You see the umpires won't have seen that at all at the moment, but they'll slowly start to see it creep over the top of the pavilion soon enough, and I'm sure the floodlights will be going up, because at the moment you can see the stairwells towards the home dressing room, one of the giveaways in the pavilion. You can just see a few of the lights shining through already. That's nice from Murtagh. Angle bat, soft hands. Alsop gives himself the chance and he picks up a single. Moves to 2.
Yeah, threatening delivery again from Murtagh, dragging the left-handed Alsop forward. Played it very nicely, controlled forward defensive with a bit of an outside edge, but the ball never really went in the air there. Ran away to the right hand of Holden at backward point for Middlesex, and 1 run onto the Sussex total.
Thick inside edge, falls away into the onside.
It's gone are the days of the old lights. There used to be lights, didn't there, on the father time, and it was 4 light underneath. Was it 4 lights out of 5 and you went off, or 3 lights out of 5? Obviously the umpires now judge all that with their light meters.
What was the point of the 5th if you went off with the 4th light?
It's one of life's very good questions, isn't it?
I always wondered that at the time. Oh, it's a little bit of width. Put away. Clark. He's on to 29, been very positive. 29 from 38 deliveries for Clark.
Bit too much width there from Murtagh from the nursery end. Floated the ball up, asked it to swing, and a very nicely controlled drive just in front of point down to the grandstand, the shorter grandstand boundary, and 4 runs for Sussex to take them to 32 for 1.
That was only the 5th run he conceded, Mercer. I actually didn't realise how economical the first 11 deliveries have been. Just 1 run off them. Roland Jones is done, none for 19 or 5, those couple of boundaries in his final over. So here's Helm, fresh from the 5 in the first innings. Picking up a fine start to the season that he had, picking up where he left off at Lords in those early rounds.
Helm had as you say, a fantastic start with the red ball especially. A bit of a side strain picked up earlier on in the season, which kept him out of the early T20 games for Middlesex. He made his return halfway through that campaign or so, but great to see him back in red ball form.
Immediately around the wicket, Helm, wide on the crease as well. Can he swing it back up that slope? It does feel very different to, what have we had, 45 minutes. The last 10 minutes or so feels very different to the first half an hour, and Middlesex will be pleased with that. It seemed as though the weather had gone against them this morning. These are pretty much the conditions that were around first thing this morning over the capital. By the time it was 11 o'clock, everything had burnt clear. The line and length, that one just coming back in.
Well played by Allsop there, lined that up very well. Bit of in swing from Helm round the wicket from the pavilion end, and Allsop continuing his fine form from the first innings. Looks in good touch, looks like a player who's batting well at the moment. Middlesex members will be hoping that leads to a bit of commentator's curse pretty soon. Sussex members hoping obviously that Allsop continues this very solid start.
Single, that's a deep square.
You could just see there on the camera that Helm had that held for an away swinger from the left-handed Clark. So we saw the ball to Allsop earlier on in the over just swing back into him. Helm clearly trying to extract any swing movement that he can find from the conditions out there at Lords, and this still fairly new ball, only 11.4 overs old. It hasn't been bashed around too much, so Middlesex will be hoping that they can get a little bit of swing.
Oh wow, bumped back over him. Won't get a run.
It seems to keep Roland Jones out of the action here. A full delivery from Helm, driven down into the surface, tipped over the bar possibly by the tall Helm, and Roland Jones scooped up behind. Diving stop, 33 for 1 off 12 overs for Sussex.
I didn't pick it up at first actually as it went over his head, but then you realise with the loop that it was a bump ball.
Often one you see with the old crowd catch, isn't it, at Lords, where the crowd get excited as the ball flies into the air without actually being able to see that it's hit hit into the ground.
Again.
Murtagh just continuing to probe in and around the off stump of Allsop. Very watchful start from him, 3 from 22 deliveries. Of course, the scoreboard that Middlesex are going to be interested in here is the lead. So it's in essence, Sussex are 71 for 1 at the moment, and that's the score that they'll be trying to keep a lid on for as long as possible, just to remain with a slight chance of forcing a game as we move through the afternoon and into the evening.
Oh, lovely from Murtagh. They go up behind the stumps. Only the slip cord and Simpson and Murtagh weren't really interested. They were both belated. Maybe just a little noise of the bat hitting the pad that got the slips interested.
Again, Murtagh just pushing the ball across the left-handed Allsop there. Bit of bat, bit of pad in there. Bit of interest from behind the stumps. More hopeful than with any expectation. But that's the threat that Murtagh can offer from the nursery end. The ball either swinging back into the pads of the left-handed Allsop or being pushed up the slope.
The bat really thumped into the pads there, actually, didn't it, when you looked at the replay? So there's no doubt there was a heavy noise. Gives that one a little bit more air, doesn't he? Looks at that heavy grey cloud distance. It looks as though it might drift off to the south, which would be quite frustrating from Middlesex's perspective if it does. Maybe more to think about at the Oval than at Lord's for the direction that's heading, but nonetheless there is cloud cover at the moment. Just a matter of can they get anything out of this ball in its early stages. Past the edge, end of the 13th, 33 for 1.
Similar delivery to the one earlier, the appeal that Middlesex had earlier on. Ball just nipped up the slope, carried through low to Simpson. Good probing over from Murtagh.
Yeah, just wonders, does that one carry if it edges to second? It looked, he had to get his gloves down underneath that, Simpson.
It is the slips very close often for Murtagh here because of the carry from the nursery end and ensuring that if he does induce a nick that they're able to catch it. Would have been touch and go probably, that one. Barely reached Simpson, so the pace being taken out of it by the edge of the bat might have meant it would have fallen short.
They're right there, aren't they? They're asking the questions, Middlesex. Sussex have had the answers so far. I don't feel they could have done much more to this stage.
No, a disciplined performance. Scoreboard at 2.5 and over, 33 off 13 over, so just over 2.5 and over. Kept the pressure on, threatened the forward defensive as much as possible, and have played a patient game. Quite easy for a bowling team here to try and bowl some magic deliveries. Middlesex haven't done that. They've stuck to their guns this morning.
Looks right so far, doesn't it? Just the one run off Helms. 8 deliveries so far, just 5 off Murtagh's 18. So putting it in the right spot, because these aren't balls that are being left alone outside off stump. They're all challenging. Just need that little bit of help through the air off the surface, Middlesex, to try and find this breakthrough. Price that one out of Roland Jones right now. Just to have got the innings going, it would have got through to the 14th without any sort of wicket. Just be feeling a little bit like, tried everything and got nothing so far, but it is only the start of Helm's spell. Ball is only into its 14th over, so there's plenty that can still happen.
And the Middlesex members would have seen that spell from Roland Jones up at Chesterfield, where it felt like nothing was happening, and he ran in and created a little bit of magic. Middlesex members will be hoping that one of the four seamers here are able to do that pretty soon.
The other option is if there isn't much happening for Helm, or he's bowling well at the moment from the pavilion end. If there isn't much, maybe give Yad have a go from the pavilion end. He only had 4 from the nursery, so he'll be pretty fresh to come back as quickly as Mercer wants him to, or needs him to. Another change for Helm to nursery ends. There's a couple of overs for Mercer down there will be crucial as well, just to see what he can get, if anything, out of this ball. Straight, Simpson wrong foots. Obviously palms it, but they won't get more than a single. By a signal by the umpire. 4-1.
Helm's figures remaining economical here, 1.5 overs for 1 run, and only conceded 1 other extra as that leg by, as we've just seen off that delivery. So Middlesex still keeping a lid on this score at this Sussex scoring rate. 72 the lead, but only 1 wicket lost so far this morning in a very watchful morning from the Sussex batsmen.
End of the 14th, 34 for 1. There's that cloud cover we were talking about. The heavier stuff was drifted to the left of the block of flats you can see there on the side of the pavilion. There we go. It's much darker over there. We can see quite a long way, just a little bit further elevated than the camera gantry. And those banks of white cloud there above the floodlight. Beyond it, it's pretty grey, but that's all slipping to the south, it looks like. There's just a little bit there for Mercer, isn't there? Not a lot.
There is. It's a pitch that's on the slower side though, so any movement that happens has happened a little bit slow, and therefore the nicks probably haven't been induced as much as Middlesex would be hoping this morning. Have beaten the bat enough times to on another day. There may have been a couple more nicks behind the wicket, but they'll keep probing away. All looking pretty comfortable for Clark here at the moment, playing very nicely for his 29. Has a lot of time, and looks a very composed young man. He's been very impressive both innings of this game so far.
Again from Mercer. Doing everything they can at the moment. Pretty much getting it all right. Not really thinking too many deliveries. You think that was a bit loose. They've been there. The pitch map would be pretty good right now, wouldn't it?
It would, barring the two from Roland Jones consecutively, the clip off the hip and then the cut that Clark played down towards the manstand. Aside from that, Middlesex have really been on it in terms of the line and the length that they've bowled, but Sussex have stood up very, very well.
Again, there was just a little bit through the air on that one, but down the leg side.
Oh, it's just a little bit of swing. Clark will have noted that. You'd expect Murtaugh's experience here. He may look to push this ball across. Clark now as Gully comes out. Luke Holman was at Gully's, now coming into a sort of a catching mid-wicket position here. This might be all part of the plan. Murtaugh's shown him a little bit of in-swing. May see this one to be pushed across the left-hander.
There it goes, and doesn't take the edge. Magic from Murtagh as ever.
Yeah, as we've seen here, just a little bit of nip up the slope. Murtagh set him up nicely, showed him an in-swinger there that drifted down the leg side, moved the fielder across, and has now pushed that ball up the slope to try and induce the edge. A player miss from Clark.
That mid-wicket's there as well. You mentioned the pace of the pitch. If it does in-swing, holds this line again into the over. 15 gone, 34th one. Yeah, we saw 3 mid-wickets at one point, I think. Was it towards the end of the Sussex innings, or was it in the Middlesex innings? I can't remember. There was one point where there were 3 mid-wickets in place. 34th one.
Yeah, key position really. The catchers at mid-wicket here can just encourage the batter to go across the ball a little bit more towards the square leg region. They can potentially fall over a straight delivery. So it just creates a bit of thought really for the batter. There's no trying to a little bit of kidology almost, and just trying to suggest that things are happening that perhaps aren't.
Now you can answer this straight away. Am I thinking by saying yes? Am I thinking too far ahead to say if Helm doesn't find much in this over, is it worth taking Yadav up to the pavilion end and Helm replaces Murtagh at the nursery where he took the 5 for?
I don't think that's a bad suggestion at all, actually. I think, as you said, get through your bowlers quickly, see who's going to be effective with the new ball, and then perhaps rotate their ends is the next move, just to see if anyone can find anything in this surface from an end. As we said, all you need is a bowler to get on a roll here and have a little bit of a golden period, and it could blast the game wide open.
Oh, that's nice again from Helm. Let's have a look. Did it deflect up onto the grill, or was it straight onto the grill?
Yeah, shorter delivery from Helmet, caught Allsop a little bit by surprise. Bit of glove in there potentially, bit of forearm. We will tell if it hit the helmet because the physio will be called onto the field. It doesn't look like anyone has been so far.
Which is strange, because that surely did hit the grill.
Oh,
goodness me.
Well, that is a surprise that we haven't seen the Sussex physio called onto the field. It did look to us here in our commentary position that has hit Allsop in the grill, and usually the regulations say that the physio will come on.
And it goes full straight away afterwards.
Yeah, the short ball, full ball plan, but Allsop rose to it, played it very, very well. So often you see a batter not keen to get forward after being shaken by a short delivery, but Allsop's risen and played that very, very well.
The reason why I was hesitant to say, moving Helm, because he's in his 3rd over, he's conceded 1 run. He's on for a second maiden here, and he's also just found that bit of bounce around the wicket to the left-hander as well. But he did pick up the 5 from the nursery end, all 5 of them, in the first innings, and equally Yadav was given that go from the nursery end. You want to just see if he gets that little bit of X factor from the pavilion. But he's bowling beautifully here, Helm. You just wonder maybe if he can bowl this well from the nursery end, whether he finds something a little bit more.
Yeah, bowlers do have a clear preference here. We often see Roland Jones operating from the pavilion end, Murtagh obviously traditionally from the nursery end. Yadav has said that he prefers bowling from the nursery end when he bowls here, but I do believe that it's definitely worth having a look at the bowlers from each end here. just to see if anyone can find something special, just to create a little bit of pressure. Sussex batting very well here, it must be said, against a relentless Middlesex bowling attack so far.
He started up from the pavilion in the first game he had here at Lord's. Sorry, first innings. Not first game, first innings. Used to all these first class games in the middle of July.
Very disorientating.
Concentration pattern in this heat. It's usually only fits 20 over cricket.
Although I don't know how you're surviving. The aircon's on in here. It's freezing cold, and you're sitting here in shorts and, you know, flip-flops on, pina colada on the side, like we're in Barbados.
I was supposed to tell them about that last bit. That's where the concentration really goes. Yeah, it is. Well, the first day it was glorious up here, wasn't it? The air conditioning, 40 degrees heat out there. Yeah, I did pick up a pair of trousers today and think I must remember to bring these. It was a bit cold yesterday up here with the aircon.
One of the hazards of the commentators' world, I suppose, isn't it? The air-conditioned media centre.
Again, the other reason to be hesitant to say helm to the nursery end is Mercer's just conceded 5 runs in his 5th over. Only 2 scoring shots.
Continues to probe away, challenging the forward defensive of Clark and Allsop. Murtagh has beaten the bat a few times from this end with the delivery pushed across the left-hander that's nipped up the slope. We'll be hoping to be able to extract that movement again pretty soon as Middlesex looks to break open this Sussex batting lineup.
Persisting with that short mid-wicket, Luke Holman, who's come out of gully. It's a deep backward point, who's covering a few positions out there, just protecting that good ball. Hope to have a chance to get around to anything down to deep third, I'd imagine. Max Holden.
Max Holden out at deep backward point, covering the good ball that gets edged down to third man. He's also out there covering any bad ball or any width that Middlesex do give, but also probably looking for Clark to be encouraged just to drop the ball into that vacant gap for a single, and that can induce an edge. So a fielding position that's probably covering three sort of angles there.
Edge rolls away off the pad into the offside.
Holman just moved into a position nearly on the pitch here, sort of in the way of Murtagh's follow through. So plenty of ideas being thrown around here by the Middlesex senior bowling group.
To the other mid-wicket, Milan.
I think this is the key here for Murtagh. He's going to continue to try and bowl the same ball, keep challenging the forward defensive of the 2 left-handed Sussex batters, while moving the field around and trying to create a little bit of doubt. Holman in there, big presence in the eye line of the batter, maybe looking for a slight mistimed clip when the ball does leave the left-handed batter up the slope.
Single down to deep backward point to end the over. Clark will keep the strike. He's on to 30. 35 for 1 into the 17th. Let's have a look at the scores elsewhere this morning. Now we're into the final day of the majority of the matches. There's one game in the second division on day 3. Gloucestershire are 251 for 5. They trail Hampshire by 5 runs with 5 wickets remaining. Hammond has 142. Higgins with him now on 25. Keeping at bay Barker, who's got 4 for 49. Though they'll all be sitting a little bit happier with the position after an hour this morning, especially after that early run out. Lancashire need 50 to win. They've got 4 wickets standing at Wantage Road. Williams has 8, Sundar has 9. Oh, Helm gets that one to go away down the slope. First one that's really moved considerably off the straight, I'd say, for Helm. Oh yes. That's what he's been looking for. Helm, just to get one to go down the slope. Through the air, looking for the away swinger, as Alan Coleman was saying. Start delayed at Taunton. Somerset 225 for 6. Whether they put out against Yorkshire, they're in decent match position there. Line up on his toes. Clark will punch a couple through mid-off. Happily so, especially after that first ball of the over that he receives.
Yeah, Hellman, first ball, able to find a little bit of movement, which continued after the bat. So still a bit of hope out there for the Middlesex bowlers. Still hoping that they can find and extract a little bit of sideways movement, a little bit of swing, just to keep themselves in the game, with the lead creeping up to 75.
Single ball there. Surrey are on their way to victory against Essex. They're 134 for 3, 27 more required for victory. It's only that grey stuff that we were watching in the distance that will stop them now. Laws is on 28, Jamie Overton with him on 2. Kent, who had that difficult first innings, fought back well at Edgbaston. Warwickshire are 86 for 4, need another 239 to beat Kent. Sibley's still there, not out on 31. The only batters go past 20 so far. I'm back over the wicket now. Something different.
The Middlesex bowlers will keep trying, keep moving fielders around, keep changing the angle between over and around the wicket to unsettle the Sussex batsmen, who've coped very, very well this morning, played very nicely, controlled innings from Allsop, 3 off 34 deliveries. Clark a little more expensive, 33 off 62, but both have lined the ball up very, very well and have managed to circumnavigate the Middlesex threat.
Again to end the over. 18 gone, 38 for 1. A little chat with Mercer there before that last ball of the over there, Helm. Aaron Jones and Mercer come together, have a chat as well, as the batters do. That's continuing at the nursery end. Helm going back over the wicket for the last couple of deliveries. Whether it's in his mind to have a go from the nursery end. Again, you look at Tom Helm and you just straight away think pavilion end, don't you? But what he looks to extract from a surface, his angle of approach as well, does actually perhaps lend itself better to the nursery end.
Yeah, especially if the ball isn't swinging as much. We've seen Helm swing a couple of deliveries here, but if the ball is not swinging as much, him using the slope to bring the ball back into the left-hander could be a real threat from this nursery end following the 5 wickets he got here in the first innings.
Again, clipped to mid-wicket. Division 2, just quickly those other scores. Inspection at Derby at 20-1. Derbyshire are 79 without loss. It's a bad out the day against Nottinghamshire, who racked up 618 for 8 declared. Derbyshire shot by 300 runs and closed the first innings. And it is day 3 at Grace Road, where Glamorgan 187 for 2, replying to Leicester's 584. Ingram has 84, North East has 84. They were 9 for 2. That's nicely clipped away. He's put it up there for a while now, Mercer's. Have a look. Leg side field, as we've been discussing, but Clark picks up the boundary.
Fuller delivery there from Mercer. Looks like he's asked the ball to swing a little bit of swing back into the left-handed Clark. And another very nicely controlled clip shot down towards the empty square leg boundary for 4 runs, taking his score on to 37. A very impressive morning from the young Sussex batter Clark.
Good again from Mercer.
Back to that probing off-stump line from Mercer there. That's the side of the wicket he will want to be. Looking to threaten both edges with a bit of swing back into the left-handed Clark or a bit of nip up the slope.
Nicely played, soft hands, picks up the single. It was a good ball from Mercer. Back in once more.
Into that vacant point area with Max Holden being out on the boundary. Just looking, Mercer's probably not too disappointed with that. The fact that Clark has dropped the ball into that area and taken a quick single. If that ball does leave him, nip up the slope, that could be the delivery that induces that edge through to the Middlesex wicketkeeper or slip cordon. So probably not too much disappointment there from Mercer.
Hand angles across last ball. With the 19th, 43 for 1.
I would still say this is in the balance. It's 81 lead for Sussex, although only 1 wicket down. Still, the lead is only 81. We saw how destructive the Middlesex batting lineup can be if given the opportunity to. 77 overs left in the day as well, so lots of cricket to be played here, and setting ourselves up here for a very interesting 40 minutes or so before the lunch break. Middlesex introducing some spin for the first time from the pavilion end. Luke Holman coming into the attack. There will obviously also be an eye on that over rate. -2 for the moment for Middlesex. Middlesex members well aware of the over rate issues that the team have had in the past. So another thing for Captain Mercer to balance tactically, and bringing Luke Holman into the attack. We'll see if the pitch is going to take any spin, but will also help that get that number back up to -1 and then back to 0.
Yeah, worth trying all options, isn't it? For Middlesex, see what they can find. Again, whether that brings a change of ends for Helm if he replaces Mercer.
Will be interesting to see how Captain Mercer rotates the Middlesex 4-seamers and the spin of Luke Holman as well. I suspect if the game just drift into nothing, we might have the delight of watching some Sam Robson spin, perhaps some Peter Milan little medium pace that we saw in the first innings as well. But for now, Middlesex captain Tim Murtagh still juggling the attack, trying to find a breakthrough to break this Sussex innings open.
Open toss first up. Just a single out to Holman. A little stumble there, but holds him to 1. The other one's Yadov when they go back to the overseas. He's only had 4 overs this morning from the nursery end. When and where they go back to him. Oh, slips out. I think 2 here. Holden's come around, holds him to a single once more there.
Second full toss, Holman just swinging his arms around here, trying to get himself loose and trying to get himself into the game. As you were saying earlier on, Angus said good balls don't take wickets. Sometimes you have seen those full tosses take wickets, but yeah, unfortunately not on this occasion for Middlesex.
That's better.
That's the area Luke Holman will be looking to bowl, dragging the batter forward. He's bowling against the slope for his leg spinner here, so that could put a bit of doubt into the batter's mind. See Luke Holman, the bowler who took 10 wickets in the game at Hove last year. A high scoring game on a slightly more spinning pitch, you would say.
Got away. Fine of Helmet deep point. They'll pick up a couple. The over, 47 for 1.
Short and wide from Holman there. I think he'll be disappointed with that first over. 2 full tosses and a short wide one. Sometimes with the leg spin it does take them a bit longer to get into their spell. So I'm sure he'll get plenty of opportunity throughout this day to find some rhythm and some control. But score goes on to 47 and an 85 lead now for Sussex, with 76 overs left in the day, as Middlesex continue to try and find an opening to build a bit of pressure on the Sussex batting lineup, who have played very well this morning, it must be said.
37 balls he's faced for his 4 now, Allsop, taking in for his team. This is Mercer's 7th over.
I suspect there will be a bowling change from the nursery end after this Murtagh over. Very rare that a bowler will bowl more than a 7 over spell. Be interesting to see where he goes. I have a feeling he might keep Yadav to follow Holman perhaps from the other end.
Roland Jones.
Or Roland Jones. Plenty of options for him plenty of high quality options for Captain Murtagh to use. How many did Helm bowl in that first spell? Was it a 4 over spell? Do wonder. I think he, based on the first innings, he might be my pick to come this end from the nursery end. Have a look at Holman for a few overs and then maybe give Yadav a blast from the pavilion end just before lunch. Might be my choice.
Oh, that's edged. Thick edge. Now to a deep backward point. I'll take 2. Holden's come up. Barely stand up. He's come up to an orthodox point.
Must be a slippy part of the outfield out there for Max Holden, as also plays a thick outside edge, well chased down for a couple of runs.
Go on, Bambi.
And there he goes. Managed to find his feet in the end.
Yeah, plenty to think about for Captain Mercer, as you say. Angus Fraser revealed on the mic his new nickname that Fraser gave him yesterday, NASA. A little harsh, and as the runs started to stack up yesterday evening, and Middlesex were just swinging that little bit of pressure back. It did occur to Fraser at that point he'll never be able to face Mercer again if he wins this match.
Bowled another bit of movement up the slope there from Mercer. Continues to probe away from the nursery end, trying to find an opening. I think Middlesex here are looking at 3 down at lunch, what I think would be the minimum really for the game to continue to progress here. 35 minutes left before the lunch session, and I think that would be the minimum target from this point. So a big half an hour now in that will dictate the outcome of the game. Sussex continues to do what they've done. You can see them batting for most of the day here without too much of a problem. But Middlesex still hoping to break it open.
This isn't a bad ploy. Cover's coming across to 1 over 2 mid wickets now, 2 straight and short mid wickets. Right games from Mercer as that one holds its line and pushed to point. But again, opening up the drive as well, but that may well have been his last over anyway. What's he signalling? He's signalling Helm. Helm from the nursery end. 49 for 1.
So it looks like we got our wish from the media centre. Tom Helm off fresh from his 5 in the first innings, all 5 wickets taken at the nursery end, as you rightly pointed out earlier, Kev. So be interesting to see in this last half an hour if he can extract anything from the nursery end and continue his fine form. Holman continuing from the pavilion end. An interesting start, as we said, 2 full tosses and a short wide delivery, hoping to build a bit of pressure and control.
And Helm indeed picked up both of these, didn't he? Clark for 33, caught Robson. Allsop in the end, 135, caught Simpson. Low full toss again, just slips out. He's right arm over to the 2 left-handers here. A little bit to work with outside the off stump though, isn't there, if he comes around the wicket. It's the 50 up for Sussex in their second innings, 54.
Yeah, I haven't been out there, so seen the rough closely, but you can see on the camera there are some patches that Holman could look to exploit.
It's a nice line of length. They probably feel, I don't think you can see it quite on the camera there, but from our elevation looking on from the nursery end, I think they're more pronounced at the other end. If Holman were to bowl from the nursery, that's where Archie Lennon bowled from. Kept in between the mid wicket and the mid on. He's just struggling to land them here, isn't he? Which again, for a wrist spinner, especially a young wrist spinner, can be difficult.
So there's some of the patches at the other end that Kev was just mentioning there, and there's plenty of rough to work with if the leg spinner were to come from the nursery end.
I'm guessing the reason before lunch that they've put him on at the pavilion end though is just to give him a go, for 1, but for 2, the nursery end, he'd be blocking it off from Helm. He's going to come around the wicket now.
I also think here, because he's bowling against the slope, 2 left-handed batters, the ball could just slide across and bring Simpson and Eskenazi at slip into the game.
Drop short. I'll chase for Helm to hold them for 2 at low old father time.
Yeah, you can tell from Holman's reaction there, disappointed with his first 2 overs, although not too costly in terms of the scoreboard, only gone for 4 and over. Score moves on to a lead of 91 for Sussex, but I think he'll be disappointed with the sort of 4 full tosses and a couple of short wide ones, so almost 6 deliveries that have probably not landed where he would like them to go. We all know what a fine talent, all Middlesex members know what a fine talent Luke Holman is, and Captain Mercer will be hopeful that he can settle into his spell here and provide a little bit of threat, a little bit of wicket-taking threat against the 2 left-handed Sussex batters.
Stoneman's just come across to have a good chat with Holman at mid-wicket. Good chat with him in the first innings when he was bowling a lot to the left-handers. But here's Helm, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 4. to add to the 5 of the first that he took from the nursery end. Right in the spot. Change of ends. And change of line and length. Not to be underestimated either, really, is it? The effect that the change of ends can have on a bowler. Floodlights are being put up here at Lord's. Again, that rain, and there's no doubt about it, there's been a bit of rain in the distance. It's all slipped to the south so far. It's good again from Helm.
There's the nursery end slope that we were talking about, bringing the ball back into the left-handed Alsop. Very good lead, very good piece of batting there, but still enough hope in this for Middlesex with Helm bowling from the end where he took 5 wickets earlier on in the game. Still hopeful coming into the last half an hour before lunch.
Yeah, 1 now with 30 minutes before lunch. It's certainly put a little bit of pressure on, especially being Pujara, the man walking out. Big wicket of this innings. Oh, looks for the drive. And dies on its way through to Simpson.
Hell moving to round the wicket here. See a little bit, saw the previous ball keep low, threatened the off stump from over the wicket, the ball before then, so a change of angle and hopefully a change of luck for the Middlesex seaman.
Oh, and he lifts one and finds the edge, and Helm around the wicket from the nursery end has Alsop for the 2nd time in the match. Lifting ball through to Simpson, the change of ends, the change of fortune for Helm, his 6th of the match, 53 for 2.
What a delivery that looked from Tom Helm, a back of a length ball that looks like it's drawn Alsop into play, nipped away up the slope and through to Simpson, and a big wicket there of Alsop just opens the door again for Middlesex. What a delivery, very well bowled. Ball's bounced on Alsop there, who's been in fine form in this game and played beautifully, but just the slight opening that Middlesex would have wanted. Ball nicked through to Simpson there. Well earned wicket for a lot of disciplined bowling there from Middlesex. 53 for 2 Sussex off 22.4 overs. As we'll now see the Indian international batter Pujara coming in, and a huge wicket for Middlesex to pursue with 30 minutes more cricket played before lunch.
He picked up the pair of them, Clark and Alsop, from around the wicket as well at the nursery end. Just getting them to go back up the slope. Massive time to take the wicket, and these two now, Clark, although it was Alsop the centurion in the first innings, double centurion, Pujara makes his way out to bat. Clark's batting nicely, 44 of 76. This feels a huge partnership for Sussex. Yes, they're only 2 down, yes, they lead by 91, but if Middlesex were to add a third, if it was that man in particular, either of them, if they were to add a third before lunch now, it would be a slightly more nervy lunch interval for the visitors, having gone so far ahead in that first innings with the bat, and Middlesex having to claw their way back at the end yesterday evening.
It would. What a key time here. Just under half an hour to go before lunchtime. Middlesex have just got a slight opening here to be able to try and force a bit more pressure onto the middle order of Sussex as the high quality of Pujara walks to the wicket. Helm with his tail up now, 6 wickets in the match. And Middlesex hoping here that Pujara can be picked off early to really set some doubt into that away changing room in the pavilion of Sussex.
I'm looking to Yadav. Surely Mercer says to him now, pavilion end please, or Roland Jones.
I think that's the move that Mercer will have to make here. Is Holman not really settled in his first 2 overs. That can happen as a young leg spinner, so no criticism there of him, but I suspect here that Mercer will look now to make the change from the pavilion end look to bring on Yadav. It is getting a little bit more overcast. It's looking a little bit gloomier out there. Does align itself to seam bowling with a new batter at the crease as well. Maybe just a word in your overseas player here to tee him up to have a go at his international teammate.
It's taking a long time here. What is it? It's something down at deep third. They're looking for a short leg or something from the dressing room. Yeah, the helmet's being thrown down from Richard Johnson on the balcony. You might have just seen it there, drop down to the 12th men.
Yeah, it looks like it. Stoneman and Holden down there. Holden just supervising. He's obviously not going to go in there, but it looks like Mark Stoneman, minus his moustache this morning, is going to go in somewhere in the leg side here, whether at short leg or whether at a close leg slip perhaps. Probably more a short leg, just to try and catch Pujara unawares early on in his innings.
I'm not sure he's looking wholly happy with that delay there ahead of his first ball.
I'm sure he won't worry too much with his experience.
There they are, 3 slips in the short leg. Oh, and he lifts on first ball. Through the gully region it goes. Wow. Well, that was how he nearly fell. Last ball of the first day to Yadav. And this one, he edges through the vacant gully.
Yeah, helmet, back of a length delivery here, just rising, a bit shorter than that, just rising on Pujara, hitting the splice of the bat, that looks like, and lobbing over the slip cordon. That's why Captain Murtagh asked for a short leg, or Bowler Helm asked for a short leg even, just to put that short ball under pressure early. And a bit of luck there for Pujara, first delivery, a fantastic couple of deliveries for Helm, who's really got his tail up now, looking to open another door for Middlesex.
Short, uppercut and 6. A shot that is by Clark, brings up his 50 from 77 deliveries. And some of that lifts Helm, a short boundary it is, into the grandstand, but nonetheless quite the response from him. 77 deliveries and 6 fours, and that is first and 6. Really fine 50 from him.
Very composed innings from the young Sussex opening batter. Has been very impressive, as I said previously during this game. A score in the first innings backed up with 50 off 77 balls, 6 fours and 1 6 in the second innings. He's played very, very well here and anchored this innings really well for Sussex. Yadav back into the attack as per your request, Kev, from the pavilion end here. His international teammate just before lunch on day 4. Middlesex hoping that the bowler can win the international battle.
Well, it was from the pavilion end that he took that edge of Pujara in the first innings over Robson at second. So ready to go again there now. Holman at third, Eskenazi's at slip. Stoneman steps forward at short leg.
And the short leg remains, so clearly a plan against Pujara. Might see Yadav slide in a short ball here early on in this over.
Shorty goes first, and that's hooked away down to long leg. Around comes Milan, they have a single.
Clearly a plan to test Pujara on the short ball. We saw what a fine player he is all round the ground in the first innings and in the game at Hove in the second innings there, where he made a big score. So Middlesex looking to exploit that short ball early on in his innings, maybe catch him unaware. We've seen the threat that can have in the previous delivery that he faced from Helm.
It's hard to say there's an area of doubt with Pujara, but I've seen a little bit of chatter about it online as well. Indian fans, that's the one area, the short ball. Can you get it in with the short ball? Middlesex will certainly try it.
No shortage of effort here from the Middlesex bowlers this morning. They've continued to be disciplined, continued to try and bowl balls in the right area to threaten the stumps in the front pad.
To go back to Merchant Taylors. Is it a bit of a correction from MTS from them, just sharpen the focus perhaps, because it does feel they bowled an awful lot better here at Lords this week?
Yes, definitely. The bowling unit haven't, in the previous 3 championship games, performed very well as a unit. There have been very good individual moments and individual spells at Chesterfield, at Trent Bridge and at Merchant Taylors, but probably this game is the first where 2 or 3 bowlers have backed it up together.
He goes short with that one. That goes up in the air, but fine of long leg coming around. Luke Holman, they've taken 2. Clark's on to 52. Middlesex won't mind that though.
Not at all. Just some signs here that something's happening. 20 minutes before lunch now. We saw a short ball from Helm in the previous over, just lob over the slips from Pujara. This one, short ball from Yadav to the left-handed Clark, a top edge that's just dropped in the vacant space between, pretty equidistant between Simpson behind the stumps and Holman down at fine leg for Middlesex.
Silent leg. Sloman throws to the non-strikers then, make sure Pujara's in his ground. Yeah, they'd love another half an hour, 40 minutes now. It's 20 minutes to lunch. Don't want these minutes to go through too quickly, Middlesex.
No, not at all. Some really good signs in the last few overs here that something could happen. But important that Middlesex might remain disciplined in this time as well while trying to break it open. The lead is 101, 2 wickets down, Sussex.
Second ball here in front of points. That means Clark will keep the strike. 63 for 2, end of the 24th. Yeah, the lead's 102 now. But the stat at the bottom of the screen that I think Middlesex would have just been really aware of was that run rate, 2.6. They wouldn't want it to be much more than that on this final day. To begin with anyway, to make sure that at least that pressure was there. And again, that pressure's there not by hiding the ball outside off stump. They've put it on a good line and length and said, well, if you want to score runs, you're going to have to do it off good deliveries.
They have a very good bowling performance from Middlesex this morning. As you said, a lot of discipline shown by the bowlers, especially the 4-seam bowlers. Sussex equally disciplined with their batting, creating a fascinating last 20 minutes of our morning session.
That's the line he's looking for around the wicket. Picks up a single, brings Pujara onto strike. Just the 13th run that Helm has conceded. It looks good there, that column on the right. Had a number 12 from 5, 1 for 12 from 5.1 Helm. It's pretty much what Middlesex were looking to operate at, but it's been with threat all the way through. The bat has been in play an awful lot. There aren't many leaves that you can think of, many where the bat's been lifted up in the air, and Sussex batters have happily let that ball slide through to Simpson. Edged and taken a slip. Pujara's gone. Pujara's gone for 2. Helm has a 7th in the match, held by Eskenazi. Goodness me, that seemed to hang in the air for a long time. Probably the magnitude of the moment. It's a big one here on the final morning at Lord's. Sussex are 3 down. Their double centurion of the first innings. Their captain, Pujara, heads back to the pavilion, and Helm is the man once more for Middlesex.
Yeah, we said 3 wickets before lunch was Middlesex's minimum. 15 minutes to go before lunch and they have their third. The key wicket of Pujara, a fantastic back of a length delivery from Tom Helm. Ball has just left him slightly and Eskenazi looks like he's joggled it a little bit at slip there. We'll see from this angle. I don't think it's gone in cleanly, but Middlesex won't mind as that's a huge wicket. Yeah, a little bit of juggling caught on Eskenazi's chest. He'll claim it. And a fantastic piece of bowling from Tom Helm there to work over the overseas player of Pujara. Roughed him up with his first delivery, which lobbed over slip, and his second delivery he's bowled to him. A beauty that's been caught or held on to by Eskenazi. And it was so exciting that it got you out of your seat, Kev.
Well, they so often do here at Lord's. It's just had the feel about it this match, hasn't it, yesterday? As I said, it rolled back the years, really, didn't it? From Roland Jones thumping that ball to all parts, Helm playing his part. In Eskenazi's defence, it kept on rising, that ball, didn't it? Just kept going, and we've talked about a few that have kept low. Pace and bounce from Helm, and it was pace and bounce that troubled Carter in the first innings from Helm. He didn't play Helm with a great deal of comfort, nor did Rawlins.
He didn't, and Middlesex now on the hunt for the 4th wicket just before lunch, just to create even more doubt into that Sussex changing room. It's a young lineup coming in. Clark obviously playing beautifully for his 55. Carter slightly more experienced Rawlins, then Lenham and Ibrahim. So Middlesex sniffing an opening here and would love to put the young batter Carter under some pressure.
3 slips, a leg gully and a short leg. A bouncer first up. I think he's going to have to expect a bit of that. He did. He got himself into some awkward positions in the first innings with bat Carter for his LBW to Roland Jones in the end for 12. But Helm had put him under some pressure, right? And then likewise with Rawlins. Rawlins was caught at backward point, gully, by Holman. Lifting ball to the shoulder of the bat. But Pujara in both innings for Helm as well.
Middlesex just be hoping for one more beauty from Helm here in the remaining overs just before lunch. What a fantastic morning it's been.
Top bowls, edged along the floor, right back on the stumps. Clark handled the bat, soft hands, gave himself the chance. That's what we keep saying, isn't it? As a batter on a morning like this, you just try and do the things, all the things right that you can, and Clark and Orr did that for a long while.
They did. Clark, Allsop very watchful in at number 3 there for Sussex, but Middlesex have just found an opening. Helm has managed to find something in this wicket from the nursery end again. We've set ourselves up here for a great little finish before lunchtime.
4 slips now. Oh, that's wonderful from Helm. This is Helm at his very best. This is Helm's start of the season. We've seen it many times over the years from Tom Helm, but this is Helm putting it together in a season like he hasn't done before, I'd suggest, and this spell at the moment is irresistible.
It has been found a bit of swing. Those cloud conditions that you were talking about this morning have seemed to have reappeared a little bit over the back of the pavilion from our vantage point. Helm managing to find a little bit of swing. Carter's feet look a little bit caught on the crease here.
He's got right in behind that one, Carter, and he gets off the mark with a single. Backward a point, end of the 25th. End of an over that has seen Pujara claimed for the second time in the match by Helm, who has 7 for in the game. First time he took a 5 for at Lords in that first innings. He's got 2 in the second now. 66 for 3. The lead 104. There are 71 overs remaining in this match. Well, it feels as though this game is very much alive. This is the morning Middlesex hoped of on the first morning. They knew that they had no choice but to have a morning like this on the final morning, and they've bowled well enough to create these chances.
Middlesex have been very, very patient here. As I mentioned a moment ago, the key score is the lead in the bottom right hand corner of the screen. 104 for 3 essentially Sussex are. Middlesex managed to keep a lid on the scoring rate, keeping it at 2.64. They've picked up some key wickets this morning. Be hopeful that the overseas bowler Yadav here can work a bit of magic and come to the party.
Single, or Ricardo gets him off the strike. Clark's the man. Can find that wicket, can find Clark. 50 to his name. He's batted really well this morning, or dug in hard, really dug in hard, but Clark has scored at a good rate without ever being reckless, without being overly positive either. He's just played it well, hasn't he? He's defended well. Good. It's good again from bowler and from batter.
It has been very impressive from Clark here. He's anchored this innings really, really well. 84 balls now he's faced for his 54 runs. He's rarely looked in trouble, and he's been a real key player for Sussex in this morning session here. Middlesex hoping to break it open and get one more wicket before lunch. And the wicket of Clark would be a lovely moment.
Goes full, dug out for a single, out to deep points. Peter Milan out there. As I mentioned, those 2 dropping back to protect the good balls. That was an attempted Yorker. Dug out. We'll have half an eye on that lead. Once it gets over 200, you're obviously asking for a lot to happen after tea to chase something like that. 7 wickets. One more now before lunch, but one either side of lunch all of a sudden, and the pressure will be mounted massively on Sussex.
It will be the Middlesex strength and conditioning coach Andy Mitchell's famous for saying all we need now is 7 or 8 quick wickets and we're right in this game, and that's exactly what Middlesex will be hoping for.
But it's the first time in the match that Middlesex have turned 1 into 2, other than the night watchman, and that 1 into 2, one of them was Pajara. So they've chosen the right moment to do it, and again, huge credit was put on Sussex up here in the first innings for not allowing 1 to ever turn into 2 at any point, and ever building momentum for Middlesex. Momentum built up for Curry yesterday morning. He picked up 4 in 10 overs. And that's the kind of thing that Sussex have got to be very, very wary of.
Another short ball there from Yadav, again trying to test out Carter's ability off the back foot. We saw a lot of that in the first innings, and I suspect we'll see a lot more of that. Hoping for 3 more overs before lunch here. 2 for Helm, 1 for Yadav. And Middlesex would dearly love a 4th wicket here, with the lead of 106 at the moment for Sussex. 70 overs left in the day.
Looking over the back of the pavilion again, where it's got a little bit darker. This time over more towards the Warner stand, over the top of the Warner. And that's the bit that could catch us if it comes this way. Certainly a bit of rain falling over there. The majority of it's all gone, well, all of it's gone. You can see just over the back of the Warner there. It was all over the back of the pavilion earlier. Oh, now nothing involved, just a bit of pad straight to short leg.
A hopeful appeal here for Middlesex. Helm around the wickets, angling the ball back into the left-handed Clark. Looks like a thick bit of knee roll there as the ball loops up to Mark Stoneman at short leg, and an appeal in hope rather than an expectation, turned down by umpire Rob White.
Way off the body again, this time down to long leg. Yeah, the grey cloud swelling up behind the Warner and the pavilion. Earlier it was all behind the pavilion. I thought it would come this way, but it slipped off to the south. A bit behind the Warner there, we can just see a plane creeping over the top of the Warner at our slightly more elevated position out towards Heathrow. We'll be lucky if that doesn't just catch us at some point. Another good from Helm. Right in the middle would be lunch. Right in the middle of lunch would be nice if it does head this way. I said this could be this 20 minutes will go through quickly for Middlesex. It can't go quickly enough for Sussex at the moment. 8 minutes until the interval. We're desperately trying to speed up time somehow out there, Sussex.
Yeah, I think I don't want to over-egg it too much, but these 15 deliveries that we're likely to see now before the lunch break could have a pretty big outcome on this game. Sussex can circumnavigate them and not lose another wicket. They'll go into lunch relatively more comfortable than they are currently.
Again from Helm, good again from Carter, who was pronounced behind that one, wasn't he? You could see he was keen to get back and across.
Yep. Getting outside the line of off stump there, Carter, to ensure that he covers the away swing of Helm, and the movement off the surface from the nursery end. Lined that up very, very well. Wonder here if Helm will go back to the short ball just to see if Carter's feet will stop moving. Sometimes the bowlers use a short ball just to shut the batter's footwork down, but he has lined up that last delivery especially well.
He goes full looking for the LBW and he's gone! Helm has an 8. Middlesex have a 4th in the Sussex second innings, a lead of 107, and that was brilliant from Helm. He'd seen Carter going back and across and put it right up there on the stumps. Plum LBW, 69 for 4.
Well, what do I know? I said that Helm could look to go short. He's gone the complete opposite. Pitched the ball up to Carter there, who is across his stumps, trying to cover his off-stump line there. The danger of setting yourself on that line is if the ball doesn't swing or if it's a touch straight, it does bring the LBW into play there. And that's Middlesex's 4th wicket. And it looks like a pretty decent decision there, I think, from umpire Rob White at the nursery end. 69 for 4 now, Sussex, with an over or so left before lunch. What a morning it's been.
Well, it was 1 of 2, wasn't it? You were absolutely right. It really was 1 of 2, and that's where Carter, he'd have known that as well. Helm's either going to tickle the ribs or he's going to go full and try and target the stumps, but he was backing what he'd been doing anyway up to that point, Carter, because it was working for him. But he just had to, in his mind, know if he does go full, I've got to make sure I get bat on it. He didn't, and Helm gets his reward.
The exciting Delray Rawlins walking out for Sussex here. Delray's reputation goes before him. A fine player, very talented, very clean striker of the ball. Probably against his natural instincts here to have to dig in during this period now. And Middlesex will be hunting their 5th wicket before lunch.
5 from a very difficult 10 deliveries faced in the first innings. The majority of them were against Helm. He got himself in some really awkward positions, playing a few short of a length deliveries from Tom Helm. It's a slow walk to the middle.
So we watch that clock tick past now. 5 minutes to go before the luncheon interval here. 1 ball left in Helm's over. Then we'll see Yadav again running in from the pavilion end after this. Is there time for another one after that? Possibly, possibly not. Sussex will be doing all they can to slow this down.
4 slips, short leg, and Helm around the wicket to Rawlins. Bowled right onto the off stump, and he was only partially forward to it. That was what Helm was backing there. Feet weren't moving, but he gets the bat down on it. Crucially, that's what Carter wasn't able to do. 69 for 4. Three was the minimum really this morning, wasn't it? It felt like 3 was the minimum.
It did. Sussex and Middlesex will both know here that the next 2 batters probably coming in are the 2 youngsters. Ibrahim, very fine young player, 17 years old. Lenham, very talented young player, 17 years old. And Middlesex will be looking to exploit that inexperience in the lower middle order of Sussex. Yadav prepares himself for his final over before lunch. I'm sure Murtagh's asked him to run in and try and make something special happen in this 6 deliveries.
Yeah, 3 in the morning, 7 in the afternoon. That's why 3 is the minimum. If you get 3 in the morning, you've got to then take 7 in the afternoon and knock them off after tea. 7 is a lot to take in a session. 4 in the morning, 6 in the afternoon. Sounds a little bit better. Now they've only added 69 runs this morning for the loss of, I think it's in the bottom left corner, that, isn't it? Oh, he's played on! There goes a 5th, 69 for 5, and Clark on the back foot plays on. Yadav has his first wicket at Lords for Middlesex, and a perfect time to take it as well.
We would have asked, and Tim Murtagh would have asked his overseas bowler Yadav for something special. Clark has played fantastically this morning for his 56, but has been undone by the international overseas bowler just before lunch. Short delivery from Yadav. Clark on top of the bounce, but unable to stop the ball from rolling back onto his stumps there. I can't praise Clark highly enough for his innings there. He's played with a lot of composure, and a little bit of fortune has gone Middlesex's way there with the inside edge down onto the stumps. 69 for 5. What a morning of cricket we've seen here at the home of cricket.
Oh, and they're going off for lunch. Oh, that must have taken a little bit of thought there. 69 for 5. Well, that card was just up there a second or so ago, but all you need to see is that top right corner. He scored 56 of the 69 runs this morning, which is huge, absolutely huge, to have picked him up just before lunch now. Middlesex will feel a little bit rough. We were wondering whether they'd have got another over before lunch, but the wicket has delayed them enough. They have gone off, to be fair, the umpires have gone off by the clocks that we've had up here, 59 minutes past on each of the days. So obviously Old Father Time there's just slightly ahead. Well, Old Father Time or the Grim Reaper. It's felt like a Grim Reaper this morning for Sussex. 5 wickets in the morning, Alan Coleman. Minimum 3. 4 would have been lovely. 5 was the stuff of dreams. And Pujara.
5 and Pujara, exactly right. Only 1 wicket taken for the vast majority of that session, and that was a run out as well. So it would have been easy for Middlesex and their bowlers to lose hope, but credit, they kept pushing, kept plugging away, kept going at the Sussex batters, and a really, really pleasing finish there for the Middlesex changing room. Deep into Sussex's younger lower and middle order here now, and then with the bowlers to come, there'll be plenty of looking over the shoulders in the Sussex change room there, and hopefully Middlesex, energised after their nice Lord's lunch, will come out firing after lunch to see if they can break open the previous 5 wickets.
Well, Sussex are in a very difficult position now, actually, because how do they go about it for the afternoon? The lead is only just past 100. Rawlings, as you said, can score quickly. Both he and Carter got themselves in difficult positions in the first innings against Helm, so Rawlings will get some of the short stuff again, I'm sure, from Helm. Ibrahim batted nicely as well, didn't he? But a lead of 107, they can't go too much into a shot. And again, credit Middlesex, this is like the commencement of yesterday morning before
It is a bit of a sticker or twist time here for Sussex. Do they continue to try and take as much time out of the game as possible? Do you allow a player with the natural flair that Rawlings has had just to go out and try and move the game forwards and take a bit of an educated gamble with that? A really tricky period here for Sussex to try and get through, but some fantastic bowling from Middlesex there has really earned this opportunity to try and drive the game forwards again, and some positive batting last night. Let's not forget the positive batting of last night that's actually set up this morning. So some very brave decisions from Middlesex have allowed a stronger foothold into the game, and we've now set ourselves up for a fantastic afternoon of cricket.
4 fell in 10.1 overs yesterday morning. 4 have just fallen in 4.4, and well, again, where they struggled in the first innings to turn 1 into 2, Middlesex, they've made up for it in the second, and this game is very much alive. Thank you very much, Alan Coleman. I don't know if you need to be glued to that seat now. It's a wonderful spell. Gus Fraser hasn't done too much with the ball in this match, so we'll negotiate that at lunch, but we'll be back in just under 40 minutes then to pick up the commentary here. This game is very much alive and kicking, and as long as the weather holds, and that is a bit of an if sadly on this final day, if the weather holds, then it should be a cracking final couple of sessions to come. Join us back in just under 40 minutes with the live stream from Lords. Thanks again to Alan Coleman, from myself, Kevin Handel. Take a break with Sussex in a spot of bother. They're 69 for 5.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Middlesex has made a shot and just behind the pavilion, and that's James Harris Gardens that provide students clothing, leisure, gifts and accessories to club members. Along the Middlesex Cricket kit that will be open until 5 o'clock today. And retail shop and find a range of boards, SCC and team merchandise, including Brentford kit, gift souvenirs and leisure wear. And Grosvenor shop is open until 6 o'clock today. Also, the full range online, bought via store.org, and MCC by mccstore.org. International shipping is available. With some scores in the other matches taking place around the country today, as we mentioned, the whole Trafford has been raining at the moment, so no play possible or looking likely in games with England and Southampton, match 2 of that series. And also no play possible this morning in Taunton, the match between Somerset and Yorkshire. Somerset set to a team on 225-6 in their set innings, a lead of 373. No play there so far today. There has been quite a sharp game between Hampshire and Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire following on 316-6 against Hampshire. It means they lead by 60 runs with 4 wickets remaining. They are not helped by the fact that Miles Hammond was dismissed in the final over before lunch. He was out for 169. Ryan Hickman still there on 62. But work for the host to do to save that match this afternoon. Results in the key over where Surrey beat Middlesex by 6 wickets, reaching their target of 162 with relatively Rory Burns only 40. At Edgbaston was on there as well. Kent have won by 177 runs. Warwickshire all out for 147 in their second innings. So Kent are winning by 177. And also further goal at Northampton, where Lancashire have got to their victory time of 278 for the loss of 6 wickets. Will Williams and Washington Sundowns sitting over the line. So Lancashire continuing their excellent season to victory by 4 wickets. And a derby by Nottinghamshire playing Derbyshire, the Lions knocked 618 for 8. Derbyshire all out 318, following on by 84 for the wicket, means they still trail by 216 runs. Day 3 of the match at Grace Road, where Leicestershire are playing Glamorgan in reply to Leicestershire's 584. Glamorgan currently 242 for 2. Sam Murphy's 114 not out. William Colin Ingram on 103. And Middlesex back to third led by Tim. To resume for Sussex, Sarah Roy, James Small, the incoming batter, Dan Ibrahim.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. The players out and ready to go. Of course, they went off a couple of minutes early, so back out a couple of minutes early as well. After the fall of the wicket of Clark just before lunch for 56, 69 for 5 Sussex, and in a bit of bother, 3 for 14 for Tom Helm from 7 overs. It's been a wonderful performance from him. The lead 107, and the sky is relatively clear at the moment. There's a little bit of rain in the distance once again. But Middlesex will hope they've got the best part of the 69 overs remaining of this match to try and build this pressure again after lunch. 5 in the morning session, and of that 69, 56 was scored by Clark. So runs have been at a premium for everybody but for Clark, including Pujara, who fell the latest of Helm's victims, the latest to go before lunch, though, fell to Yadav, though. Clark gone for 56, playing on. Quick ball, short ball on the back foot. And it's going to be Yadav to finish the over. 3 slips and a gully, 3 slips and a short leg go down. That one's right up there again, pushed back into the onside. 3 to go of the over, 27 gone then. So in comes Ibrahim after a fine performance in the first innings with the bat. The 17-year-old really defied Middlesex and had a good partnership with Pujara, but this man, Yadav, will be hoping with the ball that's only its 28th over. There's still a chance for him to get in amongst them immediately after the interval. Oh, that comes back down the slope. What a good leave. What a good leave that was. We'll have another look at that one. I'm Kevin Hansman, delighted to say alongside me after lunch, Martin Anderson.
Hello, Kevin. Well, what spell that was before lunch, that from Helmi and Yadav for 2 short wickets now. Yeah, also. And Clark looked like they're going along nicely, but yeah, 4 quick wickets.
It's back in again and strikes somewhere amidship.
Yeah, it's just nip back in nicely, maybe a little inside edge and going over there. Yeah, let's see what happens in this ball.
Nice over, went full up going down the leg side. Went up optimistically on that one, but just with the slope he was going to do well to convince the umpire of anything. In that one, leg by 2 in the over, so 28 done. That's the last 4 balls that over that started before lunch. 70 for 5. Ibrahim and Rawlings, just 5 faced between them, and Ibrahim will keep the strike. So Martin Anderson alongside myself, Kevin Hans. Yeah, thanks guys, they've thrown that on you.
Yeah, looks like Helmi's continuing after lunch from the nursery end.
Where were you watching that spell before lunch?
I was actually coaching, well, maybe not coaching, but watching Blake bowl some on the nursery ground, so didn't see everything, but from the highlights, pretty sensational. So hopefully he can recreate that after lunch.
Yeah, it was magnificent stuff from Helm. It really was. So he has figures of 3 for 14 from 7 in this innings, 8 in the match. First 5 for at Lords for Tom Helm. Can he make it a 10th in the match? That was the ball that he picked up Carter with before the interval. Went full and straight after Carter was going back and across, to push on through a little bit quicker. But Ibrahim, mightily impressive debut last year at 16. Top scorer 92 in first class cricket, so no mug. Just working out, Ibrahim played in that game last year when Middlesex hit the 677. His highest score 92, so is yours.
Apparently. You know better than me.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary game. Well, both matches last year down at Hove and this. 370 the chase for Middlesex. What will they be chasing today, if anything? Got to pick up 5 more wickets first, and of course they've got to hope that the weather plays its part. I think that certainly aided matters this morning. It was that way for Curry yesterday. It clouded over a bit. In with that 4-foot. Clouded over again this morning. Behind this one again. Impressive start for that young man, 16 years of age when he made his debut last year, and, performing with bat and ball. What do you remember much, or do you remember much of him from last year at all?
Yeah, well, he shaped up really nicely, definitely with the bat when we played him last time, and he looks like 36 in the first innings. He's done it again against us here. Hopefully he won't do it for too long today, and Helmy can sneak one through him here.
Good line length again from Helm. The edge from Ibrahim gets off the mark with 4, down to the vacant third. 74 for 5.
Yeah, just a bit of swing there. Played ball nicely, nice and late. Soft hands went away for 4. So Kevin, how do you maybe see this game? As the expert.
Has Gus Fraser been preparing you for this spell?
Maybe.
Well, I did say to Gus yesterday morning, end of the over 74 for 5. If Middlesex can get 50, 80 behind at the end of the first innings, then they're just in the game. He kind of had a wry smile on his face looking at me yesterday morning. So when I put it back to him again last night, he said you can't claim Roland Jones smashing 85 as Middlesex going to what I'd predicted yesterday morning, or not predicted, but just one of the ways it could go. I think Middlesex will be very disappointed if they can't build the pressure on this man Rawlings. He had a difficult first innings against the pace of Helm, and now Shadov, I think he'll have very much been given that brief. He'll have seen it himself. Short legs in place, 2 slips, deep square and a long leg as well, so expect a bit of the short stuff again.
Looks like there might be a few short ones. Without wanting to state the obvious, these two obviously the key wickets, and we'll know that Delray can score pretty quickly, so which will obviously make it more difficult for Middlesex to chase if we do get the 5 wickets. So hopefully we can get rid of them early or keep them quiet.
I'd fancy if there's 67 overs left, which there is at the moment, but weather might play its part. If there's a full 67 overs, I'd be very surprised if we're not still on the edge of our seat with an hour to go tonight. They've just brought in 3rd slip. Luke Holman's just going a little bit wider there, you can see. Gully now. It's a wide 3rd slip. He didn't quite go as wide as Gully. There you go, straight onto the body. Steered by Rawlings down to deep back on square leg. Yeah, and Coleman and I were weighing it up. As soon as it gets over 200, then it just means you've really got an awful lot to do after tea on the final day. But 200's possible, as we saw after tea yesterday. Incredible stuff for Roland Jones. Were you on the ground yesterday for that one?
No, I was at home. I missed that in person, but I was following the stream, listening to you as always.
Nicely done the single there. It was Gus who was on with me last night. He was taking over.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone appreciated Gus's tone. It's probably pretty similar to mine here. Enthralling voice. But yeah, anything is possible to chase in the last session with that small boundary towards the grandstand. It was cool.
Oh, goes past the edge again. No ball calls. Overstepping. But Rawlins, he looks tetchy at the moment. Back and across again on that one. He gets quite squared up. He really did against Helm yesterday. Yesterday, the day before, wasn't it?
Well bowled. Looks like that's just seamed away nicely from Yadav. Yeah, very close.
That's a little bit of movement that wasn't there first thing this morning. Yadav from the nursery ends, Helm from the pavilion at that point. Mercer replaced Yadav, and then Roland Jones likewise bowled nicely. Really did. Bowled fantastically to Pujara in the first innings. Roland Jones passed his edge an awful lot, even late in the innings. Is that a chance?
I think that's just bounced just in front of short leg, but definitely a very attacking field, so hopefully get some chances soon.
Well, this is where he seems to get himself in a bit of trouble against Helm. And he's ridden that nicely in front of Stoneman, but he seems to get quite squared up to the shorter stuff. Leg side again, attacking the stump, single down to deep backward square leg. Wants to come of the over, so we'll get another go at Rawlins before the over's done. But Ibrahim batted really well in that first innings at the 50 partnership. When the 50 partnership was brought up with Pujara, I think he'd had about 30 of them by that point, and as I made the point at the time, there was a fair few extras involved in that as well. So Middlesex had gone at him with short stuff actually, and it didn't really work. He seemed to be playing it quite nicely. Rawlins, on the other hand, hasn't enjoyed the short stuff quite as much. And there he goes with that one, but he's steered it nicely out to deep square. Played that a little bit better, and well, sometimes being positive can be the better way, rather than letting them bowl at you. Which I wonder if they'll have to find a ploy. In fact, that was what Alan Coleman and I had just come to before lunch. How does Sussex go about it? Do they dig in? But then all of a sudden, a couple of quick wickets and lead now 119, or someone like Delray Rawlins, does he play his own game? Just if he sees the ball, it's got to go.
Yeah, I don't want to profess to be an expert on what the team wants to do in this situation, but I think Delray, with the way he plays, everyone knows that, you know, if he gets quick runs here, definitely takes the game, makes it much more difficult for Middlesex to win here. So yeah, I'll be telling him to play his natural game. Looks like the way he's taking on the short balls that he's going to do so.
Yep, there he goes. A little bit of width with that one from Helm as well, and they have 4 more. Helm just allows Rawlins to walk around him as the pair nearly run into each other at the non-striker's end. But
yeah, maybe a few words there as well, potentially. Helm is too much for that.
Well, he's had a big smile on his face all match long, Tom Helm. No surprise really. 5 for 100 in the first innings. Just taking your wickets at 20 on this pitch in the first 2 days is pretty good going. Tails that one back in. But yeah, Rawlins didn't play it comfortably at all from Helm in the first inning, so how he goes about it, I'm trying to remember whether he was over the wicket to Rawlins attacking him with the shorter stuff in the first innings, or whether he did come around the wicket. But around the wicket's been very effective for him this morning from the nursery end, as it was in the first. Almost all of his wickets in the first innings came from around the wicket, apart from Pujara, who was one of the last of them to go. But Rawlins was picked up LBW by Roland Jones in the first dig. Bowled, well played, solidly in behind that. It was just when he gave him a bit more chin music in that first innings, which he hasn't done yet in this over. There's a long leg in place, deep backward square, very deep, the pair of them down there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if one of these next 3 deliveries were testing him out on the short ball here. I think, yeah, as you say, with that field, I'd be surprised if he didn't.
Goes full again. See if those feet are moving. 2 to go at the over.
What do I know? Hopefully he doesn't let me down here in the next 2 balls.
Max Holden in the background there. Obviously working out with Toby Rowland-Jones at mid-off.
I very much doubt it's anything too serious from Maxi, I think. We're just talking about something he had at lunch, I reckon.
Edged and taken at second slip. Robson has Rawlins. Helm has 9 in the match, 4 in this innings, 85 for 6, and they haven't had to wait long after lunch. The lead is 123. The tails are up for Middlesex at Lords.
Well, that's a massive wicket in the context of the game. Let's have a look at the replay, but it looks like it just held its line up the slope a little bit and caught very nicely at second slip.
From that angle, didn't look like it did too much. Just good line and length attacking that off stump. Let's have a look again from this angle.
Yeah, maybe not quite getting into the ball as if like maybe with that field set, was thinking about a bouncer coming down, well bowled again, and hasn't been talked about necessarily much this game, but Sam Robson's catching some excellent catches so far, and that one making it look easy again, really. Very helpful as a bowler to have a catcher like Mickey.
Was that one first innings? It was almost Strauss-esque, wasn't it? So yeah, he's gone a long, long way in that first innings. I'm trying to think who it was. One of the first ones to go for Helm, was it? It might have been also. No, it wasn't. It was Clark. Clark was the one that he claimed. So here comes Lenham, who was the light watchman in the first innings, and he likewise struggled with the short stuff from Helm. He was gone for a duck, caught Robson. Third ball duck. 17-year-olds, 2 17-year-olds out there now, Ibrahim and Lenham. The lead is 123. Helm's on for a 10-fer. They'll struggle to prize the ball from his hands for a little while now.
Yeah, I can imagine Tim's gonna struggle to get the ball out of his hand. I certainly wouldn't be letting it out in this position. He's obviously feeling very good, bowling nicely. So yeah, I can imagine he'll want a fair few more overs here.
Good line of length outside off to end the over. 85 for 6. Rawlins caught Robson. The bowling of Helm. It's a good point. How many has he taken in the match now, Robson? 2 in the first. And that's his first in the second. So just 3 in the match. But it's been... well, he dropped on off a no-ball first innings, didn't he? Fortunately, it was a no-ball. Off the bowling of Helm as well. As Yadav to continue at the pavilion. Have you had much to do with Yadav since he arrived? Have you been in the nets with him much?
No, not me personally. I saw him day 1 on the training day before the Merchant Taylors game. But yeah, definitely fitting in well with the boys. Enjoying him a lot.
Out of the hand, it looked as though that had shape on it, that ball. It just holds its line, doesn't it? I've seen that a couple of times in the match. I don't know, on the release, you just kind of think, this one's tailing back in and just holds its line straight on. Almost feels like a little bit of wobble out of the hand from him.
As we were talking about Helmy continuing bowling, it looks like Toby's warming up at mid-on here, so
pacey.
Wonder if Rojo will be following Umesh at the pavilion end shortly.
Yeah, warming up at mid-on, good chance. And Colin was telling us that Yadav prefers the nursery end here at Lord's. So whether he's the man to replace Helm, and this will be a short spell just after lunch. Straight, but turned down to Helm at long leg. Him on to 7. He was a real nuisance in the first innings. It was just at a point where Middlesex had hopes, I think, around of keeping them close to 400. And he came out, but fine partnership with Pujara pushing it on. 5:23 Sussex were in their first innings, 86 for 6 in their second. Now, for Lennon, 4 slips and a short leg. Oh, that's lovely. Top of off. Well played, Lennon, in behind it.
Yeah, played that nice and late. Doesn't look to be too phased by this. I remember, how old was he? 17. I think if I was facing Umesh when I was 17, I'd be quite nervous. But doesn't look too phased at all.
Oh wow! Deep in his crease as he keeps that one out.
Signalling as if that sort of kept a little bit low.
Well, that's the big thing, isn't it? In the if there is a chase today to be had for Middlesex, Sussex will have a little chance at Middlesex themselves. Let's say it's 180, for example. A couple of early wickets in that. Middlesex will still want the victory, so they won't shut up shop early. Well bowled again, well played. End of the over. 32 gone. 86 for 6. Roland Jones, you say, has been warming up, so whether it'll be a break now for Yadav and he comes back to replace Helm, we shall see. One thing's for sure, we won't be seeing a short spell here from Helm. 4 for 22 from 9 with 2 maidens in this innings. 9 in the match. 9 for what, 120 now? 125 maybe? Check his exact figures from that first innings.
Yeah, he's bowled very well all year. He's probably got well over 20 wickets now. Hasn't played all the games with a side injury, but looks fully fit now.
They're attacking the stumps again to Ibrahim. Again, that was how he got Carter. Yeah, the wickets this year. Helm 27, I think that's correct. On the live board now. 27 at 19.
Yeah, it's obviously very impressive, but everyone's saying that the balls have been, you know, a bit harder to bowl with this year than other years. He's obviously shining there, as with Toby, both averaging around 20 with the ball. Very impressive.
Some bloke called Afridi was averaging 25. It's good again from Helm. Right onto the spot. As I say, the short stuff didn't work against Ibrahim. He's roughed them up nicely from the nursery, and including Pujara. 2 edges in those few deliveries that Pujara had. One that went flying through the vacant gully and then picked up thereafter. But Ibrahim's played the short stuff well in this game. Cross once more. Ibrahim gets bad on it. 87 for 6. It's actually the role they've thrown to you a few times this year, and indeed last. I know Stuart Law was keen on that for you, the enforcer. Go and bully him a bit, tickle the ribs. Enjoyed that role?
It's whatever you're told to do for the team, really. I think yeah, we had a slightly different. I was often the 5th bowler last year, or 5th seamer, so I had a slightly different role. Yes. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's obviously can be nice to try and bowl a few bumpers, try take a few wickets, be the person who's trying to make a difference to the team. Yeah, not something that necessarily Helmy has to try here. I think the way he's been bowling nice and full, pitching it up, it's been enough for most of the batters, so he can keep going as he is.
Certainly wouldn't want him doing it to Ibrahim, because it just didn't work in the first innings. They really did persevere with that tactic. So Lennon, there's 4 slips. I'm sure one of them will be pushed up towards his chin. Runs that one. Back at a point. Pick up 2. No, they won't. Settle on the single. From Milan gets it in early. 88 for 6. Yeah, James Harris before switched his role a little bit to that and said, right, get it up around the ribs a bit more, bump him a bit, try and be the enforcer. Helm's pace, it's just come out nicely in this match. I don't think it's particularly been a tactic that he has to go with that. His line and length has been wonderful in this game. Oh, goes short. It's Ibrahim on that one. I think he has got a chest guard on, otherwise he'd be rubbing that right now. 88 for 6 at the end of the over.
After seeing him take that on like that and getting hit, the boys might be tempted to go again, maybe with another couple of short ones. But as he said, he played them pretty well in the first innings, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, he scored pretty quickly in that first innings. I think he can go back on his wagon wheel in a moment as well and see a lot of those 36, where it was LBW to Roland Jones, 36 from 85, 5 fours. Nadav has another at the pavilion end, so Roland Jones will have to wait. Fully on the attack. 4 slips and a short leg. Oh, look at that loop. Swings once going past the batter. Simpson actually did well to get a glove to that. Could have easily darted away as he headed away from the slips, leaving that gap. He had to go back towards slips to get a glove on it. 126 the lead. There's the chance here to keep it around 150. Bowled again. It's a lot brighter over the back of the pavilion now, which is great news. All the rain that we've seen has slipped away to the south. It looks pretty clear over the back of the Warner. Way to the right-hand side of the screen there. It all looks much clearer over there, which is good news, because it looks as though, that's the other side of the floodlight, it looks as though that's where it's coming from. Let's run away to backward point. No run. Top work on the camera there from Dave. Yeah, it's always somewhere around there, somewhere over the back of the Allen or back of the Warner, either side of the pavilion. Try and work it out. There was a load of grey stuff behind the pavilion, but fortunately slipped to the south.
Looks like after Toby's fielding early on with that run out, he's been promoted to field at backward point. So covering ground nicely at backward point, the opening bowler.
Got Stephen Finroll. Oh, that lifts. And Roland Jones comes in from point to collect. Yeah, Finn pushed for that role for England, didn't he, at backward point for a long while.
Really bounced off a length that. It's ridden that pretty well, to be honest. It's, could have easily have caught the glove and gone straight up, but it's gone down.
Pushed him back, goes full, single taken. Attempted sliding stop there from Milan at mid-on. They're going to get back for 2. I don't think massively Middle will mind that he's got one more ball at Lennon this over. Incredible pressure on two 17-year-olds in a match where Sussex have been so happy at the close of their first innings. And for the first 4 wickets of the Middlesex first innings, they'd have been delighted as well. There he goes, bumper to end the over. 90 for 6, 34 gone. Everyone will have strike. It's been a funny one here at Lords. I mean, it is the ground, as Chris Rogers always used to say, look up, not down. Middlesex looked down on the first morning because they knew the first couple of days, and perhaps the entire week, if the weather had have held, which the forecast, who knows, that blazing sunshine and heat, there's the potential that this game would play that way throughout the 4 days, but they looked down at the little bit of greenness that there was on that first morning. Didn't particularly aid them, but again, if they'd have got Allsop with that big LBW call on the first morning and Sussex were 2 down quickly, then it could have been a different game. But certainly days 3 and 4 has just been a little bit more cloud cover around. Oh, chipped up. No short mid-wicket this time. There's been a number of mid-wickets in this game, not on this occasion for Ibrahim.
Yeah, I think with that it can obviously look like some people might question the decision whether to bowl first, especially when it's a 40-degree day and the pitch looked flat, and the outcome was that Sussex batted most of the day. But
nearly again.
But as a group, we sort of discussed taking more positive options this year, with the agreement that at Lords often it does do something in the first hour, and if you can try and take a bit of a risk and put it on the opposition and back yourself to score big in that second innings, or your own first innings, then you can really control the game. Obviously, it didn't necessarily pan out the way you wanted to day one with the ball.
Oh, look at that go the other way again on Simpson. Saw it in the last over, didn't we, from Yadav?
I just swung back on John after he beat the bat there. But yeah, it could have, as you say, Allsop could have got out early and things could have been very different. But yeah, as I said, we back ourselves to bat big in that first innings and try and control the game from there, and let's take wickets at the end here like we are today.
Nearly half an hour after lunch. Got one. Can't get greedy on days like this, can you? It's an incredible position Middlesex find themselves in, but you equally want to press an advantage, don't you? Ball, 35th over. Next side again and put away by Ibrahim. Moves on to 11, 94 for 6.
Yeah, he's clipped that away nicely. Helmy straying slightly on line, but nice and balanced, and it's clipped away. Lovely shot.
Top off again. Back and across again. They're getting right behind it. Thanks for now, Martin Anderson. He's going to make way. Blake Cullen is going to sit down alongside myself. Kevin Hand on the live stream at 94 for 6 after 35. And Ibrahim 11, Lennon 3. So, yeah, third over of this spell for Helmy. We were just working out 4 to start up from the pavilion, 4 from the nursery before lunch, and 4 from the 3 now from the nursery after lunch. Here's Roland Jones to rejoin the attack. None for 19 from 5 he started up with from the pavilion end.
Ball change at
To attack these two
17-year-olds.
17-year-olds using all his experience at the pavilion end. Blake Cullen's alongside me. Blake, first of all, how's the back? That's what everybody wants to know, really.
Yeah, afternoon, Kev. It's going well, yeah. All good, going nicely. Yeah, had a bit of time off and then into the rehab, and now slowly sort of getting the intensity of bowling back up, running, all the usual things when coming back from back injury, really. Just going with that last week and then carrying it on this week.
Lips back in with the slope.
Yeah, no, the rehab's been nice, but I'm more excited to be watching this, to be honest. It's been a thrilling afternoon of play so far. It looks like it's building towards a good rest of the day here.
How did it happen, the injury? Because it wasn't a stress fracture of the back, was it? But it was the problem was it could be a stress fracture of the back. Wasn't that the answer on it?
Yeah, that's right. So it's called a stress response. I think the theory is that most bowlers around are likely to have something if they go for a scan on their back, or at least some of them. But when it becomes symptomatic with pain, which is sort of what I was going through for a few weeks or so, trying to get through it, that's when it becomes a bit of an issue and they start to worry that perhaps a fracture may be likely to start.
Leave again from Lennon, lining it up outside off. First glimpse of blue up above Lords since about 11 o'clock this morning. Middlesex would have been over the moon when they opened the curtains this morning and saw the grey sky at about 7-8 o'clock this morning, but it burnt through for the start of play in the first half an hour or so, blue skies. But actually wouldn't be the end of the world for a bit more blue sky now if they can wrap up these 4 wickets. Edged and just short of Robson at second.
Yeah, that's right. I turned up at about 8:45 this morning and I was very hopeful looking above, and just as people started warming up and getting going, the blue skies came. But since lunch it's clouded over nicely and offered a little bit in the air, especially for Helmy. I will hope that carries on for, fingers crossed, half an hour or so, and then blue skies come for when we stick the pads on.
It's amazing, isn't it, Lords? How, just a little bit of cloud cover and all of a sudden things happen. End of the over, 36 gone, 94 for 6. Ibrahim's on 11, Lenham's on 3. Middlesex on a roll at the moment. Just one since lunch, though. Blake Cullen's alongside myself, Kevin Hand, on the camera for this one, and yeah, sadly not on the field, but delighted to have you up here with us. How's it looking for the end of the season? Do you fancy you'll be back before the season's done?
That's the goal, yeah. I was sort of given the target of the start of September. I think we've got 3 4-day games across September, so to be back available for them is sort of my main goal, and it's quite nice to have that goal. I think a lot of people end up with back injuries and get told sort of their summer's over, so the opportunity to get back fit and put myself in the hat for selection has been quite nice throughout the rehab.
Nice pace, bounce and carry again from Helm. Shapes away down the slope. down the leg side. Two short middle wickets in place for Ibrahim here. As we said, he played the short stuff well in the first innings. It's 36. There they are on the right hand side. These two short mid wickets. They will settle in alongside Milan. Huge encouragement to keep it pretty much there, and just short of a length on that line as well for Helm with this field.
Yeah, I think he's certainly bowling nice and straight here to Ibrahim. Whether he's seen something, I don't know, with his front foot going slightly across, thinks he can get him caught in front with those two mid wickets there for a little bit of protection and perhaps a little chip up catch.
Bowled again, played it well. Ibrahim, he really has looked confident out there in this game. Sussex will hope this little bit of blue sky doesn't all of a sudden mean the ball stops doing a bit as it was before lunch. It's amazing how the ball just seems that little bit quicker under the leaden skies as well. Really the shoulder of the bat he was challenging before lunch, Helm. He's got that a little bit fuller again, whether that was because they were impressed the way he played the short stuff in the first innings.
I just think while that movement's there for him, I think he'll try and make the most of it by getting it up there around sort of off stump with a little bit of shape, and if the one comes back up the slope and hits the pad, then that will be the killer delivery for him.
Leave to end the over. 37 done, 94 for 6. Real blow, the injury as well. Miss out on the 100 this year for yourself in August.
Yeah, gutting news. Would have had that just coming up, leading into it. Thoroughly enjoyed playing it last year and was looking forward to getting another go.
This ball's full, pushed up to mid-off, no run. Blue sky over Lords, the sun's nearly coming out again. They could put those floodlights back down. They went up just before tea. They were never turned on, the lights, but it really has brightened up here. Middlesex will hope that the pressure, though, the pressure of the situation keeps this life in the ball, life in the pitch and life in the game.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing from the bowler's perspective here, that they just keep their foot on the throat and make sure Sussex don't really go anywhere. I think a few maidens build up the pressure, and if that lead stays down below sort of the 200 mark, they'd back themselves to chase that, I'd imagine, within 40 overs or so. So just keeping that lead down while the pressure builds, and hopefully bring the wickets with it.
Lords looking glorious. The outfield illuminated as the sun breaks through for the first time pretty much since the start, as we were saying, when untimely sunshine this morning at Lords after a little bit of overnight rain. Just hope that rain stays away this afternoon, because you would fancy at some point Middlesex will be out there at the bat and trying to get after whatever runs are left. This is good from Lennon though, 24th delivery there, and he's keeping them out. Hasn't looked untroubled, but equally hasn't looked overly troubled. Bit to think about for Middlesex, 94 for 6. Bit to think about for the skipper, he's taking his cap off. Mercer's back, replacing Helm. 4 for 27 from 12, so 4, 4 and 4, his 3 spells. 4 to begin with from the pavilion end, 4 before lunch at the nursery, and another 4. So 8 overs either side of lunch from the nursery, and that was what I was wondering, just how long can he go on even with the break for 40 minutes. He's going to have to take another little break now before he comes back to try and find his 10th match.
Yeah, I think he'll be on as soon as he's ready. He'll let the skipper know when he feels ready to go again, and he won't be made to wait by the looks of things and by the looks of his figures.
Right on the spot straight away. That's what you get from Mercer. You know he's not going to leave that off stump, so any little bit of movement. He's actually brought himself back on at a bad time with the sun out, bearing in mind that of all the Middlesex attack, he more than any other will require just a little bit of assistance from the overheads. Pond of blue immediately over Lords at the moment. It's amazing how this sky's broken up a bit actually from what we saw before lunch. What he will do is challenge the concentration here, the experience of these two 17-year-olds, with setting them up as he tried to do this morning with all Clark and Allsop. He started by that run out by Roland Jones. Incredible piece of fielding from him, just one stump to aim at, split second to execute as well. Oh, that bobbles around. That's what he's going to look for. Try and create doubts for the batters.
Yep, that's his main skill. I think tends to bring the ball back to the right-hander, but with the assistance of the slope here, the odd one will just run down and question that outside edge as well, as that one did there.
Amazing what a difference the weather makes here at Lords. Go back to it almost every game we're in. Can't labour the point too much though, how much the overheads do affect things. Just push the temperature up a bit again, that sun coming through. Looks like still pretty baked from the first 5 sessions in the dirt. The inside edge of the bat, single out to deep mid wicket. Ibrahim's on to 12, 95 for 6.
Yeah, I think that decision to bowl first on the scorching hot first day would have probably raised a few eyebrows, but we're seeing the rewards for it now by being able to bat last and almost dictate what happens in that last innings, with the option to go for the draw or chase down whatever is left as a target.
That's lovely from Mer to swing the over past the edge of Lennon's bat. He has 3, Ibrahim has 12, but Lennon had his heart in his mouth there. 95 for 6. They're good, these youngsters. They're not in there for no reason. They're not just thrown in there. A pair of 17-year-olds, plenty of potential bat and ball from both. And again was sent up as a night watchman, which says it all really as a 17-year-old that they backed him to go up and bat alongside Pujara on that first evening. He went out early, but even still got pretty nicely as well, his leg spin. Key T20 player for the Sharks. But Middlesex were very much hopeful. Their experience here on this slope at Lord's can tell in the end. Angles that one back in. If he hadn't have got bat on that, they'd have all been screaming. Cheeks the inside edge. That's what saved him. But yeah, they just proper line and length of the pavilion ends on that 5th stump line. Batter's not sure whether the ball's going to nip back with the slope, take the off stump. It's pretty much what Roland Jones just needs to stick to here against Letterman. That's the kind of experience I'm talking about against these two youngsters. How much ground knowledge do they have of Lord's? Just goes a little straight again.
Both looking very technically sound so far, but again not particularly hurting the scoreboard, which the bowlers won't mind.
That's the line, isn't it? Roland Jones will just look to persevere against Lennon. See how much his experience knows of the ball nipping back down that slope. See how good his judgment is if it does.
Yeah, very good judgment there actually, because I think Roland Jones just perhaps bowling that one from slightly wide of the crease, trying to draw him in, and managed just to leave it alone, even with that thread of the slope bringing it back.
"20-minute spells in the commentary box. Ethan Bamber apparently is a man in demand. He's going somewhere, so if we want him, we've got to have him now. He's off at 10-2. Don't know where he's going, but somewhere important apparently. Last ball of the over. Oh, good leave. Thanks to Blake Cullen. He'll be back in a little while. So 96 for 6 after 40. The lead 134. This is the age where this batch of balls this year has become a little bit of a worry, that they get a little bit too soft, but pressure is on for the pair out there, and delighted to say the man who is in demand, who's headed off somewhere in 20 minutes time. I don't know if he's allowed to tell us where and what the importance is. Ethan Bamber, good to have you alongside us.
Hi Kev, thanks for having me. Yeah, very important engagement back at home with some food, I think.
So the stream's going to be on the big screen, obviously, at that point when you get home.
Of course, it's rarely off it, even when there is no game. Just the prospect draws me in.
Oh, right up there, inside edge onto the pads. Mercer nearly through the gate. Dearie me, very nearly. Simon looks to get it to go down the slope.
Always really threatening Tim when he gets that steep bounce. I think obviously batters are worried about bringing the stumps into place. They're looking to commit forward, and when he gets that bounce and that lift from the length, it can cause real trouble. So hopefully he can snaffle a couple more here and really make it spicy before tea.
What we really want is Mercer to Finn. We missed it. Well, no, we did see a little bit in the first innings. We didn't see Finn bowl to Mercer. That was the other thing we desperately wanted. Finn bowling to Mercer.
I think the stream numbers would fly through the roof should that happen.
Wynyatta versus Pujara. Finn to Mercer, Mercer to Finn.
Both international battles, of course. So.
Well, I was telling Gus about it. There was an away game a few years back. Finn was playing for England. It was an ODI, Ireland and England. And the two of them were arguing over breakfast. As usual, they were the last two to leave for the ground, still at breakfast. They were arguing over who was 10 and 11. I said, well, never mind that. You can be bowling against each other next week. They actually shut up at that point. They didn't get drawn into it. They kind of went a bit tentative then. Oh, he's got him! Mercer strikes. Ibrahim's bowled. 7 are down. They lead by 134, and the captain's in amongst the act.
Unbelievable from Mercer. I mean, that is just an archetypal Tim Mercer wicket up the slope, through the gate, and hopefully that just opens the floodgates now for the lads.
Well, we saw that ball before with the inside edge, just saved him, didn't it? A couple of deliveries back. The doubt's obviously been created. This one was actually a more convincing shot, but perhaps pushing for something that wasn't quite there.
I think it's always a difficult balance to strike when you're in the position Sussex are in at the moment, between looking to bat time and be conservative in that sense, conserve your wicket, but also obviously the more runs they get, the harder it would be if we were to bowl them out for Middlesex to chase. And finding that balance, that tempo to bat is something I think it's obviously massively difficult. Dan's a young player and a very, very talented one, and I'm sure he'll reflect on that. But it's just great bowling, great persistence from Mertz. He's so good.
49 runs in the match for Ibrahim. They're useful, those 13, because again, the scoreboard at the moment. The scoreboard at the moment is pretty convincing as to how much pressure. Oh, it's just gone. My bad. Don't worry, it's gone. I'm sorry, putting the demands on the camera people downstairs. Every time it goes up, that scorecard, with the 56 from Clark of the 96 for 7, it looks pretty comprehensive. Ibrahim, the only other batter to get into double figures.
I think what else stands out there really is that the economy rates of the lads have been phenomenally disciplined, and that just creates pressure. Even a number of balls that might not in themselves look that threatening, just stacked on top of each other. And actually that's almost more dangerous than one Jaffa and then a loose one in the over. Just that consistent pressure, especially with the situation of the game too, it just weighs heavy on a batter's shoulders, and I think maybe that shot there is a result of that pressure.
So Carvalas comes out, has first-class cricket to his name in South Africa. Championship debut on trial at Sussex. Bowled really well, opened up with 4 maidens. Bamber-esque from the pavilion end, wasn't he?
Absolutely not. No. 4 overs for 40 is more my style, I think. That's right up there again on the off stump, challenging. 2 slips
A gully, 3 slips with the third just that little bit wider there. Luke Holman, short leg as well. Sun out, but Middlesex on the attack. 134. It's a really difficult position actually for Sussex now. 3 wickets standing. They only lead by 134, but actually 40 more runs here. If they could get it up around 180, that's not going to be easy. Time coming to it ever so slightly if there was a bit of rain around, as is forecast today as well. That is the end of the over. 41 gone. Ibrahim bowled by Murtagh for 11. Murtagh has 1 for 14 from his 9. We're talking about the economies. Incredible again from the captain.
I think what you just mentioned there will be exactly the conversation that Lenham and Ari are having out in the middle now about how they want to approach this, whether they try and create more of a gap between themselves and us should we have to bat again, or whether they look to, as you say, elongate the innings as long as possible and go into complete kind of defensive mode.
He bowled in the tent at MTS at the start of the season, didn't he? Were you in the nets with him, Carvelas, when he was with Middlesex bowling at the start of the season?
Yeah, Ari spent a couple of weeks with us. Really, really lovely bloke. Honestly, like really committed. I know he's obviously played a fair amount of first-class cricket in South Africa and trying to make his way here in that. And he's just fantastic bowler, really lovely, and looked like he bowled beautifully yesterday, maybe without some of the reward he deserved, but really, really sweet guy.
Roland Jones is really testing that top of off stump here. Lennon looks like he's been out there for years, just that little shape of the hand afterwards, working himself through it, talking himself through it. Just nipping back towards the top of off. It's a really good leave.
Amazing to think he's just 17, isn't he? And they're such a young side. To have competed this year in the way that they do, it shows, it's testament to the talent and skill of the young cricketers coming through there.
Fuller, straighter, clips wide mid on for a single. Were you 18 your debut? 18?
I think I'm, yeah. I think so. It was 2.
Wantage Road?
Or maybe 19. Yeah, Wantage Road. Got absolutely belted for about 2 sessions. And realised I'm a bit out of my depth probably at that stage.
That's not my memory of it. My memory of it was you brought a dead match to life. Didn't you go through a few after lunch? Was it the 3rd day, a pretty dead game?
Oh yeah. Well, I think Mert's actually got 5, but that's so the norm for him that no one seems to remember that. Just another one in the memory bank for him.
Lovely from Roland Jones. Just holds its line up the slope during Carvelas in. He'd have been watching those balls nip back into Lenham.
She's always in the mind as a batter, isn't it? That angle and Rose natural, slightly beyond the perpendicular. Looks like he's pushing it in, but when he's bowling as well as he has done this year and he gets the ball to straighten, I don't envy anyone who has to stand there and try and hit it.
Actually, you've had the pavilion end the majority of your career, I'd suggest, with Middlesex. Talks through the mindset of Roland Jones. He's had that one that's nipped back in, well left alone by Lenham. Then first ball to Carvelas, he's got it to hold its line back up the slope. What's he thinking through the over here in terms of working out? I mean, in one way, it's quite simple at the pavilion end, isn't it? There's just those 2 lines, or that one line, and one you're trying to get them to hold a line, the other one nip back in.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely not qualified to try and talk about what Rose doing too much detail. He's so skillful, and I know the thought he puts into the seam position, or he holds the ball to try and get it to behave differently. But I think he'll be operating from a fairly simple principle, both based on his experience over a longer period bowling here and the slope, as you say, but also what he's taken from the game so far. I think a lot of wickets have been caught behind the wicket, either by the keeper or first slip, or been bowled in LBW, and so he'll be looking to keep it relatively straight. I think the danger when you say something like straight is that's kind of 4th stump to off stump, and probably no straighter, especially with the slope, enables you to bring in, as you say, both edges. But he's just so skillful at one, just being persistent in a simple way, but also subtle manipulations of his wrist position and seam position to try and get the older ball to move. And yeah, as I say, I can't possibly do credit to that, especially not from 200 metres away.
Well, I mean, you've actually bowled really well at the nursery end this year as well. I think Merta was injured, you took over the nursery end duties, because for the majority of the time that Merta's been going for the last 15 years here, it's just, well, it's his end. So what's your preference, pavilion or nursery?
Oh, that's very kind. I would actually say I probably haven't bowled nearly as well as I would expect from myself this year, and that's obviously something I'm looking to correct. But to be honest, I'll bowl from whichever end I need to if I'm playing and able to. Ooh, run out opportunity there. I have, as you say, bowled, I suppose, more from the pavilion end, but actually I struggle a little bit with my alignment sometimes from there. I seem to drift away and find that I either drift too straight, then trying to push it in, or come too wide. So actually, when I have bowled from the nursery end this year, I've actually found it useful for that thing that I'm working on, because you can almost run into the slope a little bit, and it keeps me going at the target. And yeah, assist that movement away, because I think my natural angle is in, so if I can get the ball to move away, that's good. Yeah, but lucky to bowl from either end, to be honest.
It's been amazing. Is it the first 100 first-class wickets, an average of 23? Still 23 now? I have got the card in front of me, so I could be less lazy and just have a look and see. 23 until December 17th, turned 24. So yeah, it was. I was just looking up the card of that debut at Wantage Road, 2018, August 2018. That was the game that Middlesex won following on, is that right?
Yeah, it was indeed.
By 31 runs. Oh, lifted out towards deep backward square leg. It's just going to make it, I think. Yep, just sits on the rope.
Be good at bowls, Ari. That's settled right up against the rope there. Very skillful. Important not to use any extra effort than needed to get the ball to the boundary. Just enough.
We were hearing this from Gus yesterday. The perfect fall, just enough to get to the boundary, and that's it.
You can tease a few fielders there, even better.
Just having a look to see what it was. So was it that Northamptonshire second innings then? You picked up 3 for, was it started to drift, and then you picked up Proctor for 35.
Wide half volley.
Oh, another Merta bouncer.
Mert's bowled a lot of bouncers this game. It's spiking the workloads. I have to have some serious treatment tomorrow, I'm sure. He's bowled. I really enjoyed him with the bumper field on the first day. And nearly really created some chances as well. And I think that's actually, whilst I said that slightly in jest, it's reflective of his phenomenally ever-present mindset, really, which is how can I impact the game, how can I win the game, and he's prepared to put himself through those difficult situations for the good of the team. And I think that was evident on that first day when it was hot and tough.
Oh, gets the edge again in between second and the wide third, down to the vacant deep thirds, and a long laboured chase for those two who spent so much time crouching down in the slips in the heat.
It's amazing how often it finds that gap.
It leads 144. Again, if they can get it somewhere around 180, they'll just feel they've got something to play with, because they'll know how desperately Middlesex want this win. Just make up for a little bit of lost ground the last couple of weeks. So they'll know, just get it around 180 and they've got something to play with, something to bowl at here, because Middlesex will certainly come out positively looking for the win. Yeah, that game, the target was 216 for Northamptonshire, all out for 184. Proctor fell with the score on 94. And that's what brought it to life. It was just started to drift. 26th over. Proctor caught White, bowled Bamber for 35. Also picked up Kleinveld, LBW for 5, and Duckett. Caught sub Ollie Rayner, bowled Bamber. Was this when he came on as a concussion sub in that game for Harris?
That was actually the last game of the season up at Durham. One of the scariest moments of my career, walking out to bat as Jim came off concussed. Not really being able to remember much, and Mark Wood in off the long run, I was absolutely shaking.
And that was the game when he came on as a concussion sub, was it?
Yes, yeah. He came in and actually batted really beautifully, got 30 or so, and then had to get back to London. I think Beth had a scan for their now daughter, so it's a whirlwind a few hours for him, I'm sure. Rowe bowling beautifully again. It's just almost, we've spoken for 2 minutes there. He's bowled 2 balls, haven't even mentioned it because it's just what happens. He just hits an area and makes the bat make that decision. Switches it up with a bumper there, right on cue. Thanks, Ray. Cheers.
Let's try and push Lennon back. 38 balls he's been out there for now, Lennon. It's 5 runs. Carlos with a useful 8 from 9. Holman's warming up at 3rd slip.
Luke will absolutely relish this opportunity. He's one of the best games players I know. You put him in any kind of sporting situation, he just wants to find a way to win, and he'll love the opportunity to make an impact on this. And a little 3 for him would be absolutely lovely. Or 2 actually, so Helmy can get 10.
Now, is he going to replace Murtagh already at the nursery end, or will he go to the pavilion end?
Nice little short yoga session for him there. Down dog.
Ooh, for a moment thought Lennon was going to play around that, bring that bat face down and close it, but it kept it straight, kept it open. One's come of the over.
It's a funny angle. I just thought he missed that. Obviously, he's sitting up here. I couldn't see him.
No, it was. He opened himself up to it. I thought he was in deep trouble there. What I'm mainly thinking about is who's in next, and it's Finn, isn't it? I was just thinking whether Curry was 10 or Finn was 10. Edged down to the vacant 3rd. Thick edge. 110 for 7. End of the 44th.
I do think they shouldn't count any runs down to 3rd man. Batters should have to take back.
Neil Dexter wouldn't have scored a run in his career if that was the case. Afternoon, Dexy, if you tuned in. Actually, Robbie White as well, your mate, you can't say that. Robbie White's a massive scoring area for Robbie.
Rob has a vast array of shots. It's me I'm worried about. I don't think I would have actually scored a run. Rob only hits it there, he says, because there's no fielders. Obviously, if there were, the ball would go elsewhere. And I believe him entirely.
Yeah, it was Finn in at 10 in the first inning. Stumped Simpson off the bowling of Holman. Here's Mercer. Desperately want him to take a wicket here so he can bowl at Finn. Left alone. Little tempter outside off. Curtis lifts that bat. Again, he's no mug with a bat. He's played first-class cricket, hard, fast tracks in South Africa.
I think the boys will be looking, obviously, 44 overs left now. If they had, let's say, took 14 overs or 12 overs to get these next 3 wickets, that would leave them about 30 overs to chase 180, going at 6s with a short boundary. I think the boys would absolutely back themselves there.
Short and pulled in the air all the way. 6 runs. Taken in the crowd. Good catch. First row of the grandstand, so only just
crept over that boundary. It's agonising. I think it's Toby Greatwood out there, on a sub. Got very good hands. Just had to watch it. Couldn't quite stretch the 7 metres required to catch that.
This one gets away in between 3rd slip and backward point, and there will be 2 more. Carvalhes moves to 16, 118 for 7. This was always going to happen at some point, wasn't it? The lead's 156 now. There always comes a little fight back with the bat.
Yeah, they've had their fun now. So I'm not very good at the impartiality.
No, you keep it going. That's what you're here for. Sussex fans will want to hear it as well, how you're experiencing the emotions of it. like they are at home also.
Great game for the neutral.
Finn will be watching this with relish. Mercer's just been hit for 6. He's in next.
I saw Finney in the gym earlier, actually. Yeah, I was in the gym in case anyone was wondering. And yeah, he said he was hoping the game would just peter to a nice draw. And then I checked the score about 2 hours ago and saw they're 5 down and thought what he must be thinking at that point.
Full and push to mid-on. He's like the Wizard of Oz behind us, isn't he, Steve Fletcher, pulling the curtain back and forth to... no, not that curtain.
Thanks for having me, Kev. Have a lovely afternoon.
Thanks,
Be replaced
Ethan.
by a much more interesting member of the squad in Martin Anderson.
Never a truer word spoken there, Ethan. Well done.
Just asking off mic what time the train to Durham is tomorrow, 11 AM. So no rest for the wickets. Come what may this afternoon into the 45th, 118 for 7.
So what have I missed then, Kevin? Who was better, Blake or Ethan?
Oh, I couldn't possibly say. You were, Martin. You were the best after lunch. Best spell after lunch.
Of course.
A few reveals there. Apparently he was in the gym this morning with Stephen Finn, Ethan Bamber. Very keen to tell us. What Finn was doing in the gym this morning, I have no idea. It's good.
I think he was pretending to stretch, but that was about... I think it was more of a conversation.
Finn or Bamber?
Finn.
He's in next and we're all desperate to see him facing Tim Mercer, but it might be that Holman's next on at the nursery.
Yeah, Lennon batting nicely here. Frustrating us quite a bit, I reckon.
If they were a little guilty of something last week at Merchant Taylors, well, they all admit they weren't quite at the races with the ball last week. But if they were a little guilty of something, it was perhaps going looking for it too much at Merchant Taylors School, where the ground over the years does offer plenty to bowlers. I mean, going looking for it too much, they perhaps just offered a few too many runs to Worcestershire in both innings, although of course Pollock's effort in that second innings was extraordinary. Is that something they just need to be careful of here, not going looking for it?
I guess so. I think in this situation, yeah, you've just got to really continue doing what has got you here so far, just finding good areas, I think. Balance that though with Tim obviously bowling that bumper last over that only just got over square legs head, really, so it's a balance.
So Finn would have been relishing that, going through that shot in his mind. Oh, goes full, gets the edge to third slip, and well, it all happened there. We'll watch that one on the replay.
I think he's just managed to squeeze that out to Luke, who's then for some reason picked it up and thrown it at the stumps as well and hit, but
it was missing leg. By the time he managed to get the bat down, he was trying to get his feet out of the way. Rowan Jones shaking his head at Holman throwing down the stumps. There wasn't any extra runs though.
Yeah, not a happy face, a bit of a shake of his head there. I think could have easily deflected away and some words may have been had there, but it didn't happen.
Pace off slightly on that one. So he tried something different on the release.
Yeah, I don't know whether that was maybe trying to be an in-swinger, but probably won't find out. You back the slow ball, I'll back the in-swinger.
Last ball of his 11th. Wicketless Roland Jones. Rare that you say that. Little inside edge onto the pads. Very nearly got through end of the over. 118 for 7. The lead's 156. So Ibrahim has fallen since you were last with us, Martin. It was a big wicket, that one, because he really frustrated him in the first innings with 36. Mercer's going to continue. Another one for him at the nursery end. One for 31 from 11, 4 maidens. Roland Jones, number 25 from 11 now.
Yeah, big wicket that from Tim. It was just a good length ball, bit of a drive. Yeah, good work from Tim. As you rightly said, Ibrahim was very annoying in the first innings and looked like he was set in to do a similar thing here. But yeah, good ball.
We were just working out off mic that you played against Carlos in the seconds a couple of years back.
Yeah, played quite a few of the boys a few times. Always bowled quite nicely and shown it this game what he can do. Haven't seen as much of his batting, but he seems to hold it very nicely and proving to be a bit annoying at the moment for the boys.
Bumper from Mercer again, he's put away, 4 more. That was a real long hop though. Carlos was in position early for it.
He seems very keen to take on anything short here. Obviously runs being very important for Sussex here. Yeah, controlled that down nicely. Could have been tempting to try and go up with that to the short boundary, but he's pulled it down nicely for 4.
Recalling that dismissal in the first innings. Carvelas caught Stoneman, bowled Mercer for 7. Oh, that's driven away nicely in between cover and mid-off. Moves to 22, so line stop from Helm. 1-2-4 for 7. The lead's 162 now. 2 to come at the 47th. Helm's another man that they'll think about. He's on 9. Just looking back at the first innings dismissal. Carlos out at deep mid-wicket. He's got a 6 and a 4 off Mercer out there so far. Oh, that's perfect.
Well bowled, just a little bit of shape away from right-hander. Just a bit in it.
Short run up. If they can get the ball to him quickly enough, Mercer. Last ball of the 47th. Will it be a bumper off the short run up? Nope, good line of length. Eased away. 47 done. Mercer's 1 for 37 from 12. 1-2-4 for 6. Just keep an eye on Mercer at the moment. Does he signal Holman or Helm?
Looks like Umesh is coming on to bowl here as a replacement for Toby, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's another change at our end at the nursery ground here as well. Nursery end here as well.
They'll still be pretty cooked from the first 5 sessions of the match, won't they? Heat as much as anything.
Yeah, I think it can be underestimated how much that can have an impact on the bowlers. Obviously not something that English bowlers are so used to bowling in those sort of temperatures. I think Umesh is obviously in a much better place to have. He's probably played a lot of cricket in those sort of conditions. But yeah, I think the boys have been doing a good job here. Looks like maybe some around the wicket from Umesh here, unless Ari's just on the wrong side.
Yep, got a leg gully. 3 slips. I'm just looking at the short leg. Eskenazi's asking who. Yep, they've realised now. They need the helmet. The signal's got up. They're going to start without the short leg, just the leg gully in Milan.
Potentially a short spell for Yadav here.
Go straight to the tactic. There's a long leg in position as well, which is Helm. He's warming up, so does he take over from Mercer now? See if he can get back in, get his 10th, start to wrap this up.
Yeah, I'll be telling his bowlers, Mertz will be telling his bowlers, probably got one more spell, put all your energy into it. Let's try and get these last 3 wickets. Straight away, gets a shot. Looks like it's changed slightly. What he's doing is 9 off 49, so it's quite a big shot. It's been going along nicely. Let's see if it works.
Smile on the face of the bowler. Bumper down the leg side, which is about to hit the halfway stage of the final day. It's the 48th over of Sussex innings, so 48 remain today. Lose 2 for the change of innings, but 1, 2, 4 for 7 have been mostly dug in apart from Clark. So the lead's 162, but I'd still at this point say Middlesex have got about 40 runs to play with here for these last 3 wickets. They'll want to do it far cheaper than that. But in the deployment of the bowlers, that's what Mercer will have to think about as well. Holman to the tail enders. Lenham in particular, 9 from 52, a leggy to a leggy. That's a temptation, but Carvelas, how will he approach it? And indeed Finn in next. Finn will try and access that grandstand, the short boundary. Who and where to bowl. Driven but stopped by Mercer.
Yeah, I think we're probably thinking that, oh, it looks like Luke's going to have a bowl here. Similar asking for his helmet, but I would say as a team with a balance of overs and runs, I don't think we'd want the run rate getting too high above 5, but you know, required to chase on the last day of a wicket. Obviously got 10 wickets, would have 10 wickets to hand once, hopefully we bowl them out, but I think once it gets too far above that, it can be very difficult to chase. So I think, you know, this next 6 to 10 overs are crucial for us here.
Well, it's not for a moment to sound disrespectful. This is a little bit of a gamble with the short boundary to the leg side. Carvelas could just send one straight down mid-wicket. There's a deep backward square leg. There's no cow corner at the moment though. Straight mid-wicket is up. On slip in place. Brilliant first ball. It's exactly where he wants to land it, and that's where he wants to leave it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Ari plays this. Whether he's going to block Luke or try and take him on.
Oh, now, big appeal. Nothing doing. Was there a little inside edge, or was it just sliding down?
Yeah, I think maybe he's got a bit of bat on that. Well, no. No, very wrong. It's just missing leg stump.
Quite an open stance, actually, isn't it? Just seen that on the stream. Low full toss. Got away with it straight to extra cover. Yeah, usually watch it off the stream rather than watch actually out in the middle. That one I watched out in the middle and didn't realise how wide his stance was and open he is. Good again. You could see the intent from Carlos was to get back there and try and access that onside, but respectfully pushes it back. 4 dot balls, good from Holman. I was going to say he could do it, just rip him on past an edge now, couldn't he? Just to put something into the batter's minds.
Yeah, we'll just want one spin from straight here, and then it becomes a lot more difficult.
Drops out a little short, single out to deep points. It looked as though, I don't know whether it was the previous ball or that one, whether he was trying to just rip it that little bit more, see what he could find. Carvalho's 23, 125 for 7.
Yeah, I don't think that's the worst thing for a little single off the last ball there. I think Archie didn't look too bothered about the short ball there from Umesh, but I reckon Ari might, look to take Tim on. Obviously Umesh a lot faster, but I think it looks like he could try and take it on. It might change his game a little bit, so hopefully we can just crack it open here.
Staman's just gone up to have a chat with Roland Jones. He's got the helmet ready to go at short leg. And a fair old chat about something. Mercer's working things out at mid-off as well. Not panic stations yet for Middlesex, which is an extraordinary thing to say when it was 96 for 7. You wouldn't have thought there'd be any panic left for Middlesex at all. They're delighted that it just opens the game up slightly on the final day, but having forced it to 96 for 7, you do want to try and force that advantage home. So the lead 163. How much more can Sussex add with the last 3? Good start from Yadav. And Coleman, thought he had a word of wisdom for us. He's come back, he's forgotten his sunnies.
No, never any wisdom really. Yeah, that's probably me out of a job though. After that comment,
so you do know who's been promoted. Head of men's performance now at Middlesex, Alan Coleman. Single drop just wide and mid-on. At what stage did you first work with Coleman? Because of course his own rise kind of emulated that of a whole group of Middlesex youngsters over the last 2 years through to the first team, and similarly he's gone up through the coaching ranks to head of men's performance now.
Probably when I was about 12 or 13 was when we probably first crossed paths. When playing, I used to play for Berkshire, played a Berkshire game against Middlesex under 12s. Yeah, at the lovely Merchant Taylors, and yeah, Rory was definitely the coach of the under 12s team. I don't know if Alan was as well, but yeah, probably back then. So was that 13 years ago?
That's a lot of banter you've had to put up with from Coleman.
Too much, yeah, too much. It's all a bit boring now, to be honest.
Oh my! Now let's have a look at that again. That has not got up as Lennon got down.
Yeah, it's not too far above the stumps. That's why it's, yeah, that's why it's so difficult sometimes about a day 4 wicket. It's a ball that normally go above head height. It's just going above the stumps.
And all of that has to be factored in when Middlesex do come out to chase. They will hope at some point. Especially against Finn, who was wicketless in the first innings. But he'll know this ground very well. No ball calls, overstepping. Is it overstepping or because of the short ball?
Because of the short ball. So there, Umesh trying to get it a bit higher this time over. Slightly too over energetic and over the batter's head for an over. A little fruit salad number for you there.
Energy levels need to pick up mid-afternoon.
Very nice cover drive for 4. Clearly not too perturbed by the short pitch bowling from Umesh. Getting all right into the full cover drive.
170 the lead. Partnership is worth 36 here. Just in front of the leg gully. End of the 50th, 133 for 7.
So just the one over there for Luke. Helm is taking his hat off and Peter's taking it to the umpire, so it looks like Tim's ringing the changes round, trying to make something happen here with this partnership now at 37.
Is he going to send Holm into the pavilion end, do you think? How long's Yard got in this spell? He's only had 2 overs in his spell, hasn't he?
That'd be my guess. Maybe Umesh one more. Obviously putting everything in, bowling some bumpers here, and then maybe Luke to follow.
He'll have a fair few deputies out there, won't he? Giving him a few ideas. We just saw Stoneman having a chat with Roland Jones in that previous over, the vice skipper.
Yeah, I think Tim in these situations definitely looked to more experienced heads, which he's obviously got quite a few of with Toby, Peter, Rocky and Simo. Really, there's quite a few people. He mainly probably speak to Toby, obviously his fellow opening bowler.
Helm hunting a temper.
Yeah, it'd be a massive moment if he could. Would it be his first temper? Yeah, be very impressive.
Said that confidently. Now I'm checking.
To do that on a pitch where a lot of the bowlers found it difficult to make breakthroughs, be very impressive.
That was 1,000 runs for 20 wickets up to this innings. Yeah, this is already his best bowling in a match. 7 for 140 previously. 5 for 36. Best bowling in innings. He's also under threat here. 4 for 27. That was a New Road. Brilliant spell of bowling that was. Knocks him off his feet.
It's another well-directed bumper. Archie playing it well again. Getting his head out of the way and body out of the way.
It's interesting actually, they have troubled him with the bouncer in the last couple of overs. Short leg is poised.
It's just nice to see someone else at the receiving end of these, whereas normally me in the nets.
From Helmy.
Yeah, he can get a bit angry sometimes if you play a couple of shots, so try and keep him quiet. But yeah, good to see it. You know, he's bowled a lot of overs in this game. He's still getting the ball down at good pace, troubling the batters.
Who's the worst to face in the nets?
Looks like we might be trying to get a ball change here. I think it's gone straight through the ball gauge, so maybe it was a bit hopeful from us there. Who's the worst to face? Probably Toby. He gets me out for fun, so as he does with pretty much everyone, so yeah.
Helm's the quickest, although Blake will obviously have a say in that, won't he? It's ridden that way.
No, Helm was definitely quicker than Blake. got him covered. I think there were a few times when Shaheen was first over where a few of us as batters were hoping he wouldn't fire up in the nets too much.
Did he?
Which, no, thankfully he didn't. He was very quick to let us know that was at 60% for him.
Oh, that's him dabbling last ball of the over. 133 for 7. The lead's 171. This match is shaping up nicely now. They've just got something to play with. Sussex on a pitch, as we've seen, that's offering a bit today. Bounce is good and true. There's nothing to be worried about with the bounce. It's just the odd one every now and again. It's kept a little low. And if that cloud cover comes in again when Middlesex are batting, then Curry and Co will be open to be in business.
I'm sure you'll know more than me, but on the final day, do you, like, if you're close to tea, but there were like 38 overs left, would you still lose overs to the changeover?
Final day, it's got up a little bit, hasn't it, which buys me a time to answer that question. Gus and I sat here the other day fumbling through the tea interval. I was quite relieved at that because I always get chipped at by David Kendricks.
Yeah, I should probably know the rules of the game.
I don't know if I don't know it, although David Kendricks he despairs at the fact. Man who wrote the test tables. So many of the rules and regulations and laws around the world. But yeah, he despairs when I always get tea wrong. On the final day, tea's an immovable feast, isn't it? So, but the change of innings on the final day is an interesting one. If you're within a couple of overs of tea, do you still lose them, or does the tea get brought forward? Is a very good question. Because what have we got? 44 left after this. So 12 away from the scheduled tea break after this. But as you say, it's set at 3:40 on the final day, an immovable feast. So that's 23 minutes. So yeah, 23 minutes left of the session. Middlesex would very much like to wrap it up in that time, not lose those couple of wickets, as you say, if they're close enough to 3:40. A couple of overs. .35 overs to chase 200. If it took them another 10 from here, they'd want to do it quicker than that, and cheaper.
Yeah, I think so. That's obviously way above 6 and over. Well, is it? 6 and over will be around 6 and over, just under.
Over to Stoneman and Robson with that short boundary.
All hypotheticals here, I think. We've just got to focus on taking these 3 wickets.
Dug out for a single just wide of Mercer. Has obviously been in line with the sun coming out. This slight revival from Sussex. It's just clouding over a little bit again. And Middlesex will want with the weather from here is that it just doesn't rain for the rest of the day. It doesn't take any time out of this match. Playing it very, very well. 65 deliveries faced now by Lennon for his 14. The 17-year-old is doing a fabulous job here for his side. 134 for 7. Holman and Mercer just having a little chat. Mercer's bringing the ball down to Helm. I mean, in terms of pace, they've got Yadav and Helm on. These two be looking to try and... Here comes the Wizard of Oz again, opening the curtain behind us. Stephen Fletcher. Thanks, Martin Anderson. He's going to make way for a bit. That's run away down to deep third, and they'll pick up 2. Carvalhais thinking about a third. In fact, back they come. Yeah, it's run quicker than I thought it did. Carvalhais on to 28, 137 for 7. The lead's 175. Blake Cullen's back alongside me, and Blake, we were just working it out. As Martin said, all equations and everything, they're on the back burner at the moment. Middlesex have just got to think 3 wickets as quickly as they can, but 175 with 43 left after this. Don't want to let it drift too much further, having had them 96 for 7. 41 runs this partnership is helms it.
As soon as you touch an earth, like a light switch, you get on its screw.
Bowling well, but Lenham and Carvalhais batting well as well.
Yes, certainly handy runs here from Carvalhais, pushing that lead up as well as eating up some deliveries. Both sort of doing the same job by pushing up the run rate needed by Middlesex in the chase that sort of we hope to see as soon as possible, really.
Quick run, throw at the stumps, misses, needs to be backed up. It is. Head up out there, single taken. Holton with the throw. Everybody held their breath. Started with the run out, of course, this innings. Roland Jones needed something just to get them going at that point. It feels like they need something to get them going again here. These two are settling in dangerously for Middlesex. Biggest danger is a Finn cameo, isn't it, when he comes out to bat?
Yeah, I think he'll be hoping for some spinners to be on when he strides out and give it the long handle, but he's certainly capable of hanging around as well as bringing that scoreboard up, so he'll be, yeah, another key wicket. All 3 of these are.
Who did you work with the most coming through at Middlesex? I guess you'd have worked with Finn quite a lot, wouldn't you? Senior bowlers passing on some wisdom, although there's not much from Finn's pass on wisdom-wise.
Yeah, certainly sort of, yeah, I guess all of them, but I think Finney probably more so than I guess Rojo or Mertz, being sort of one of those slightly similar style, I guess, to me. Hit the pitch, taller style bowler and always very approachable, and yeah, a lovely guy, as everyone knows. So yeah, it's quite a bit of time with him last year or so, and we were both sort of just on the outskirts of that 4-day team, and learnt a lot, as you'd expect.
End of the over, 53 now gone, 138 for 7. Middlesex, if you were offered this morning, they'd have been all over this score right now. But you do get greedy at 96 for 7, and they'll be hoping to wrap this up very, very quickly. A partnership worth 42 for the 8th wicket. Carvalhais has frustrated them. He's dumped Mercer into the grandstand once for 6. Hooked him away for another 4 soon after. They're hoping Yadav's 1 for 33 will be improved upon here by the Indian overseas. Has troubled Lenham. 2 slips of gully and a point, as well as that leg gully and short leg.
I think being of a slightly shorter nature to Helm, I think his short ball has troubled Lenham more than anyone else. Coming from slightly shorter trajectory, I think it's probably a bit harder to get underneath and probably pick up. So we'll be hoping that he'll be hanging back and push one up there, LB or caught behind, with Lenham waiting on the back foot.
Oh, that goes through him. Goes through the gloves of Simpson as well, fortunately not costly. How was that missed? Lenham in no man's land.
Yeah, sort of as I was just saying, looked like he was expecting something up around the helmet region and just more back of a length from Yadav, and kept a tiny bit low and nipped back down that slope. Couldn't take the off stump.
Goes that little bit straighter. Well fielded at short leg by Stoneman, saves probably a couple there. 15 from 70. This is why he was sent out as night watchman on day one. He didn't last long then. Frustratingly long here. It will be fascinating to see it when the end does come with this innings, just how much Middlesex are prepared to gamble for victory. That's a beautiful shot by Lennon. Well, the high five as well he gets from Carvelas for that.
Very happy with that one, Lennon, as he should be.
No foot movement, but holds the post. Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot by the cameraman as well. Punch of the gloves. The young 17-year-old. He's on to 19. The lead is 180. This was about the mark we were talking about. They're going to have a look at the ball again. The latest attempts. There's only a couple of overs ago. But yeah, 180 was somewhere about this morning, before the play had started. What can Middlesex do? Can they bowl them out for 150? Something around 180. Then the lead. That was the early chat about setting this one up. So there's probably so much time left, 40 overs from here, that they won't feel too panicked just yet, but they will want to wrap this one up quickly if they can.
I think with the wicket still looking pretty true, and slightly short boundary as we always have on one side here at Lords, I think that they'll not be put off by any number necessarily. I think the key will be how Middlesex start with the bat will dictate how they play it. I think if it's a good start, wicketless and 3 and over or so, then they'll definitely look to take it deeper.
He's ridden that well. Another good short ball from Yadav to end the over. 142 for 7. Yeah, I don't think there'd be any need to change up the order as well if they were going for something. There are some occasions you look at a lineup and think, oh well, he might have to go up, he might have to go down. But Robson, Stoneman, Eskenazi, Milan, Holden, Simpson, Holman, Roland Jones, that magnificent 85. Go out and play it properly. There's a list A 40 over match. It does require him to wrap it up quickly though. There's 42 overs remaining of the day. How are we doing time wise for tea? 12 minutes until tea on the final day. With Finn to come next, that has to be something of a fear factor for Middlesex. You never know what he could produce here, be it the Watford wall or be it the Watford wallop. Need this man to do something first, Middlesex. Tom Helm looking for his 10-for. He won't want to give up that ball at the moment because he knows he might not get it back, and this is his best bowling in a match, 9-for, so he won't miss out on the chance of a 10-for here.
No, I think could work quite well with T just in 12 minutes. He'll probably finish up, have 20 minutes on his feet, something to eat, and then, don't know, might see him push himself and come back straight after T to try and get that 5-for.
Just went a little wider on the crease for that one, didn't he? Pushed it down the leg side. It's a deep square and a long leg for Carvelas if he thinks about going again. Looks like a little bit of rain over the back of the Warner stand. A long, long way in the distance. Given up trying to predict it today. It's hard to tell where that weather's coming in from. It must be somewhere over the back of the Warner. Plenty of rain behind the pavilion, which has fallen away to the south, so we've been lucky. Helm around the wicket. a good ball.
Yeah, nicely directed there, right on the badge. Just a couple of field adjustments and round the wicket suggests that he could be digging it in probably up until tee and see if he can trouble anything with the short ball here.
Over 8 -2 as well for Middlesex. I'll just have to think about that slightly. Holman, whether he has a over or 2 to bowl in him. I guess chasing the match, that's more important than the loss of 2 points at this stage there.
Yeah, I think potentially looks like he may well be warming up down at third man for 2 overs or so before tea. See if he can draw a false shot out of Carvelas, who's looked pretty positive.
Adam's bowled 4 now, hasn't he, from the pavilion end, so I guess they might send him up there. It's come of the over from Holman, from Helm, then maybe it will be Holman. I think that was the end that Martin Anderson was going for a few moments ago, to say Holman at the pavilion end. Short boundary to the leg side if he's on from the nursery end.
I don't think he'll be too bothered either end with the boundary. I think if he looks to put him into the stands, that brings him right into the game, which is ultimately what Middlesex want for these wickets here.
Slow ball Yorker attempted. Classic T20 delivery for Tom Helm. Dug out by Carvelas. He has 28, 142 for 7. And how long to tee? He's going to stride along. 8 minutes, so 3 more overs. Might get through 2 quickly enough. Get through this one quickly enough, and then 1 more from the nursery end to get him another one before tea, which would leave, what, 38 in the evening session. The lead is 180. Middlesex really do need to find these 3 wickets quickly now. This partnership approaching 50 for the 8th wicket. We've got to expect a fight back from a side, and that's what Sussex have done here.
I think, sort of having seen the short ball used and a couple of slow balls from Yadav and Helm, it probably reflects where the pitch is at and tells us that it's still good wicket that you can put some trust in, which is ultimately what Middlesex want for the chase. So they won't mind seeing that, but at the same time, they'd love these 3 wickets with some urgency here.
Good start from Holman. Another 5 there. That's what he wants. As the 17-year-old leggy of Sussex respond. Nice enough looking drive. Wasn't quite there for it, but played it well. 17-year-old Lenham, 21-year-old Holman. Combined age younger than Mercer.
Yeah, interesting to see if we have any, well, we call it spin hate, but spinners often like to get after the opposition spinner, not like the bowlers union, who try to look after each other as much as possible.
Just drops that one a little bit shorter. That was where we wanted to see Finn bowling at Mercer. That's what everyone really wanted to see. When he bowled for Middlesex against Alan Richardson years ago, Richardson having been Finn's mentor right back in the early stages of his career, nothing went above the knee of Richardson when he bowled. Quite sure that would have been the same to Mercer.
No, and I think I know how Mercer would have played it as well. So it would have been one of two things happening there.
As always next year. 56 done, 142 for 7. Well, it could be Finn bowling to Mercer tonight, but Middlesex are very much hope not. They lead by 180, Sussex. There are 40 overs remaining in the day. Just starting to push towards a time where Middlesex need a breakthrough. It's going to be Roland Jones from the nursery end to take over from Helm. That slower ball end of the last over, I did wonder whether it was just a little bit of fatigue as well, where he'd put in all that effort. As you say, the tea interval probably can't come quickly enough right now for a couple of these Middlesex bowlers just to get a bit of respite and go again to try and finish this off. Jones done for 25 from 11. Mercer's 1 for 37 from 12. Helm's bowled 15 now. 14 for Yadav. Good from Roland Jones, right on the spot, first ball. Feels like a little bit of pace has come out of it though, a little bit of fizz. Whether it's the ball, pitch, fatigue.
Yeah, I think with the 2 attempts to get it changed probably suggests that ball's lost a bit of hardness and a bit of its seam, which is showing the lack of movement off of the surface.
Need a bit of Blake Cullen pace out there at the moment. Again, played off the back foot, but played with a lot of time there, it felt like, from Carveles. Again, they've tried everything, and they've pretty much produced what they'd have wanted to, Middlesex, with the ball. They just haven't been able to find a way past these two, though. That's well run, just in front of Holden at points. Carveles on to 29, 143 for 7.
Yeah, a couple of tactics tried. I wonder whether we'll just see them revert back to what brought the initial success in just more of a classical approach of top of the stumps and look for a nick or LB rather than the short stuff which has been tried, and both Carveles and Lennon have seen up to it. So I think we'll see them revert back to more classical 4-day bowling and look for an edge.
Once more, giving it every chance. It's just where they seem to be playing with a little bit of time at the moment, don't they? Lennon's full of life. 80 deliveries faced. What can they find? They just need a moment of magic from somewhere, Middlesex. Again up there, turn to mid-wicket. A little bit of movement back down the slope. Lennon opens himself up quite a lot, doesn't he? I've seen it a couple of times actually where he's almost cleared that front foot. Ethan Bamber was alongside me. We both thought that Middlesex were through. I can't remember who it was, feeling, and it might have been Roland Jones actually. And he just cleared the front foot and it looked as though he'd opened the stumps up fully, but got the bat down on it. Oh, he's got him! Let him leaves one alone, and Roland Jones brings it back up the slope. His first wicket of the innings. Middlesex is 8th. Sussex leading by 181. And that will be tea on the final day. Stephen Finn to come out and bat after the interval. The lead is just about still there for Middlesex if they can wrap up the last 2 quickly. We said they needed a moment of magic. They might have just found that moment they needed.
Another classic case of the slope here at Lord's, with Roland Jones typically bringing it down from the nursery end here, and that one's just jagged back up. Lenham trusting that slope, and it just just betraying him slightly there as it comes back up and takes that off stump. And as you can see, very animated. Roland Jones knows how much that was needed for Middlesex and knows the urgency that they need to wrap this innings up with to get out there with the bat.
Just hitting the top of off. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. 2 quick ones after tea now is very much what's needed. Blake Cullen, thanks very much. What do you reckon? 181, and that was the last ball of the over as well, wasn't it? So 39 remain. They're going to lose 2 for the change of innings at some point. So 180, let's say it was 190 off 35. It's still a fair bit to be done, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that it was looking reasonably comfortable about an hour or so, but now it'd be a very good fast-paced chase if they were to complete it. About 5.5 and over probably by the looks of things, but it all depends on these last 2 wickets.
Last one for you before you go. Who bowls to Finn?
I think Roland Jones to continue and Helm to come on from the nursery.
Looking for his 10th. Thanks very much, Blake Cullen. Much appreciated. Martin Anderson and Ethan Bamber in this session as well. Very much appreciated their company. Good to have their bit of insight as well. The match situation. They were all feeling it. I can tell you off the mic. They might not have been saying it, but they were living every delivery of that. 143 for 8 then Sussex. They lead by 181. We'll take a short break on the stream here at Lord's. It's still brewing, this one. Could be a classic. Join us back in just under 20 minutes. Cheers, Blake. Appreciate it, guys.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. Whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Experience having the Lord's time forwards, such as insulation behind the ground and confidence standards in the watershed. The 100 greatest milestones of second place at Lord's, alongside thousands of supporters representatives. You have time to grow up for today alone. You can visit the Lord's website, future tour dates and more information, or from the tour online at lords.org/. And some holidays around the corner remind you of the Cricket Centre offers 22 courses, daily junior, adult and men's sessions, as well as 13 courses, and throughout holidays, during the summer, half-term, Christmas period as well. The centre also available at night for children's birthday parties and other social events. Then go to the Lord's website to find out more to research Indoor Cricket Centre.
is there anything that we find what this is?
Unless you've got leakage on the back, you've got some sort of leakage on the back, basically.
Yeah. See, the one, I've got two things. There's a 240 volt going in to keep my battery charged. See, that's the one you saw.
It's 240 in your volt.
Yeah. But then there's another one goes into the back, which is like 12 volts. And if either of those is plugged in, then I feel the shock. Battery. It's a 16 volt lithium. Even if I got the battery charger out and just the 12 volt in, it still wastes.
Yeah, but does it work on the battery? Most systems go through the charger is just charging the battery. It works the system. If you take the battery out, does it work at 230 then?
No, the camera operates on 12 volts.
Yeah, so I'm saying to you, battery's like a transformer really as well.
Yeah.
So it's going there running the system.
Yeah.
You take that battery out, it's going to work with it.
Well, I can power it through. It's got a 12 volt in the back.
Yeah.
I'll try that now.
But the 12 volt goes to the transformer.
Yeah.
So it's 12 volt the battery.
No, there's none of it. I don't know. I know enough about electricity to get me in trouble, you know. Yeah, oh yeah. It's quite pronounced though.
Scores from elsewhere, and matches taking place around the world. As I mentioned earlier, so far is the Graham game, still got signs of reaction for the series match. There is no guy underway with Spain, India taking on the West Indies, and India batting first as well as 116 without loss after 17 overs. Chikadala 49, Shilman Gill 62. That is one of the games that is underway. Down in the Championship, Hampshire wrapped up victory against Gloucestershire. Johnson Smith in their 70s for 337. That featured a late action to Carl Abbott. Hampshire got their target of 82 with a loss of 4 wickets. Take points and win by 6 wickets. Taunton, first session washed out, and will restart this afternoon. Rain again, and that match has been abandoned as a draw, so no further play possible there. Confirmation of Surrey wrapped up victory over Essex early this morning. They won by 6 wickets, chasing down 162. The loss of 4 wickets. Kent beating Warwickshire by 177 runs at Edgbaston. Also confirmed Lancashire winners over Northern this morning, taking their time to 278. The loss of 6 wickets. Still playing, and Derby, Nottinghamshire against Derbyshire, Nottingham 618 for 8. Derbyshire were all out 318 and following on 190 for 2. Means they still trail by 102 runs with 8 wickets that remain. And that means they just lost a couple of wickets there. Lewis Rees got 26. Harry Kane for 17 at that match now. Here's the heading for the draw. And Leicester against Glamorgan at Grace Road, known as day 3 of this match. Leicester only 584, Glamorgan in reply 345 5. Sam Northeast is 161 not out. The Canadians from England was dismissed for 139. Our final session of this match, Middlesex short, to remind you still plenty of cricket to enjoy your home cricket throughout the remainder of 2022. The final Middlesex Championship match here this summer will be against Glamorgan on Monday the 12th of September. That four-day match starting at 10:30 on Monday the 12th. Before that, MCC Foundation's National House Final Day will take place on Saturday the 30th of July. You're welcome to attend and support the youngsters. Tickets free of charge and must look in advance via the Lord's website. More test match action taking place here on the 17th of August when England back in action against South Africa. The first match of the Insurance Test Series, the tickets are available. And to conclude the international season, England women will be playing India in India at Lords in a Royal London ODI on Saturday, 24th of September. The tickets and information on all other remaining fixtures and hundreds of ticket doors across all for all details. Middlesex. For Sussex, Harry Perez on 29, the incoming batter, Stephen Finn.
Well, good evening everybody and welcome back to Lords for the final session of a fascinating 4 days at the home of cricket. 143 for 8 after 57 overs of their second innings. Sussex, they lead by 181. Middlesex with a wicket with the last ball before tea when Lennon was bowled by Roland Jones, back up the slope, gone for 19. And now, after that defiance, having been 96 for 7 to 143 for 8, so just shy of the 50 partnership, those two. It's over to Yadav to try and help knock them over. Stephen Finn, the Watford wall, is out there at the non-striker's end. Does he give it the Watford wallop, though? To try and top it up, push it over 200. If they do, Middlesex are up against it. 39 overs remain. They'll go for it. But to what extent? 2 slips go down and a short leg. And that's punched away for a single, first ball after tea. So Finn immediately on to strike. Yadav and Helm after the interval perhaps to try and blast through these last two. Helm looking for his first 10 for it. It's been a brilliant spell of bowling throughout the match from Tom Helm. 5 for 100 in the first dig. He's got a 4 for in the second. And he's bowled Middlesex into a position, well, into a good chance, shall we say, here at Lords. Now, Finn's on strike. There's no bowler's union with Yadav, though. He's got a leg gully in place, as well as the 2 slips and an orthodox gully. And that's turned just in front of Milan at leg gully for a single. Finn off the mark, first ball, 145 for 8. The lead, 183. And 38 overs remain after this, so it's still there for Middlesex, but they do have to find these final 2 as quickly as possible. Everybody working out the equations at the interval, what can be done at what stage. I think it was Martin Anderson who said, forget the equations, just find these 2 wickets somehow. There's another single. It's a deep point. Carlos on to 31. 146 for 8 it is. The weather, fortunately, is playing its part. Doesn't appear to be anything on the horizon at all to trouble us. There was a threat of rain for today, and we have seen a lot of it drift to the south, coming in from the west, and it looked as though we wouldn't avoid some of those showers, but they did pass through. Nothing too much to trouble us on the horizon at the moment. Oh, Yadav squares him up. It's a gully it goes. Finn survives. Got an extra bit of bounce there. Extra bit of pace as ever from Yadav. Oh, that. Finn snapping his head to one side. How does he approach this? This is the really interesting one. Can he resist? Trying to get the long handle out against his old county. Attempts the Yorker. Low full toss. He'll get a single. 1 ball to come with the over. Finn's on to 2. 147 for 8. Mike Selby's alongside myself. Kevin Handel, the live stream for the final session of this match. It was us for the first as well, wasn't it, Self? Was it you first? Who was first morning? Was it yourself first morning?
No, it wasn't me. Wasn't me.
Were you first day at some
Somebody
point?
doing an impression, maybe? No. I wasn't here the first day. It was red hot, and I was at home and couldn't get down here. Must have been. Hmm?
Have you not been at all this game?
Yeah.
Have you?
I've been here all but the first day.
Thought I was going mad for a moment. Merchant Taylor School, of course, we were together a fair bit. End of the over. 58 done. It is getting to that stage of the season where they all start to blur a bit, the matches. 147 for 8.
Well, this one's not blurring, is it, at the moment? It's this could have been one of those days today, couldn't it? Yep. It just could have been a day for getting through and going home again, and it's turned out anything but. I must say I had hopes that the first hour might prove to be quite compelling, which is pretty much how it turned out. First hour and a half, and Middlesex got themselves right into the game. There's been a bit of resistance since then, so it's going to be a very interesting last hour. If Middlesex can get these last 2 wickets, it's still a chase and a half, isn't it? They'll have a go at it. I don't think they're in a position to say, well, we'll go right down to the death and that, because you've still got points for a draw, of course, and we don't want to throw those away.
Here's Roland Jones after tea. Oh, Finn. It's a thick edge all along the floor. Well squared up by that one.
He was going at his pads there, wasn't he?
He's right in the middle of Roland Jones and Tim Mercer at the moment. Stephen Finn, I'd imagine pretty much most of what Finn and Mercer were saying to each other were just for the ears of Finn.
Yeah, it's a strange thing coming back and playing against your old county so soon. You see how he bowls as well when it's his turn to bowl.
Leg side. Just a single though, long legs there. Yadav. Oh, they're thinking 2, back they come. That's really good running. Really good running indeed.
Clearly you want Finney on strike as much as you can get him on strike. He's played pretty well there, Gavanis, hasn't he? I thought he played right the first innings actually. He played pretty straight and supported Pujara very well.
Bizarrely, Pujara started farming the strike after he'd faced 31 deliveries, Carvelis.
Well, that was quite instructive what happened there, I think.
More runs here. Deep third coming up, and they're going to take 2. Gus will be grumbling somewhere about how deep the third is down there. He was grumbling the other day about it. 152 for 8.
I think he faced about 1/5 of the balls in that partnership he had, and majority of those came in the first 3 or 4 overs that he was in. And I think we handled that farming pretty badly. We allowed Pujara release shots at the end of almost every over.
That's a good ball. Well kept out.
If you're a quick bowler bowling to somebody and you're trying to keep them on strike, so that you're bowling the following over to the weaker batsman, you don't give them a release shot. You just send it straight over the head, Kevin. Frankly, and we didn't do that at all.
See that hole in the wall next year? So Gus kept on kicking it at the end of every over. Remarkable day 3 though, wasn't it? Extraordinary performance with the bat from Roland Jones. Got that wicket just before tea of Lennon today.
But twice we got a wicket right on the interval, didn't it? I don't think he would have been letting that ball go had it not been the last ball before tea either.
Oh, they brought up the deep third now. Last ball of the over. And they'll keep Carvelis off strike and have Finn on strike. Yadav for the 60th over of the innings. 152 for 8. The lead's 190.
I'm having a little bit of trouble working out Yadav at the moment. He's bowling. He's got some pace on him. He hits the bat hard, but I suspect that unless it's swinging a little bit, he comes onto the bat quite well. He hasn't got bounce the same way as Tom Helm has. He's got considerable pace. So without that little bit of swing, he's a skiddy onto the bat bowler.
Yeah, 3 wickets in 4 innings now for Yadav. They need him to find something here.
Yeah, and he hasn't he hasn't bowled badly. It's not, I'm not saying for 1 minute he bowled badly. He's bowled tidily. He's kept runs down. He's 15 overs for 41 at the moment, or getting off 16 overs for 41. That's a decent return.
He's actually bowled quite well, I think, hasn't he? Which is your point, really.
That's why I'm trying to put my finger on why he hasn't got the wickets. Not much has gone past the bat, and I do think it's because if you're a shorter bowlers, it's invariable that you're not really seam bowlers by and large. You are swing bowlers, because unless you do that, the ball does skid on nicely. You don't get the bounce that somebody like Tom or Roland or Rojo does.
Position early again on the back foot for that one.
The short ball's got to be pretty short.
Yeah, he had you've seen him really push it through at times, and when he does, then you kind of look at, right, when he's not pushing it through, at what pace. It's still going through at a fair pace, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, now, where does that end up? Through to Simpson. They're appealing down the leg side for the strangle, that it took a little bit of glove or bat. It's a little bit of the sweater, if anything.
It was speculative, that was.
Nothing from the bowler.
I imagine that he's been quite a very good reverse swing bowler too. Because actually the reverse swing is right up his alley.
Oh, goodness me. Great take by Simpson. He's absolutely flown to save 4 runs there. 4 byes.
This is 1 for the over. That did go through.
Amazing to think if that was just out of reach, that would have gone down against Simpson. It was a brilliant take.
I know, it's cruel, isn't it, sometimes, the keepers.
Goes for the Yorker, dug out by Finn.
I think Finny might have read that one.
It was just a matter of when, wasn't it? And last ball
Well,
over,
it was
it was a
a
fair bet.
three-card trick, wasn't it, that one? Bowled it well enough again, but you can imagine that delivery with a bit of reversal, it would have been an entirely different kettle of fish, wouldn't it? Rojo looks like he's getting just a tiny little bit of nice shape on the ball.
Yeah, the point was made this morning how well he bowled to Pujara. Even late in Pujara's innings, he was still beating the bat. That being the first innings, of course. Pujara racked up a double ton. Didn't last so long today against Helm.
Yeah, Tom gave him a roasting. Tom gave him a little bit of roasting latterly in his double hundred too, round the wicket in particular. He's been a revelation actually the last 2 games, Tom Helm. Not just in terms of the wickets, but in the manner in which he's actually. I think it's more felt that had the confidence to bowl, confidence in his body to be able to bowl like we know that he can, which is fast. He's a quick bowler, 90-mile-an-hour bowler.
Good from Roland Jones, good from Carvelas, right in behind again.
Thing is, if you've got a 90-mile-an-hour bowler who bowls at 85 mile an hour, you say to them, we've got plenty of people who can do that, and they're better at you at it. There's not many people who can bowl 90 miles an hour, so why don't you do what you're good at? And once you've got confidence that you know something might twinge a little bit, but it's not going to hurt you. It's going to physically hurt, but it isn't going to affect you. It's not going to incapacitate you. It's a different game then.
Short. Mistimed, miscued, but safely to Milan for a single. They need that little X factor from somewhere right now, don't they, Middlesex?
Yeah, 30 overs to chase 200. You're starting to get in the realms of. You give it a little bit of a go, but.
Bounces to Finn. Actually brought up the deep square for that one.
That was like an 82, 83 mile an hour bouncer, which is not going to trouble many people.
Dropping them back now. Well, single as well. Last ball of the over, deep square going back and deep point. That's the stumps and a solid defence. 153 for 8. 35 left in the match. 191 the leads. Yeah, they've got to do it pretty quickly, haven't they?
Yeah, it's the equation's tilting very much in favour of a draw at the moment.
Do bet a long way down though, Middlesex, don't they? As you say, it's how far do they go to gamble those draw points, because
well, you're going to get a draw. Looks like you're going to get a draw. Glamorgan, who are breathing. Notts are either going to win or draw that match against Derby. So it's quite important that you don't throw your draw points away in pursuit of an impossible target, or an unlikely target, should we say.
It's quite an aggressive Middlesex lineup though. I was making a point of Blake Cullen just before tea. Over the years you might have, not even over the years, a few weeks ago, if Robbie White were in the side, for example, you might say, well, he'll drop down a few and he'll go up. But actually, Robson, Stoneman, Eskenazi, Milan, Holden, Simpson, Holman, Roland Jones. There's not too many there that you look at that lineup and think, oh, well, he may as well drop down one or two and he may as well go up.
No, there's some white ball potential there, because that's what you're talking about here now, aren't we? The only difference being, of course, that you can spread your field and bowl. You know, you bowl Finney for however many overs you want to bowl him, and so on and so forth. But no fielding restriction, no circles, none of that. As indeed white ball cricket or red ball cricket used to be played. In fact, when you could put everybody on the boundary.
Do with the fella next door in this chase, couldn't they? Roland Butcher, I've just spied him through the little porthole there in the box next door. Pretty decent opener.
Yeah, Butcher be you shouldn't get out there, Butch. He was the one who used to fill the balcony over there on the dressing room. Butcher's in all coming out of the watch. Rob Brinders used to moan that when Butch went in, everybody came on the balcony. When he went in, everybody disappeared inside to play cards.
Slow ball Yorker. Finn manages to get the bat down on it.
Sort of batsman who fills the bars. I think he was quite resentful about that idea for quite a while. I think it quite narked him, you know, that
bumper to follow the slow ball Yorker.
He's almost had to pitch that on his toes to get it that height.
2 point drops back again for last ball of the over. Try and get Finn back on strike at the other end. He won't fully like that, Finn. His pride will be hurt a little bit with it there, trying to get him on strike, give him the single. All drops the bat, allows it through, and 154 for 8, end of the 62nd, 192 the lead, 34 remain.
I think they might have to, I don't know, gonna have to try and flog a couple more out of Tom Helm, I think.
Robson's come up to have a chat with Mercer. Mercer was feeling his hamstring a bit before tea. I don't know whether, I'm sure he wouldn't be out there if there was any problem, because there's no point wasting inflaming any problem that may or may not be there.
He's had a bit of a hamstring twinge earlier in the season, didn't he?
The only 2 injuries I think he's ever had in his Middlesex career, hamstring injuries. One of them kept him out for half a year. This one he was back in pretty quick time. He bumped out Carvalhais in the first innings. In fact, Mercer bumped him out. Had a deep square, put it straight down the throat of the fielder.
I think he tried it a couple of times this innings, not quite so successfully. It is only a half hit over there today in that short boundary.
Short again. Yeah, he got 1 6 away, didn't he? But it just about made the first row of the grandstand, which isn't that far back from.
Yeah, one just hobbled over, didn't it? And then it's probably, is it half the distance of the other boundary? Maybe. Yeah. So it's not much more, is it?
Nope. Gus was working it out yesterday. He was counting the tracks.
The tracks, yeah.
That's better. It's a good bouncer. Carvalhais just tucked his head into it nearly.
It's about 7 stripes to 11. So it's at least 50% further. Stripes is what we measure this in post-Brexit. It's you know, we're getting back to old-fashioned measurements. Stripes.
Oh, that's short, and that's pulled away, and that is 4 more. 100s. In fact, it's gone all the way. It's gone all the way.
QED.
Fair play to him. Pulled it away safely in front of Stayman there. Just bounces back off the advertising boards. Again, it shows he doesn't have all of it though, and they've put a fielder right there, because I guess he'd be taking that catch if he does it again. Oh, tried again, hits him on the back. 198 the lead, and we're pretty much there, 200 off 30 if the wickets was to go bang bang now.
Last chance to have a look at the ball change. We'll try it one more time, are we? Or they
hit the helmet. I thought it was
on the
back.
lid, so he's got to get a new lid.
We saw one earlier, it hit flush on the grill from Helm to Allsop, and the physio didn't come out. Usually it's standard now, isn't it? You have to run out the physio. Helmet struck. It's hit back of the helmet.
Well, there's more protocol than injury.
Pretty at ease out there at the moment, those two. Finn looking pretty happy and content with the situation. Again, giving it the Watford wall as opposed to the Watford wallop today.
6-0 the over so far. You've got to do a concussion test on him for that. I can't believe you would.
Well, it was odd today that one that when we saw it, watched it on the replay, it really did smash into the grill of Allsop from Helm. Yeah, no sign of the physio at all, no injury delay. Whether the umpires just missed at it, thought that it wrapped him on. He had his gloves and his arm up in front of his face. Maybe they just thought he gloved it. Must have heard the sound though. It's a strange one. Just seems perhaps it was an oversight at that point.
One of the things about this media centre I always found working as a journalist a little bit different. If you're doing TV commentary, radio, definitely not a good idea, but it's like hermetically sealed. It's completely soundproof, and if you're reporting on a game as a journalist, you require atmosphere, you feed off the atmosphere and you feed off the noise of the crowd and all those sort of things, and it hermetically downstairs sealed with no sound whatsoever, except I don't know if they still do it actually, but they used to pipe in ambient sound.
Yeah, they do now. Yeah.
Do they still do that? And the ambient sound they used to pipe in came from a microphone that certainly at one stage was on the corner of the middle balcony of the pavilion, right above the bar and everything. So all you heard, the ambient noise, was chink chink clink clink and members babble from there, and that wasn't quite what the ground was like, you know. And it's not a great design for written journalism.
Oh, another short ball to finish, 160 for 8. I think they do pump in better effects now downstairs, but then so many of the media centres are now, as you say, that just thinking of them, go around the grounds, Trent Bridge.
Well, Trent Bridge has got windows that open.
Yeah, I guess they do downstairs.
Yeah.
Does the Oval? Because they've got those kind of
blacked out. The Oval's
windows.
terrible.
Yeah,
the Oval's the worst.
What is it? Is it? What do you call them? They're not blacked out. They're that media centre at the Oval was, or press box in particular, was opened for the last test in the 2005 Ashes. And those people who don't know where it is, it's like one level up behind the arm, but it's right back under the stand. So the first day was all right. It was okay watching. It was a bit dark and a bit gloomy in the press box itself, but you could see. But there were complaints from on the field that there was reflection. There wasn't a proper sight screen. It was affecting the field. So the second day, and in those days also there was the press box, but there was an overspill in front with a further screen up. So you were looking out through two lots of glass already. And so the second day of that match, they decided they were going to put like a reflective film on the windows, like these small matrix dots on the window. So they put them on the first glass, but they also put them on the overspill. So what you got was polarisation. So you couldn't actually see anything out of there. And I spent the rest of that game watching it on the television from the dining room. You couldn't see a thing. It's strange because it's at the same height as the Trent Bridge press box, which I think is as good as any in the business. The one at Durham's as good as anything in the business. It's not too difficult to cater for those things, you know. But even when they built this press box, this media centre here, the original design didn't have a window that opened for the radio broadcasting box, which is actually fundamental to what they need for the effects mics. So they had to go back for a redesign, and the architects bitched about it because this sort of modular construction of this whole thing, it's constructed away from site and then winched in and bolted together, and the stress designs and so didn't. It was bedlam. £10,000 apparently was the cost.
Is that what it cost to do that in?
And that was 1999.
Yeah. Well, they should have thought of that in the first place, you see. But that consultation would have.
That's good from Yadav. Goes past the edge.
What you found was that there was a media centre that was designed by people who didn't understand what the requirements were. So, for example, the original design had all the seating in the press box itself, just in one great long line, and no seats out there, because they seemed to think that you sat in this seat all day and you didn't get out.
Good ball to Enio, well kept out by Finn, 163.
The air conditioning that they had in there was like those mini things that you get on steamships, you know, the air funnels, like little vents sticking up out your desk. So it took up half your desk space, this thing. You couldn't put, you know. So there was that element to it. They decided they put hospitality boxes at either end of the press box. So writing up time, you've got people who've been in the hospitality box all day, coming backwards and forwards through. It was bedlam.
Never saw that. 2005 was my first year, so that was 1999, wasn't it?
Yeah, for the World Cup. Yeah. Yeah. So we sat up here and watched the literally damn squib fireworks go off, and a speech from Tony Blair in which he professed to have seen all sorts of things that never actually happened. And that World Cup was hilariously disastrous. We had a press conference beforehand in the over in the nursery there, in the nursery nets in the indoor school. There was one in which Annika Rice, who was an ambassador for one of the sponsors, who professed to think that cricket was a funny game played by funny people. That went down well. You had the famous Dave Stewart World Cup song, which two things happened with the World Cup song. First of all, it wasn't officially released until after England had been knocked out. That was the first one. The second one, it was a song that he'd already recorded. He didn't write it specially. They kind of hijacked it for the purpose. It was called All Around the World or something, and he'd done a promotional video for it beforehand.
Oh, goes past the edge.
And they used the wrong video. So the original promotional video it got was some sort of spoof on One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. So the World Cup song with All Around the World consisted of lunatics running this asylum. It was the whole thing. The whole thing was a disaster from start to finish.
I've forgotten it was the '99 World Cup where the song was released after England went out. I've forgotten it was that it was here.
Oh, it was. I mean, it was just like everything was done on a shoestring, not least the fireworks, which didn't go off, and that smoke across the ground and no.
Talking about Martin Johnson yesterday, Gus and I. You did a wonderful obit for him, of course. Was it 2 years ago now? Martin passed away.
Yeah, blimey, time flies,
doesn't it?
Yeah.
But anyway, he must have written a great piece on that, mustn't he?
It was.
Must be worth
it
digging
was
out.
Well. It was half volley, to be honest, wasn't it? The old day for everybody. One of my favourite Jono ones was where the Telegraph he was working for then sent him to New Zealand.
The over 160 for 8s, 31 remain.
So the All Blacks were going to unveil their new kit, and the firm Canterbury, I think it was the firm, and so Canterbury paid this promotional visits to journalists, and Jono went all the way from here to Dunedin, which is literally as far as you can get. There's no other city town further away from here than Dunedin. All the way to Dunedin to report that the All Blacks' new kit was in fact black. and they sent him once to. They sent him once to cover some football or something in Europe, and they told him that he had to do this because they were testing out new BlackBerries things, which were like just come on the market, and he wasn't allowed to take anything other than this BlackBerry. So he had to write all his stuff on this BlackBerry just to test it out. Yeah, he was a dear friend, and I miss him very much.
That reminds me, so I mentioned today's the funeral of John Gwynn.
Yeah.
Kevin Howes had tweeted earlier to say all the BBC streams today, commentaries today in dedication to Gwynny. 88 for 8 on the 8th of the 8th, 1988. Lancashire, wasn't it?
He just said it again.
Wasn't it Lancashire? He was on air, he was the only one that spotted it.
Yeah.
Lancashire ended up 88 for 8 on the 8th of the 8th, 1988.
Is that right?
kept it quiet all day, and then
It saved it up, and then
nobody had said, nobody had twigged, and then he just rolled it out on air, and everybody kind of. And anyway, Gwynny did as well. Lovely human being.
He's one of those people of which there are many, who are below the radar, if you want to call it that, but who keep the game alive, and they're so important.
He was the stadium announcer at Old Trafford a couple of years ago. It's lovely spending the lunch and tea. He'd always come and sit with us instead.
Yeah. There was another old stalwart died also last week, wasn't it? Pat Syme down at Hampshire, who's the local journalist, and I learned a lot from people like Pat in my early days in the business, about how to do things.
Last throws of the dice here really from Middlesex. Holman, and you'd imagine Helm would be given one last burst to try and get his temper. Indeed, we've got one of the greats sat next to her. Richard Evans, the tennis commentator for BBC One for so many years at Wimbledon.
Yeah, there's such a wealth of experience and knowledge that goes into that, and sometimes there is the notion that you need youth. It's got to be youth, and actually you can't buy the experience. You can't be both.
He's on air at the moment with Roland Butcher.
Oh, there you go then.
End of the over, 161 for 8.
If you've seen a lot of cricket, then you have, or a lot of any sport, then you have the capacity to with some authority make comparisons. If you've seen somebody play, I remember when we first saw Joe Root bat, John Woodcock, one of the greats of cricket writing. Joe Root. Hard to say how Joe played. How does Joe play? This is early Joe Root, and John Woodcock had seen Len Hutton play, and he said, "If you want to know how Len Hutton played, have a look at Joe Root." So now I think I know how Len Hutton would have played.
His grandson was the first Middlesex captain when I started this job, Ben.
Ah.
It was great with me, Ben.
He was a strange man, Leonard. Very dry. He was chairman of selectors for a while, and certainly in the mid-70s. And he came up to our dressing room one time, and he sat in there on one of the sofas that we had there, talking to Philip Edmonds for quite a while. Philip was waiting to go into bat. Leonard spoke very quietly, but he didn't speak in broad Yorkshire, he spoke very quietly like that. And anyway, eventually the conversation finished because Philip had to go into bat. And said to Philip had gone through the door, he came down, and Leonard turned round. Leonard turned round and said, "Who was that I've just been talking to?" And we said, "That's Philip Edmonds, Leonard. You've just selected him in your test squad." It's 1975.
We're at that stage now. They lead by 199, 30 overs left. That was exactly the tipping point that we kind of said. 200 off 30.
It's
gone. Be tough.
It's gone now. It's gone now.
handshake in an hour and 7 minutes.
I think that might be the order of the day. But it's been a terrific day. So there's been plenty of keep interest alive in this on what could have been an extremely dull day.
Wilson, when you go back to the first morning, and James Kirtley sat where you are yesterday and said, look, the time to take wickets on this pitch are first half of the first day and the final day. That's when wickets are going to fall, was their fancy. They still have batted, they said, themselves, but they could understand why Middlesex did it. Middlesex very nearly backed it up today, didn't they, and justified it.
Yeah, look, it's I mean, I've spent a lot of 3 days trying to explain to people the rationale behind it, which is several really. One rationale was the one that we've done it all summer here, and it's worked very well because we know that the pitches here get better, they don't get worse, and the best time to bowl is the first morning, first day. Something that New Zealand didn't take notice of when they played the Test match here, and they should have done. They should have looked at what's happened, not what they think might happen. So we saw what happened when England were able to bat on last day. So that was one point. The second point was that if you're playing a side that you think it's quite a weak team, let's be honest, the Sussex team, if you're playing a side that you think you've got to beat, you find what's the best way of us beating them? And the answer is, if we bat first against let's say an inexperienced attack there and get 650, you're pretty much committing to have to bowl twice, and you know what those temperatures are like, and you don't want to put your bowlers through bowling out the rest of the match. You kill them. So split those overs up. So that makes sense too, in my view. Now they're going to struggle to get a result of it, but I bet they've got a lot nearer to a result here than people thought they might do.
Yeah, no, it's the same track that they played Derbyshire at the start of the season, which is a draw. And again, we said of that track that it was a perfect first week of the season track because it was actually pretty good weather those 4 days. If you'd have had thick cloud cover all week long and the pitch was doing a bit, then everybody would have said to Carl, well, this is no good, what kind of track's that? But actually produced a pretty good April surface. And this one they left that little bit of grass on for the first morning as well, but just didn't really do anything.
What you're not getting at all is any turn. The pitches are not turning, and that's a real handicap for somebody like Luke Holman who's bowling now. It's little encouragement for the spinners. That's what we're finding.
Rare drive from Finn. He's resisted it for 2 innings, hasn't he? He hasn't gone after it at all.
I was looking at some old scorecards of matches, trying to remember who was playing in what, and with John Philby, the Sussex chairman, just before I came up here. We're looking at these games of old Sussex games against Middlesex, and you're finding that Edmonds and Embury and Titmus are bowling 45 overs in an innings each. Well, they wouldn't be doing that. In fact, I saw Embers the other day, and Embers said, if I was a young spinner here now, I'd be looking for another county.
Yeah, I don't think in my time covering Middlesex there's ever really been a season for a spinner here. 2005 was my first. Just thinking when when Tuffers was done, which is around 2003. I think I'm at 2004 maybe. I think I missed Tufnell by a year.
Yeah, part of that might be the quality of the spinners. Of course, you can't say that. Graham Swan has spun it on here. I've really no idea. He spun it more than any off spin I've ever seen.
I can't remember too many matches here where spinners really have.
No. Simon Harmer get wickets here at the moment. He'd probably get some through experience and guile, but I doubt he'd get them through ripping the ball square.
The fancy was actually going back to yesterday. I think James Kirtley spoke about this as well, where it was a funny one, wasn't it? First day of the match, this is going to be 4 days of excruciating heat. Well, actually, it was kind of 1 day, and then cloud cover. The fancy was this pitch, had it been a few days of baking heat, then actually there would have been a bit in it for the spinners today. Breaking up.
I don't think so. I really don't think so. I don't think these pitches break up like that. What you're not getting either is reverse, because the outfields are so lush. You know, Merchant Taylor, I'm surprised the ball didn't reverse at Merchant Taylor's, I have to say. Because that was a proper outfield, what I call a proper summer hot outfield. Same colour as the pitch here.
Chelmsford 2 weeks ago, you should see how dry that is. Couple here. Perhaps settle on a single. Carlos on to 44. Finn will have strike. Helm looking for his temper.
You think of the water that must go on there.
But it's incredible, really, because even you drove back through Hyde Park the other evening, you go through the park and over the bridge, and you can't see the grass out in front of you. This parched, yellow, scorched surface. That was the word I used to describe Chelmsford, actually. It was a Sunrisers game I was there for. It was just sort of scorched earth.
I think you have to add in the fact that this is it's got £1 million drainage under here as well, which just sucks the life out of the outfield. So to keep that colour, the amount of water that goes on, they do have recycling here, which is an essential, obviously. I think when it first started, there was some noises coming from Thames Water and Westminster City Council about the water use.
Yeah, it's a fully sustainable ground now, isn't it, Lords? The energy used, all the I think Sky and the Oval went with it early, didn't they? They had a fully sustainable test at the Oval, I think.
You've got to try, haven't you? You've got to find ways of doing that. Recycle bottles, the returnable beer things and so forth.
That was it. Was it a plastic-free test for the oceans? They wanted
that was one, wasn't it? Yeah, you're not going to reverse climate change by drinking beer out of a glass that you take and get a refill from. But it's you know, journey of 1,000 miles and all that, single step. You have to show a desire to do these things.
Somewhere the other day, I just saw the plastic waste somewhere. I can't remember where it was, but you kind of look at it now and just think you can't do it anymore. So bowled by Helmer, still trying everything out there, Middlesex. A couple of slips, a gully, silly point, cover.
I think he's earned a temper, hasn't he, Tom? I think he's worked hard for that.
It felt this morning it was one of the best bowling performances I've seen for him. His 5 for 36 at New Road was brilliant. It really was. And that took some beating, but it felt that spell this morning, the 4 for. He picked up Pajara, the shoulder of the bat first ball, and then picked him up a couple of balls later. Oh! Just gets bat on it, Finn. 163 for 8.
I think there comes a point where you say to Tom, that's enough, and to the others, that's enough, and you just get on and see the game out. The games, you know, even if they lost wickets, there's 26 left, 24, chasing 200 off 24.
Middlesex's record T20 score is 229, isn't it?
Yeah.
At Radlett.
Yeah.
The boundaries are that size on either side.
Yeah, without the restrictions and the, you know, all those sort of things. And
Holden and Eskenazi put on 89 in 6 overs with the restrictions in place.
Well, I remember, what was it we chased down at Taunton then that time? We chased 230 down there in 17 overs.
Oh, when Morgan and
Owen got runs and
Villiers got a few.
David got 40 or 14 balls at the start. I think we chased 230
you're right,
there.
You're right. 229 was the record setting. That was the chat at Radlett. That was the record score.
One at Taunton was on a hybrid pitch, and it just came just so nicely for both teams.
There was one here on the hybrids at the lower end of the score, I think, in 2020 Kent. There was Bill Drummond and Crawley sitting right into the Gus saying at the end of that one, I've never seen ball hitting right.
I think the hybrids are still learning about balance between bat and ball.
That's driven nicely by Carvelis. He moves to 48. Thinking about a first class 50 on his debut for Sussex.
I thought the lad carry bowled beautifully for Sussex yesterday.
Sam Robson doesn't want to give it up at short leg, just sliding down in the umpire's opinion.
It's going down, isn't it? Googly.
Yeah, you and I sing from the same hymn sheet on this. Left armers at the nursery end here at Lord's.
Well, I think left armers should bowl from the. By and large, should bowl from the pavilion end.
Oh, I thought we were on the same on this.
No.
I always enjoy them at nursery end, the lefties.
I think they should bowl from the other end. That it sets them better and goes. But I think left arm spinners and leg spinners should bowl from that too. I'm completely at odds with convention.
The leg spinner should bowl from the pavilion end as well against the slope. Yeah.
Yes, because if it spins, it will spin. Otherwise, you've got the slope that helps you the other way.
It's a hand to it. That would hurt actually. He's really timed that. Carvelis. It's only going to be a single. He moves to 49. End of the over. He keeps the strike. 70 gone.
But he did. He bowled beautifully, and he got good batters out with good deliveries.
Yeah, he did. That was wonderful to watch. They really struggled against him, didn't they? Let's have a look. Middlesex. 227 for 4. So
okay.
just short of it. 226 for 5. Somerset. 227 for 4. 17
overs though only, wasn't it?
Yeah, record chase. Yeah.
I mean, we'd have chased 260 there.
It was 83 not out. Yeah.
Off about 30 something balls, wasn't it?
Let's have a look. Morgan 83 off 29 balls, 5 fours and 8 sixes.
It's absurd. I think David set the tone at the start of that. I think he got 40 something or 14 balls.
Exactly that,
41
or 14.
There you go.
They find a mistake from Carvelis on 49 at Lord's. 14 first class matches for the 28-year-old before this. A high score of 41 previously for his average of 15.
Sneaking doubt about whether he played first-class cricket in South Africa too recently. He played last year.
Yeah, his last game.
Played 2 games last year.
That's the 50. Hooked away fine of the long leg, and a 50 for Carvalhais on his championship debut. His debut for Sussex. 53, 121 minutes, 83 balls, 5 fours, 2 sixes, and actually the scoring rate of it as well has helped to push them to a position of safety here, leading by 210.
Yeah, there was a point at which it's very easy to get just sucked into the idea that you block out. You're not making any progress forward either, and then you lose the wickets and you're still leaving a target. So he did give them, impelled the innings.
Oh, picked the next ball by Helm. He made his first-class debut in November 2018. He played his last first-class game prior to this in March 2021.
Yeah, and I think there's two games or maybe 3 games that year he played. And I don't know whether there's some doubt of whether that's too recent to allow him to qualify, or some such thing anyway. Similar situation, I think, as pertained to Graham Hick once, where his registration had to be withheld for a year because he played cricket abroad before that.
I do remember it was an agonising end, that wait for Hick, wasn't it?
Cool.
Oh, that's a lifting ball from Helm.
Probably the most credentialed cricketer ever to make a debut in Test match cricket. He got over 50 first-class hundreds when he first played. Same day as Ramp's debut. Oh yeah. I mean, there you've got the complete, total mystery. You've got 2 of the most, brilliant players of their generation in domestic cricket, who got 9 Test match hundreds between them. They got 250 first-class hundreds, of which 9 were in Test matches. One of cricket's paradoxes.
The bumper, bouncer, somewhere in between the 2.
Debuts at Headingley against West Indies. Can't remember how many Higgy got. Ramp's got 24, which is what he usually seemed to get for a while. Yeah, 20 something.
Always got into the 20s, didn't he?
Caught an exceptional catch.
Just 2 players that you fancy end of the over, 172 for 8. 2 players that would have done a lot better at international cricket and modern day cricket, where perhaps support is a little bit better. So be it central contracts or psychological support.
You kind of think that it is one of the imponderables. Of course, we'll never know.
Gus got the rough end of it, didn't he? His selection back in the 90s as well.
A lot of people did. They didn't get the 25. Well, Ramps, in fairness, played 52 Test matches, but they didn't get the 25 match leeway that Zach Crawley's had, for example, or the 23 or whatever it was that Dom Sibley had, or so they can't complain they didn't get a fair go at it.
That was just about the start of my cricket memory, 1991, the Hick and Ramprakash debut. Gooch's 333 was here, wasn't it? That was the first one.
Yeah, that was it. That was India. Yeah, 102nd innings too.
Gus was grumbling about that yesterday. Did he get 8 for in the match or something? Was
Did
that
he?
right?
I don't know. I don't know. But, I mean, Gucci scored more runs in that match than anybody's ever scored in a Test match. There's a fantastic innings from Azharuddin.
And drives that one into the offside, no run.
Azhar just played this innings, it's mesmeric. He had this shot that he hit through square leg, and nobody could ever work out how he managed to do it. It was just somehow he flipped it, but you couldn't, even in slow motion, couldn't work out. It wasn't a clip, and it wasn't a pull or anything like that. It was I can't describe it. It was you watch it and watch it and say, how on earth does he do it? We used to ping off through square leg.
Yeah, that was the start for me. It was Gucci's 3-3-3 when I fell in love with
That's a
cricket.
good side. Do you think it must always be like this then?
I remember watching that, and well, you just got the awe of it, didn't you, from the TV back then? Talk this out was. I can't quite remember the '88 tour to Australia. Of course, it wasn't on TV, was it?
No, I'd only ever seen 2 Test matches before I played in one. One was the one where Fred Truman got his 300th wicket, so I saw that. And the other was the 5th Test in 1966 when Bryce Close was captain and JT got 100 and Tom Graveney got 100, and England won that Test match. They're the only two I'd ever seen. Sort of bits and pieces, you know, sort of on black and white, grainy stuff, but never actually been to a Test match.
Chief exec in the background there, Andrew Cornish, sat down in the grandstand watching on. Lorraine Poole on the right as well. Gracie on the left. They were busy last week at Merchant Taylor School setting up.
Well, that's a job, isn't it? Sitting up, taking down. Lorraine and Lorraine Poole and her team do a fantastic job. Fantastic job last year and during COVID as well. The extra effort to put up the COVID restrictions, but setting up grounds for that and policing it.
Oh, she polices it easily enough. Oh. Well, you'll get shot for something.
She nearly threw me out at Radlett because the boundary boards at Radlett are set at such an angle. If the ball hits them, it flies over the top, and it flew over into the little gazebo where we were sitting, and it landed by me, and I just picked it up and threw it back. Can't do that. Do that again. I'm sorry, you'll have to go.
Are we allowed to tell the Radders story now, since it's 2 years on to 2020? I think.
Which you have to tell me which one it is. Oh, it does.
Shall I tell that one?
Yeah, you're all right.
2020. It was a warm-up match, I think, and it was the final warm-up match before the season got going at Radlett, and Evening Radders, if you tuned in, by the way, we saw him on the screen somewhere sat around the ground yesterday. They said there's some fella who's managed to get into one of the bushes and peer through to watch the match. So they went around to find out who it was, and it was Radders. Didn't break any protocol. He just brought his stool along and watched from over the fence.
That's diligence, though, isn't it?
Brought his sandwiches and his stool. You can imagine Sam Robson doing that in a few years' time, couldn't you? Oh, dropped short. Less on 53. Robson's for Finn will be fun.
He's changed his action, hasn't he, Robert, from when I first saw him? And
yeah, he's worked hard on his bowling, Robson.
Oh, first time I saw him, he looked like he'd been tasered when he was bowling. Extraordinary.
It was almost a medium pacer's run-up as well.
Yeah. Like he stuck his fingers in the socket before he was bowling. Is
.210 the lead, 24 overs left. We all know it's done, but Finney, will he be able to resist when he gets on strike to Robson?
He's been 50 balls now for his 5. Stout Defence, not going to give it away.
We're having a big chat this morning out in the middle, Finn and Robson, two good mates. Just wonder, will he be able to resist trying to put him into the grandstand? They've tried everything, to be fair. We've made the point many times over the last 4 days. Middlesex bowled as well in this match. Bowled as well at Merchant Taylors as they did in this match. They'd have won that game at Merchant Taylors. It's not to be here at Lords this week, or indeed last week at MTS. 172 for 8, leads 210.
Yeah, they got done at Merchant Taylors. I didn't think they bowled that badly at Merchant Taylors. They got done by exceptional innings, didn't they?
Too many 4 balls was kept on coming back to me from, Gus won't mind me saying it because I think he said it on air enough, and Alan Coleman said it on air today. Just too many release balls last week.
Well, yes and no. I mean, when somebody swings at everything and connects with everything, they're all footballs, aren't they? And everyone's a coconut, isn't it? It was an extraordinary innings, let's be honest. And I won't hear the last of it. I play a lot of golf with his Uncle Andy, which is not the best.
Mean attack he did it against as well.
Yeah.
Oh, who's upset, Finny? Looks at someone in the... yep, sit down, sir. I'm trying to think. 88. I remember 88. Kind of the 6 o'clock news the next day. England had won the Ashes the night before or whatever. Getting back from school and the 6 o'clock news is on with dinner or something, and they were talking about England winning the Ashes the night before. I can remember that, but like I say, 1990 in Gooch is probably the first to really remember a summer. Summer of cricket.
Crikey, I don't remember my first ever visit to the Oval was to see Corinthian casuals play football. So
first FA Cup final was at the Oval, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He's scratching out his guard, delaying everybody. He's enjoying this, isn't he?
I remember only too well his half century in the University Oval, Dunedin. Blocked his way to 50.
Was it Matt Pryor at the other end? It was, wasn't it?
Can't remember that. I just Finney was enough. I think he got a case of wine out of it, didn't he? There's something of the incentive there was for him.
Long hop from Holman. Away. 4. Carlos on to 57.
One good bit of news was that they got the over rate back to 0.
Well, that's a good point. If they'd have pushed through with the seamers and -2 off the 16 for the win,
I think they'd have traded that, wouldn't they?
still 8 for the draw, isn't it? So
nothing gained, nothing lost against Glamorgan, who I think got the same number of bonus points as we did in this game, and the draw looks like it's nailed on there. That's going to be a big game here, actually. That Glamorgan game could be.
Ended 74th, 177 for 8. 22 remain, but probably only 38 minutes. I'll have a look at those scores elsewhere, actually, shall I?
Yeah. University Oval was nice. It's like a the parks, that kind of a ground with a nice pavilion and trees around it, and temporary stands and stuff like that. It was really, really quite pleasant. It's a world away from the old ground where they used to play. It was Carisbrooke, which was their rugby ground. Don't even play the rugby there now. They play that in this spanking new stadium with a roof and all the rest of it. God, it was a dismal place, Carisbrooke. And there was Carisbrooke was known as the House of Pain, right? And the scoreboard there used to have this epithet written underneath the scoreboard, like Carisbrooke, House of Pain. And I was summarising on Test Match Special once with Henry Blofeld, and I managed to convince him that it was actually an advert for a DIY company like B&Q. It was supposed to be House of Paint, and it was, and I'd lost a letter off it. It's the coldest place I've ever watched cricket. You get a southerly coming up from the Antarctic, sorry. It is, wow, it was cold.
Oh, Finney, there he goes, the big heave-ho. Robson's asking a question, not out. You did wonder whether against Robson he'd go for it.
Googly, wasn't it? He was missing leg, I reckon.
We're all waiting to see Mercer versus Finn, and Finn versus Mercer, and all the rest. Robson versus Finn, here we go. Those scores elsewhere very quickly. Where did you play in New Zealand? Was it didn't you play? You played New Zealand, didn't you, for a little while?
Yeah,
Wellington, was it?
No, Auckland.
There's a googly again. Finn goes after him. One bounce. What's he had of?
Oh, some of the happiest times of my life was that. And friends that I still have and cherish out there. I speak to a lot. I went out there 2019 January just to see them and play a bit of golf and go around and speak to them regularly.
Oh, Robson, he's got him, has he? He has. Carvallis has gone for 57. Robson takes the inside edge onto the pad, loops up to slip. 178 for 9. Let's have a look at the replay of the pinball for Robson. Boom, boom, boom. Smile on Robson's face, smile on all of their faces. Robson will be saying, why didn't you bring me on earlier?
I met one of our old stalwarts, walking around stalwart supporters on the way round here tea time, and he said to me there, I don't know, why don't they put, I thought I might put a 5th or 6th bowler on, I really do. I said, I'm quite happy with the big guns, to be honest, at this stage, No, I think they should have get a wicket, Well, he may be right, who knows?
Don't walk the same way back around the ground. Here's Curry with his 6 for on his first class debut.
What I found quite interesting yesterday, we had a cracking day here. They have once a year, the past 3 years. Last year was on, the previous year COVID came into it. The previous year they have a day for all the presidents of all the counties, which is run by Ian Lovett, who used to be chair here, who's president of the ECB. So all the most of them were there, all but a couple were there yesterday. One of whom was John Wright, who's president of Derbyshire, and who I know very well from playing against him. And he still has a scouting role for Mumbai Indians, And he's watching him with real interest because they're always on the lookout for left armers for. So if he plays in the World Cup, which he could, in the T20 World Cup, which he could do for Scotland, then you never know what comes from these things. You spot somebody. He's bowling googlies then.
It is. He bowled well, didn't he? I mean, as you say, he got out good bowling, good deliveries. Really had him under pressure.
I'm speaking very authoritatively about googlies there when I haven't got a clue really. I told you my Mushtaq story. Did I ever tell you that?
No, go on.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. Leg spin absolutely completely flumps me. I've got no idea at all. And we played Pakistan here. And in the first innings, I was LBW Intikhab Nord, first ball. Leg spinner Intikhab Alam. So in the second innings, I came out to bat, and Mushtaq Mohammed was bowling from the pavilion end. And I'm on a king pair, and as I walked past Mushy, I said to him, Mushy, what are you going to bowl me? And he said, I will bowl you a googly. Right? So me being cute, yeah, right, okay. So I played for the leg break, as you would, and it was a googly. And it came through the gate and bowled me, so I got a king pair. And Mushy was convulsed. I told you I bowled you a googly. I told him, I said, I can't even trust you to be devious. We played a game on the Centenary Test Tour against Western Australia, and England and Middlesex, or MCC as it was called in those games, we were on the back end of this game trying to save a game, and I went out to bat with Breers, Mike Brearley, and at one end was Dennis Lilly, but the whacker, the fastest ground pitch in the world, warming up quite strongly for the Centenary Test match. And at the other end was a leg spinner called Tony Mann bowling. And I got to the middle and I looked at this and I said to Brearley, there's only one end I'm going to go here. And that's why I'm probably the only person in the history of the game to volunteer to face Dennis Lilly at the whacker rather than face a leg spinner called Tony Mann. And I was not out, by the way.
I was about to say, how did it go?
It went all right. We saved the game. I was 20 or 30 not out, and it wasn't too bad, actually. But I wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes against Tony Mann. Yeah.
Do you think there was that dearth of leggies up until around the world, really, wasn't it? Not just England,
well,
Australia.
You sort of you had the few who stood out. People like Abdul and then Anam Kumble. But yes, by and large, it was, and Warney, kind of it was a reset, wasn't it? Stuart McGill was very good, wasn't he?
We were just saying the other day, there's one per county at least now, isn't there, a leggy?
Yeah, they're a fundamental part of white ball cricket, aren't they now? So that encourages the skill in the first place. They're almost given a bit more licence too, you think about it, because all the gun fielding positions are actually boundaries, aren't they nowadays? Boundary fielders, and you bowl your overs, 9 and over, and you get 3 for 3 for 30, 3 for 40, and in your 4 overs, you had a good day, haven't you? It doesn't matter if they're caught on the boundary. You're bowling for that's what you're there to do. And you have the capacity to turn the ball away from the bat, whichever is in, left or right hander.
Oh, that one's edged away. Robson. You'd never hear the end of it if he picked up Finn. Never hear the end of it if Finn does put Robson into the grandstand at some point before this is done. How long have we got?
Well, it'll be done as soon as this innings is done, won't it? Now, can they call it off? I think they.
5:40.
They need the days of Jarvid, where Jarvid tea time would make a unilateral decision that the game had gone far enough. Thank you very much. We're all off. That's it.
Yeah. Well, there has been a little bit of talk about that recently because of the talk of it going down to 10 first-class games a season. It's well, why don't we kill off the dead sessions at the end of games rather than having to play it out to the final hour?
Would even less cricket.
Yeah, don't get me started.
No, nor me. I think we'll. Yeah.
We'll save that for the next dead game.
I tell you what, the freelancers will be uniting against it. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's probably my first thought. I did say if they do get it down to 10, can we at least have 10 5-day games? Goes past the inside edge.
That's good, isn't it?
It does, yeah. Got a couple 2 years ago at the Oval with a couple of googlies.
Well, I remember that. Yeah, I mean, these are very Robbo figures, aren't they? He's got like 1 for 3 or something at the moment, is he?
Yep.
Yeah, 1 for 3. I mean, we got 2 for not very many in that game they won at the Oval that time. 2019, 2020 was it?
2 for none, eh?
Phew.
Yeah, it was 2020, wasn't it? Yeah, it was the year back.
Yeah,
it was the first game back after COVID.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, Eskenazi
with the crowd, wasn't it? The first one with the crowd back in. There was on trial, wasn't it? A trial crowd.
Was it that one? Yeah, maybe,
I think they let 1,000 in. Did they let 1,000 people in?
Ah, 2021 was the trial crowd. 2020 was when he got the 2 for the Oval. Here's Eskenazi. I can't even remember what Eskenazi bowls. I have to watch his hand now. Is it leg spin for him as well? Filth is the call from the back of the box. A little bit of off spin from Stephen Eskenazi. Oh, I better look at those scores elsewhere. As you said, Glamorgan crucially heading to a draw. That's the one everyone's looking at. And Derbyshire are 243 for 4. They trail Nottinghamshire by 57 runs in their second innings, so hanging on for the draw there as well.
That's the last day, isn't it, there?
Oh, there we go, match drawn. We've just called it off. Glamorgan 435 for 5 in reply to Leicesters's 584. And they're in the 110th over now, so they've got their maximum batting. Oof, pushed across Curry. Kent beat Warwickshire by 177 runs, which is an extraordinary turnaround after Hannon Dalby's first 6. Surrey beat Essex by 6 wickets at the Oval earlier today. Drawn between Somerset and Yorkshire. Lancashire, they did it. 278 for 6. Williams 29 and Sundar 34. Seeing them over the line. They did it for Gwynny. Vintage Road and Hampshire on by 6 wickets against Gloucestershire.
The England game on it is, isn't it?
It is 53 for 2 in the 7th against South Africa. Roy 14 and Salt 17.
What's the length of the game?
It is a 50 over, isn't it?
It was a late start, wasn't it?
Oh, I see, sorry. Ah, yeah. So 29 overs a side.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm with you.
okay.
Sorry. Yeah, of course. Ireland's playing New Zealand as well. Paul Sterling got 40, top scorer at the top of the innings. Ireland 1-4-3 for 6 off 18. It's in Belfast.
There's a lot of what you might call milling going on out there at the moment,
Yes.
isn't it? End of term milling. We are shaking hands. Yeah, we're shaking hands. There we
That
go.
was a million four.
Very
They've
well.
shaken hands.
They
So,
can mill all the way back to the pavilion.
Yeah. So Division 2 is pretty much going to be as you were. If Nottinghamshire, Derbyshire play out that draw, Middlesex second, Glamorgan will draw. So yeah, it will play out pretty much as it was. Nottinghamshire, they got Middlesex's points haven't been added yet, so the draw points for about 12 Middlesex was 140s and Nottinghamshire 75 at the top. Glamorgan 137, a point behind Middlesex, but they've got maximum batting rates this game, haven't they? Derbyshire stayed down at 4th, 36 was short 27. So yeah, the Glamorgan game and that the final game of the season against Worcestershire, isn't it?
Yeah, we got Leicester as well.
Yep.
Yeah, Leicester. Three out of 4 games are away. Durham next week. Leicester away and Worcester away last match of the season. So the Glamorgan game up here is going to be a big game.
Yeah, it will be. When you're talking about the reduction, one thing also is that Durham away next week, so there's only one home game left in the championship season.
Yes.
It's what date?
September.
22nd of July, there's only one 4-day game, home game left.
Yeah, September, I know. That tells you a lot, doesn't it?
It does, but we probably shouldn't start on that one.
No, don't start on that one either, but it is, yeah.
It's not ideal. Well done, Tom Helm. Well done, Tim Mercer and co. They tried their best. They fancied on the first morning there was a way around winning this match, which came in for a lot of criticism, didn't it? But they nearly managed to pull it off today. And well, Gus can go and show his face in front of Mercer again. He said yesterday, having dubbed him NASA this week, if Mercer wins it from here, he'd never be able to show his face in the dressing room again. But a draw it is. And I don't think there really are any ifs or buts in that game. I think both sides tried their hardest. Sussex slowed it down a little bit.
I think Sussex did pretty well. I thought, well, led by Pajara. Pajara in the first innings was just sublime. It was a masterclass, the first innings. I think quite telling at the end of his innings, just at the end of it, where first of all Tom Helm went round the wicket and roughed him up a little bit. Nearly got out to the last ball of the first day, and kind of put little thoughts in the head that maybe if he went round the wicket to him and went up into his rib cage a little bit, there might be. The second innings, he gave him a real going over. It was only a 3-ball going over. It was a proper going over, and that was a key wicket in the second innings, obviously. And that's what gave Middlesex a chance in the game. Bajara was always going to be the barrier they had to get through. But I credit to them. I thought they Curry, the left arm, bowled terrifically well. Bajara was just a joy to watch, and I thought Simo yesterday, John Simpson in particular, was astonishing again. It's amazing what I don't know about telling somebody their fortune particularly, but trying to tell somebody that they're so much better than they have been. Is it telling? When you look at all the chat around people like Ben Folkes, Simo, to my mind, you can argue one way or the other, but I think Simo's the best wicketkeeper in the country, which means he's best in the world. One of the best I've seen. Incidentally, 2 of the greatest wicketkeepers I've ever seen in this ground. One was sitting on the Sussex balcony all day with Sarah Taylor. But Simo, it's always, but Ben Folkes will get you runs too. And this bloke, John Simpson, is a very talented player. And now he's starting to show a little bit. He's top of our averages. and that's not on the back of a couple of not outs here and there. He's top of the averages on merit. So that was a big plus. I thought Peter Milan was a big plus. He showed, he looked a proper player, and to come in as he did in again a difficult circumstance. So there was some good things came out of this game for me.
Yeah, I think so. And well, you look at those runs. 1,008 runs across the two first innings. Had another 189 in this. So 1,189 innings runs across the three innings, and 29 wickets, of which Helm took 9. That was brilliant from Helm this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I omitted Tom Helm from that, but Tom's been magnificent, and I think it's instructive about how you can coax somebody or convince somebody to be better for the right reason. Tom, probably by his own admission, was dreadful at Trentbridge. He was dreadful.
It's weak from hell, he called it.
Well, he's every right to call it, because it was dreadful from a bowler of that quality. And you convince Tom that actually you're a fast bowler and it is going to hurt sometimes, but that doesn't mean that you're hurt, you're injured. It just means it hurts a bit. You can get through that. And this will do in the power good. Yesterday, the first innings of this match was the first time he's ever bowled 30 overs in an innings. And that in itself will tell him something, that he can do it. And if he carries on doing that, you see, then you start thinking, well, you're looking at an international bowler here. Because I think he has that capacity, as long as he believes he has it, and shows the resilience and fitness to be able to go and do that job, because they're crying out for people like him.
Yep. Well, it's off to Durham next week. Self, thanks very much. Lovely to see you this evening.
My pleasure.
Thanks for the entertainment. Otherwise, it could have been a slow old evening session, but it was good to have a natter. And it was a good few days cricket. It really was. Fabulous day yesterday with the bat for Middlesex, as Self said. Simpson's 109 was brilliant, and then Roland Jones lit up Lords with that 85. Helm lit things up this morning with his fourth and nearly brought the match to life. But well done, Sussex. They've managed to secure the draw, which is a funny thing to say after they hit 523 in the first innings, but that's the way it went. Thanks to all who've joined in. Summarising throughout this match, very enjoyable few days. Thanks very much for your company. Middlesex off to Durham tomorrow morning. They start the game on Monday morning, but don't forget to look out for the live stream. You can find the link in the Match Centre on the Middlesex website on Monday morning, and don't forget the social medias tonight to get all the interviews at the end of this one. From myself, Kevin Hand, it's a very good night to you all. Thanks from the team here at Lords. We'll see you all again next time.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders. From now on, whenever I make a trade, I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.